We're going to then talk about, we're covering on-field, off-field, interviews, personalities and teams. Then we'll do the dress-up bit. So he'll come in,
you do a
go out.
Conversation.
Welcome to Simons Park for the Adelaide Footy League's Women's Grand Final Day. To kick us off, the Women's Division 6 Grand Final will be between the Lockleys Demons and the Brighton Bombers. From there, Smosh Westlakes will take on Morphettville Park for the Women's Division 1 Reserves Grand Final. And the final clash of the day will be the Women's Division 1 Grand Final between Payneham Norwood Union and Morphettville Park. We thank our broadcast sponsors, Dartfish, Australia's most used coaching tool, Filming Footy, live stream and match day filming specialists, Sports Interactive, creating better players, one coach at a time, Catch.com.au, screaming good deals. Interchanger, run your interchange like the pros. And Archie's Footwear. We wish all teams the best of luck during this grand final day, and without further ado, it's time to welcome your commentary team.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Adelaide Football League Women's Grand Final Day 2021. We are in for an absolute festival of football. My name is Tony Neal and I'm joined by Morgan Knight. Greetings, Morgan.
Hi, Tony. I'm so excited to be here.
I tell you what, we are going to cover today not only the games, but on and off field. We're going around with the camera to have a look at some of the celebrations. We're going to be doing interviews, the personalities, the teams, along with three magnificent games. Dress up, they said. And dress up we did. So, today is a celebration, and we'll see that around the ground. It's a celebration, Morgan, not only of sport, it's a celebration of people and of life itself. Now, one of our co-commentators, come in, Peter. Let's just have a look. Now, dress up, they said, but you actually dress like this normally.
Mate, I went to the wardrobe at about 3:15 this morning. I opened up the wardrobe door and thought, I want to be rainbow bright. I want to be bright today because what we're seeing today and being joined by a superstar in Morgan, these are the products of junior women's football, and they're going to go a long way in their careers. And guess what? We're going to be calling it. We're going to be here until the sun doesn't shine anymore tonight. How much fun will we have?
And you certainly hit the target, Peter, so thanks very much, mate. We'll catch up with you a little bit later in the day. And Morgan, we'll just come across, we see the Lockleys team just next to us getting their photos done, because the big Division 6 game, first of all, is Lockleys versus Brighton.
Yep.
You got a little bit of intel on these teams at all?
Well, I know that Lockleys, they didn't actually win a game last year. They didn't actually kick one single goal all season. So I think for them to have gone from that in 2020 to playing in a grand final in 2021 is absolutely amazing, and they are going to be so excited to be here.
That is fantastic that they are here and they're all excited there. We're talking with the president earlier. We'll cross the commentary team very shortly and they'll have a little bit more background on both teams. Of course, the second big game is on at 1 o'clock, and of course that's Smosh Westlakes versus Morphettville Park. Morphettville Park with two teams in a grand final. Today will be huge for them. What do you know about these two teams?
Well, I do know that Morphees will have got the flag to defend. So they were the championships last year. So they'll be coming out really hard and fast and strong and wanting to take that back this year as well.
And that's our Division 1 reserves. And I'll tell you what, all the partners and parents and everything out here taking photos. And don't worry about the live stream. There's more watching that than this. So at the moment, and of course, the big game we look forward to at 3 o'clock, Payneham Norwood Union versus Morphettville Park.
Yep.
What have we got on these couple of teams?
Well, these two teams have already played each other 4 times this year, and the most recently was 2 weeks ago in the semi-final. So I think they've both got something to prove. They've made it this far, so I think it's going to be a really good game.
Yeah, cannot wait for this one. Went to that game and had a bit of a look, and we'll cover that in the commentary as well. So we're looking now, and you can hear the screaming going on in the background as Brighton it is running out to our left, and which leads us into, first of all, Morgan, just a little bit about this magnificent women's football. The celebration today, we can hear the car horns, the crowd. Who'd have thought 30 years ago this is what it would come to? So what have you got on women's football?
Oh, look, it's just incredible. 30 years ago, 30 years of women's football we're celebrating this year, and there were only 6 teams in the competition in 1991. Now we've got over 50 teams, over 8 divisions, 2 under-18s comps as well, so it's grown so quickly and so incredibly, and I think that everyone's just so excited that we've been able to do this. So.
And of course, you're captain of Adelaide Uni, so you, I know you didn't want to sort of mention too much there, but I know you do lead the way, and the junior girls coming through, we've spoken about that, and we may get some of those a bit later on in this game. We might get some interviews at half time just to see how important women's football is, and the legacy that some of the older players have left, and some are still playing.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the crowd, because I was at that game, Morphy Park versus Payneham Norwood Union, 2 weeks ago. They've got 2 teams in. The whole side of the ground was chock-a-block full. The whole ground was full, actually.
Yep.
But the noise and the screaming and yelling. So what are we expected to hear today with crowd noise?
Well, Tony, if you've ever been out to Kellett Reserve for a Morphe's home game, it is unreal, the noise there. And I think having 2 teams playing in 2 grand finals, they're going to have a huge amount of support out here today. And I think both teams are going to get around each other, so they're going to have lots and lots of noise.
And a little chat around pre, during and post. So pre-game, the players, you've been there yourself. You played 2 grand finals in one day.
3 grand finals, 2 in one day. All the players are going to be very, very nervous, excited, but probably just waiting for that first bounce so they can get going.
All right, well, we are in for a absolute festival of football, a huge day. As we said, we've got lots of highlights coming, not only on the field, but off the field as well. You'll hear from us throughout the day. We'll cross now to our broadcast team of... Yes, they're coming on now. They're just getting ready in our beautiful trailer there. We've got Ned Maguire and Phil Hurden to bring on the first game of the day.
Thank you very much, Tony. Good afternoon, or good morning, everyone. Grand final day. 30 years ago, it was the Thunderbirds and the Hawks of Hectorville that met in the first women's grand final. The Thunderbirds would go that day, won the flag, and women's footy had arrived in South Australia. Today, well, in the Adelaide Footy League, it's 8 premierships up for grabs over the 2 weeks. Today, a triple header live streamed to you thanks to Filming Footy, as mentioned by Morgan and Tony. Div 6 coming up. The Demons are Lockleys, the Bombers are Brighton, and then it's going to be the Div 1 reserve Smosh and Morphy Parks, and the Div 1, the ultimate women's championship in the Adelaide Footy League between Payneham Norwood Union and Morphy Parks. My name's Phil Hurden. Pumped to be here. Grand final day. Premiership to find. I'm joined by Ned Maguire. Ned, welcome to Simmons Park.
Thanks, Phil. And what a great day for grand finals footy. Triple header. Couldn't ask for anything more, could you?
Could not ask. It's going to be windy. It's a big ground, so expect the ball to go all over the place today. It is a David and Goliath matchup. If we have a look at how Division 6 set up this season, Lockleys came in and pretty much dominated the competition. They lost just the one game, and meanwhile Brighton finished in 4th position. It was a 6-team division. Brighton finished in 4th position with a 6-8 record. Interesting to note, just as a total sidelight, every team in the division drew. I have never seen that anywhere else. Anyway, come finals time, first semi-final, Brighton got going, beat Edwardstown by 20 points. Lockleys shut out Pembroke to win by 14, get the direct path to the grand final. Prelim final, tight tussle. Pembroke out in straight sets, Brighton winning by 2 points. They're in the grand final today, as we've got the coin toss out in the middle. The captains for Lockleys are there, ready to go in Paige Purdy and the captain Jessica Searle. Brighton's just having their photograph. We might just have a quick look at the what happened this year. And Ned, as you can see, 3 games, 3 wins to the Demons.
That's right, and that first one, they did close the gap both times, but that first one is a little bit concerning, isn't it? And they'd want to make sure that they absolutely erase that from their memories, because today they have no other option but to win.
The other one's 11 points and 16 points for Lockleys. Well, they started women's footy last year, did not win a game in Division 5, 0-7. Their first game, their first ever win this year, was against Brighton, as you would have it. That also turned out to be Brighton's first ever game. We're going out to the middle for the coin toss. Should mention our umpires shortly. And it will be Lockleys kicking to the right of screen, Brighton kicking to the left. And I would say, Ned, by my assertion of the wind, it's going to be Lockleys with the wind to start off with.
Yeah, it looks like it's been a bit gusty so far, but it could be, it's hard to tell from in here, but maybe a 1 or 2 goal breeze, but on such a big ground, it might not play as much of a difference. We'll see how it goes throughout the game. But, not sure what to expect with the wind.
We'll have the anthem shortly as teams come up. We might just go back to the last graphic and have a look at those team notes. We mentioned that Lockleys, well, they're trying to go from worst to first. This year, they have held teams goalless on 6 occasions, scoreless on 3. So they've got a really strong defence. Sole loss was to Kilburn. They drew Pembroke. And Ned, some notes on Brighton.
Yeah, so Brighton, this is their first season of women's footy, and it's a pretty incredible achievement to make the grand final in their first year. And their first ever game, as you mentioned, was against Lockleys. Wasn't a fantastic result for them, but they've clearly built since then. They drew in round 3, and their first ever win in round 4 was against Edwardstown by 3 goals. And ever since then, they've been absolutely flying, finishing 4th in the division and making the grand final. That's a fantastic achievement.
Speaking to one of their assistant coaches, they wanted to have a team in 2020, and like a lot of things, COVID got in the way. They were really determined to get a side up, but come January, they had 5 players.
Yeah.
And now, what are we, 7, 8 months down the track, they're lining up for the anthem on grand final day. How good is that?
It's an amazing achievement, and I'm sure hats off to their staff behind the scenes.
Alrighty, we will pause momentarily as the teams get themselves lined up for the playing of our national anthem.
As the traditional custodians of the Adelaide region, and that their cultural and heritage beliefs are still as important to the living Kaurna people today.
Rejoice, for we are young and free.
Alrighty, doesn't matter what the sport, doesn't matter what the grade, when it's grand final day and the anthem plays, everybody is hyped to go. Ned, you've done some studying during the week to come up with some keys to the game. What have you come up with?
Well, I think for Lockleys, it's get it in the hands of their scoring forwards. They have 3 of the top 5 leading goal scorers this season in Emmy Coulter, Millie Gentle and Brooke Trevina. So if you get it in their hands, they're going to do most of the work for them. Bring the pressure from the first contest, really swarm forward and continue on their good form. I mean, they finished top for a reason and they're in good form in the finals. So let's see them continue on their good form, and that's how that's their keys to the game. In terms of Brighton, they need to get off to a good start against a strong team in Lockleys. And they need to make sure that after a really close game last week, they didn't play their grand final last week. So let's see how they come out today, and let's hope they're coming out firing. And forget about the last few times they've met as well. They haven't beaten them yet this year, but grand final day, that doesn't really mean anything. All it means is, that stuff's in the past. Today's grand final day, and anything can happen really. So I think they're the keys to the game for both teams, and we'll see how they can pull them off today.
Well, Ned, I'm looking at the Simmons Park scoreboard here at St Mary's. All I can see is donuts. What's happened before? Irrelevant.
Exactly.
4 quarters, 64 minutes, 68 minutes, and a premier to be crowned. It's the Div 6 Women's Grand Final, Lockleys and Brighton, and you're with Ned Maguire.
So up they go in the middle of the ground. Streaming through the middle of the ground there, Lockleys, but they can't get a kick away. They do now. Going out to the far side, bit of a clumsy tackle there over the top. It's going to be going Lockleys' way. They're going to have a chance to go inside 50 for the first time, but we've stopped the game. Early injury there.
Early injury. Should mention that it's a 24 players on each squad, 18 on the field, 6 on the bench.
So we're going again now. It'll bobble inside 50 for Lockleys' forward line. Coming out now to Johnston. She hands off. Chain of handballs here. Raffanelli can't take it clean. Trying to recover again. And strong pressure straight away. It's going to be a ball up here. That was a great tackle there.
The Demons in the Melbourne colours of navy blue and red. The Bombers in the black and gold and white shorts. They'll go forward again. This is Trevina. She's key, but has only picked out a Bomber defender in Courtney Lear. Lear heads off to the outer side. In some space. Chance for Hayley Smith to pick it up. She gets around her opponent with ease. Has a chance to take a bounce. That's audacious. The ball wouldn't come back up for her. Chance for a turnover. Here comes Johnston, who's got a couple of possessions early. Brooke Trevina the same. She's gone and found the Alice Bright. So a couple of kicks to Lockleys, Ned, but they've gone straight to their opponents thus far.
They have, and Brighton have done well there, hitting a target coming outside 50. It looks like Blaze. She goes down the line, but it's been cut off well. Looking for a bit of movement in front of her, and it's a beautiful kick to the lead-up player in Marveggio. Comes out now. Bit of a scrappy kick, but it's going to work. Handball inside to Raffanelli. On the boot and inside 50. Can they get it over the top of Lear? They can't for the second time. And she looks pretty dominant down there as she goes back towards their goal. And Blaze kicks it forward as well. So it's back on centre wing now. Lockleys are cleaning up. It's played in between the centre half and Lockleys' goal so far. As it comes through Hutton. Forward again.
So players go to ground here. It is a chance for Lockleys, who have 3 inside 50s to 0, to hold it up in there. They've done all the attacking. No scorers yet. 17-minute flat quarters. Tapping it towards the boundary line. Seeing it over was Stacey Searle. One of 2 Searles, I think, in the Bombers lineup. I'm going to have a throw in. Outer side, scoreboard pocket. Tap to the front by Maggie Kane. Again, that boundary line. They're just patting it along there at the moment. Lurking there, trying to get the kick away was Raffinelli. Courtney Lear comes in and lays the tackle. And it will be a further stoppage, Ned. We have gone 3.5 minutes, first quarter. No score on the board.
So in front of the scoreboard here, Lockley's forward pocket. And it's going to be another stoppage here. A throw in a pretty dangerous position.
Exactly what you sort of expected. Some close in play, fair deal of stoppages. Not much given by either side at this point.
So up it goes again. Doing well was Blaze there. She's been busy so far, and a free kick's been pulled out. It's going Lockley's way. And not within scoring distance, so she pops up to the top of the square, just over the top of the leading Dewar Cutting. Out the back now, and slammed on the boot by the Brighton defence. Going to be out in the full.
So the player who had that free kick earlier was Millicent Cordy, number 43 for Lockleys. They'll bring it back in board to the hot spot, looking for Emmy Kulskar, but not to be. The Bombers will clear into a bit of a blind spot pocket here. Picked up by the Demons, doing some hard work there was Joan Louise Papp. Only as far as the Bombers. They get the clearance. But again, the wall set up. Here's Brooke Trevina from the edge of 50. Heads deep into that pocket. That's into the car park. And already, Ned, a ring of cars starting to make their way around Simon Park here for a triple header of women's footy action.
It's fantastic. Great to see the cars slowly building around that outer wing. Brighton goes short. Finding Lear. Had plenty of the footy so far. Looking for options. Chooses to go down the line. Falls in the hands of Werfel there. And it's at ground level again. Who can come away with it here? It's going to be a ball up.
Inside 50 count, 6-0 in favour of Lockleys. Clearance count, 2-0 in favour of Lockleys.
Let's see if they can turn that into some scores here as they go forward and just about their deepest inside 50 so far. Picked up well by Kulsar and banged on the boot, but just couldn't put it through for a goal. But that's our first score of the day, Phil.
Yep. Emmy Kulskar.
Kulskar.
We're going to emphasise that through the day. Is the leading goal scorer for the Demons this year with 17. Gets the first score. And look, every point counts or could count grand final day. That kick's gone out. It hasn't been touched. So when it's from a kick in, it has gone off a Brighton foot maybe. Oh, sorry, of course it has. Out of full by Brighton. Lockleys will return the favour. Kick deep in the pocket. This one bounced first. It's going to be a throw in about 15 metres away. Triple header today.
Last touch, Phil.
No last touch in the Adelaide Footy League. Or maybe there is. Okay.
Caught me off guard a bit as well.
Yeah, caught me off guard, but I reckon you're right, because the other one would be, I reckon I've seen 3 of those so far. This time tapped out. That's a tap, not a possession. Of course, one thing about that rule, it's not last touch. It's last disposal. So it has to be a kick or a handball, not like a fumble. And that's at least the Sandford version of it. We'll see how it plays out here. Again, Lockley's doing well to bring it back in. Here comes Courtney Lear again. She's been busy. Into some space. Is this a chance for Brighton to get it out of defensive 50? Making good possession of the ball was Hutton. Goes back and gets it on the second effort. Courtney Lear has been the busiest player on the paddock so far this morning. And it's another stoppage.
So on the 50 arc again. Hasn't come out of this forward 50 in a long time for Lockleys. Let's see if Brighton can manage to get it out. And they do. But it's to a dangerous spot. Free kick is going to be paid to Blaze there over the shoulder. The player running for her inside. She opts to go to the outer side. And you can see the wind playing a little bit there. Strong tackle by Damasi on her opposing number in Jib. So a ball up here right in front of us in the box. Beautiful tap there from Johnston. But Brighton are going to come away with it. Well done from Burt there. It's bobbling towards the boundary line. First to it was Sayers. That's Caitlin. She does well, but the kick goes out in the fall. It's going to be Lockley's ball again on centre wing, Phil.
Well, we could actually say that Brighton have been into attack by about 4 metres. Just by that interchange gate. They'll bring it in front of our filming footy van into some space. Getting in the way was Ellen Morey. And has gone a bit high. Will be a free kick to the Demons, who have what looks to be a strong breeze. Lots of inside 50s. Good carry on the kick. In best position for it and battling hard to just keep bouncing it forward until it sits up. Refuses to do it. It's Courtney Lear. In the end, it spills out to Alice Bright. Bright looking downfield. Here's a chance for Brighton if they can escape. Holding the ball, though, was Nyari Jib. One thing I have noticed is every clearance has been won by Lockleys so far. What that means, they're going to get first use of the footy. But otherwise, it's a bit of a kick to kick at the moment. Right in front of our commentary spot, which is nice. Right out of bounds. Haven't mentioned our umpires today, Ned. I'll do that just before I throw back to you. Patrick Lysette, Stephen Pringle in the field. Alexander McKenzie and Scott McKenzie on the boundary. Benjamin Learson and Maeve Elshag Betson waving the flags.
Beautiful. And taking it away there is Smith going towards Brighton's goal. Probably the closest they've been so far, pushing it over their half. Fighting hard is Horton there in the helmet. Handballs off to Parsons, and she disposes of it illegally. So Lockley's going to get it back again. Looks like that might be DeMarcy coming off for Lockley's. We'll keep an eye on that. As Lockley's go forward again. Back of the pack there is Bright. She does well. Kicks towards Kane. And she does fantastically there. She surges forward, but just finds a Lockley's player. He comes out towards us now on this wing. Here's Trevina. Options further afield. And she chooses Hutton there. And they go forward again. Nearly taking it to the highest point there is Johnston. Handballing off, does well there. Going forward, nearly through the legs of Seal, but does well to keep it in front. And Brighton are going forward again.
Brighton through Bright. Have managed to get it on to Caitlin Sayers. That was the other one I was looking for earlier. There's two Sayers on the side. There's a chance for Brighton at forward 50. This bounce sits. It's to Charlie Houghton. That open goal beckons. The shot, though, is going to go wide. And just like that, Brighton have covered half of Simmons Park. Their first inside 50, but it is last disposal rule, I reckon, Ned, because it's Lockley's with the footy. And good to see a couple of fans out there. They've made the floggers. They call those streamer things.
There you go. Bit of an old-fashioned sort of look about it, isn't it, with the cars on the hill and
yep.
The streamers over
Great
there.
Great to see. Floggers. Fans have come out today.
So it's in Brighton's forward pocket and a great chance for them to hit the front early in this game. It's going to be a throw-in here, it looks like, really deep in their pocket. It was fascinating there with Horton before, just streaming through on such a big ground. Nice and open, plenty of opportunities.
You can see it pretty congested. There's got to be some space somewhere.
Kick goes towards the goal line, and it's been banged on the boot there. And it's the first goal of the game going Brighton's way. It's hard to see through that congestion who kicked that. But it looked like it might have been betting for Brighton.
You're going to give that to Georgia Betting until otherwise advised. That 7th goal, and that's huge. We'll see the replay here just to confirm it. Yeah, it really was a jumper in the middle of nowhere. But yes, that was Georgia Betting number 5 as you see the number turn. And look, isn't that a change? Like we took 10 minutes totally, utterly in Lockley's half. 90 seconds in Brighton, and what do you know, Brighton have the lead. And if I remember Ned's keys to the game, a strong start was pretty critical.
Absolutely, and they've done well for me there to tick off one of my keys. As Brighton go forward again, But once again, they find an opposing jumper. This is Seal, and she goes inside. It's an aggressive kick. Trying to find Hutton. Just not long enough for her. But it's at ground level now, and getting it away there was Levi. Done very well, and found the leading forward of Coulshar. Fantastic work there from Levi to get it at ground level, turn around, and find the leading player in Coulshar, who's about 20 out. Pretty much straight in front. She's not mucking around. In she comes. And she's just pushed it across to the far side for a minor score. So that's 2 points now for the Demons.
She kicked one goal last week. Oh, not last week. 2 weeks ago in the semi-final win over Pembroke. And they had to go and find the footy right by the fence. Where's a ball person when you need one behind the goals?
Yeah.
Although I'd say at this level they'd be fairly used to having to get your own footy. So 2 shots to Lockleys. They've missed. Lockleys just one snap out of nowhere. Successful. They have the 4-point lead. Alice Bright plays on. Kicks to the pocket, but marked by the Demons. They will respond back in. That's gone without being touched. Last disposal rule. Brighton ball. Must have been having called Sandful for a while, Ned. I actually do like the last disposal rule. Most football traditionalists hate it. It just takes a little while, I think, to grow on you until you realise that it just gets rid of a lot of boundary line play.
Absolutely. I think it's grown on me as well, watching the Sandful. It does move the game on, which is what you want to see. So they're getting what they want out of it.
2 minutes left in the first quarter, and this could be huge. If Brighton can hold on here into the breeze, take a quarter-time lead. Wowie, wow, wow, as Brian Taylor would say. That would be a phenomenal start for the underdogs. As the tap goes up and umpire says, I'll take it again. All meanwhile, that clock's ticking. 90 seconds left. They're flat 17-minute quarters, Ned. Can the Bombers hold on here?
Up it goes again. Getting the clearance was Lockleys, and they go to a hot spot. There's Coulshar again, trying to shark one at the bottom of the pack. Brighton just slam it on the boot and hope for the best, and they've got the best case scenario there. Morey gets it out. Lockleys are going to clean it up, though, and they're going to go back inside 50 again. It's a 3-on-1 there, and at ground level, first to it is Hutton. The umpire says we'll have another ball up, and time is ticking. Only 50 seconds left in this quarter. Inside
50's 12-2 by my count.
It's fascinating with the score on the board as well. You wouldn't think it. It's going to be another ball up here. And you'd say this would just about be the last chance.
40 seconds.
For Lockleys.
It's different knowing when the siren's going to go, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm sure the players on the bench would have a fair idea as well, telling their players on the field how long is left. It's hard to see this one coming out as well, so we've got another stoppage. Plenty of stoppages in Lockleys' forward 50, but down Brighton's end it's a lot more free-flowing, and that's how they got their first goal. It goes up again. Johnston with a double palm hit out, finding Gentle. She goes backwards, and they go inside 50. Eventually, there's Coulshar streaming through the pack. Just couldn't get to it in time, and the siren beats Lockleys. So at quarter time, Phil.
Wow, it's a great start for the Bombers. The underdogs are up. Through limited opportunities, they got the goal through Georgia Betting. They're 1 straight 6. Lockleys with about 12-13 inside 50s. 2 shots on goal are 2 behinds. They've won the first quarter, but Ned, there's still 3 to go. We'll take a break. What can Brighton do with the breeze? You're watching the grand final of Division 6 of the Women's in the Adelaide Footy League, thanks to Filming Footy.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Filming Footy. In the last 4 years, Filming Footy has become the single largest provider of vision for grassroots football in Australia.
Foster goes, he sold the candy once, twice, if you don't mind, that is the nail!
With an average of 150 matches filmed every weekend, leagues, clubs, players, families and supporters are able to watch local footy, either live or on a replay network.
Flung after he's got rid of the ball, but the umpire has called that holding the ball.
There it is.
And we have the siren going at the end of the game. A great game of footy.
In 2022, it's our aim to have every league across South Australia filmed and have the match of the round live streamed.
Got a loose player in front of the little jockey, doesn't get it, Ty Jaffa, but that's a good kick to Breeden. Back to Matthew Stent. Could be a hero if he can kick this. It's good off the boot. Will it hold its line? It does!
Filming footy, live stream and game day recording specialists.
The Simon Black Academy is a three-pillared program that combines both education and Australian rules football. Available in 4 states throughout Australia, the program covers 3 key areas. The first is an education component through the Torrens University. The second is the development of the participants' AFL skills, helping the player to become the best player they can possibly be. And the third is a leadership and growth program. The Academy is a perfect opportunity for participants who like football. They get exposed to AFL coaches and mentoring opportunities as they do their university degree. The first 12 months allows participants to complete a diploma in Sports Management Elite, and if the students elect to stay on for a further 2 years, they can complete a Bachelor's in Business Management with a sports focus. Based down at Norwood Oval and the Arc at Campbelltown, it is a fantastic program for anyone interested in sports management who loves football and wants to extend their education with the Torrens University.
Welcome back, Simmons Park, St Mary's, second quarter about to get underway. It's the Bombers with the wind and a 4-point lead, and you're with Ned Maguire.
Thank you, Phil. The ball goes up. Johnston in there in the ruck, as is Smith for Brighton. Strong tackle, beautiful tackle by Kane. Pinning one of the arms there, and illegal disposal on Pap. So Kane takes it forward. Over the top there, adjusting, kicking with the wind compared to into it. That's at the bottom of the pack here. They're trying to break it out, but it's just going to be another ball up here. About 60 out from Brighton's goal. Up it goes again. The back of the pack here can't be taken clean, so it's still bubbling around there. Massive pack of players, and eventually getting it out was DeMarcy. And I think that was off hands there, so we're going to have a throw in here, about 50 out from Brighton's goal.
Our intrepid reporters, Tony and Morgan, have gone out to the huddles at quarter time. We'll give you an update on what was said as the game allows. Kate Johnston, who's one of the co-medal winners at Lockleys this year, to go forward to get that tap. Scrimmage descends, nothing there. Yeah, pretty much Lockleys coach says lots of ball. Let's be smarter, work a bit harder in the forward line, be accountable for the defensive players. Stay in front as the ball will drop in the wind. I assume that's saying when they go forward. Speaking of taking a mark, there's Alan Ball. He'll hold up Brighton. So let's see what Lockleys do with the ball for the first time today. Picks up Brooke Trevina. And from Morgan, just note number 2 for Brighton, Courtney Lear. Very busy in the first quarter. She's the loose player in defence.
There you go, and it comes out now. Lockleys, there was a hold So here's a chance for Lockleys through Gettings to get a bit of clean ball movement here. There's not much going on in front of her, so she just goes as long as she can to a pack, but there's all Brighton players at the drop of the ball. Moving it quickly as well, back inside 50. Who's there? It's a one-on-one contest, comes down to ground level. Doing well there was Rowe. That was fantastic, just breaking through the pack, and they get it over the top now, and Paps goes forward, finds a teammate in Raffinelli. A lot of green grass in front of her, players leading left, right and centre. She elects to go to Perry, but it's been intercepted beautifully there, and was that Lear again?
It could be.
She's been absolutely fantastic today.
She has. She's absolutely everywhere defensively for Brighton. Of course, they will have a medal at the end of the game, and we'll give you all the presentations. We don't get a vote on that, which I usually say thank you. Thankfully, Gettings gets the clearance for Lockleys into some space here. Great solo tackle. I think that was Hayley Smith with the tackle. It was. Johnston, the medal winner, got in hard to get the ball, then gave it straight back to the Bombers. High kick towards the T-Saucer in the middle. Lockleys have some numbers, but Brighton have the persistence. They're just charging it forward. This is superb work by Isabella Blaze. Gets the pass on. They're going to try and get the shot on from Betting, the goal scorer. He's got to go back and pick it up. Hot footy, 20 metres out. And in the end, too high on the Demon. And this will be Ellen Ball to relieve some pressure.
Fantastic bit of play there from Brighton as Lockleys try and do the same. Cordy draws the player fantastically. And a great handball over to Gentle as the crowd get a bit involved now over on our side. Over the back, running onto it is Sandercock. Led to it by the Brighton defence, but under immediate pressure by Raffinelli. And they've done well to wrap up there, and they've gained about 100, 150 metres there, Phil.
Just the final bit from Morgan on the Brighton huddle. The coach, Trev Rowe, really encouraged the players to look after each other and use the wind to advantage.
And they've done that well so far, Phil. They get the clearance. Leading to it is Jib. But Damasi ends up with it, goes down the line. Johnston at the bottom of the pack does well to scrap it forward. And we're going to have another ball up here in a similar position to the last stoppage about 30 seconds prior.
So let's see what they do going forward here. Johnston got front position, if not a great tap. It was Hayley Smith who made that great tackle earlier. Tried to take it on. Now taking it on was Courtney Hutton. She's tackled. No chance to get rid of it. Another ball up. Lockleys have gained a little bit of meterage and centred the ball. Umpire tries to find some clear space amongst a whole heap of players. It's going to be tricky for them to get it out. Umpire, for the most part, has let the players try and work it out, which is what you would expect in a grand final.
Absolutely, that's the way you want to see it umpired.
So we've got another stoppage. I'll try one more, Ned, if I can't clear it. It's all yours. They will get the hand pass out. Lockleys, here's their chance. Kick forward by Gettings. Tackling from the Bombers is ferocious. Any kick, that one by Gentle, smothered. Hand pass out the back and Hope only as far as Lear again. Into a cleared space. Picked up by Harriet Rowe. She's got some good skills. Kicks into space. Here's a bit of a race for some pace. Courtney Hutton has it. Has chance to get the hand pass back to Rowe, who give the initial kick. Goes into the pocket. Raffinelli has it. Outside 50, inside 50. Lots of Bombers in the vicinity. Kuskar doesn't care. She gets the tap, kicks away. Top of the goal square. Key one-on-one battle to win here. Kuskar comes charging through. Not called holding the ball. Umpire said play on kick around the body by Gettings. Out of bounds. Last disposal. Brighton ball.
Just about a goal-saving tackle there on the last line of defence on Coolscar. Just about would have had a certain goal as Brighton bring it back out. Their own teammate spoiled Rowe there for the intercept. And a strong tackle by Blaze. Umpire says play on. They're letting it go. They're being consistent. And as I say, the free kick's been pulled out. Maybe for kicking in danger. So Lockleys load up again through Paps. Inside forward 50. It's at the bottom of the pack. There's a couple of sore players after that contest. We're going to have another ball up here.
Yep, there you go. And in hard, you've got 6 on the bench.
So we go up again. About 50 out. Lockleys goal. Brighton try and scrub it out, but it ends up in Cordy's hands. A little 360. Top of the square. Great kick. It's that cool sky there.
It's going to be
couldn't hang
paid.
on, but it's going to be a mark or a free kick. Take your pick.
I paid the mark.
So she's got a shot on goal here from a pretty good position. You'd say about 25 out on a very slight
I'd be
angle.
fascinated in nerves. She's had 2 shots, 2 behinds. This is for the lead on grand final day.
She takes a deep breath. In she comes. Looks pretty good. And it's straight through the middle. So there you go. There's Lockley's first goal, and they get around her, and so does the crowd. They go absolutely bananas. So it's 1 goal each, 8 minutes into this second term. The Demons up by 2 points with those 2 extra minor scores.
Well, it's hard to believe. I'm looking at the trees, and they're telling me the breeze is going to the right of screen. And I look at the scores, and both goals are scored to the left of screen. But that's football, isn't it? And good to see Kuskar get the radar on. Lockley's rewarded with all their forward entries. Brighton, though, have come to play today. Tap forward by Werfel. In the end, though, picked up, I think that was by Gentle, into some space. They're starting to get into some open space, the Demons. This is Trevina. Almost intercepted. And in the back. Bit crude on the tackle on that occasion. And it will be a Demons football. This is Gettings. Kick off the side of the boot. Picked up by Damasi. Gets the kick away under pressure. Only as far away, I think, as Courtney Lear. They'll bring it back in board. Nice kick. Good target. Well found. To Nayari Jib. She'll send the Bombers inside 50. Alicia Ford was first there. Brighton have come in numbers, though. They should get the kick towards scoring range. Bouncing ball near the top of the goal square. Bombers 2-on-1. In the end, though, Madeline McCarthy, Mackenzie Burke had control of the situation. Sees it out of bounds. Going to be a throw-in, metres away from the Bombers' goal.
She definitely did well there, did Burke. As the ball comes in again, the throw-in's gone a long way inside. It's right to the top of the square now. Rowe first to it, held on to, but the umpire says play on, letting it go. Great tackle by Paps. Ends up with the ball in her hands. The umpire says, give it back to me, please. In a real dangerous position here. Brighton with a chance to get their second goal on the board. Cordy first to it, tackled immediately by Horton and Maury there as well. As it goes up again, another stoppage. Just breaking through the pack. Got a handball away, but just tried to take on too many players. And
it's a push and it's a shove. And it's a grand final. How do you do?
So after all of that, Jib's got the ball here. Only about 40 out. They take a good kick from here. She looks like she's going to go to the top of the square. And she does. Who's there for Brighton? It comes right out the back.
Oh, that was almost betting again. I don't think you really should be letting your attackers goal side.
Absolutely not. Especially
with the breeze coming that in. Lockleys, though, under a bit of the pump just at the second, but they have the lead. We're not too far, about 5.5 minutes away from half-time. Tony Neal and Morgan Knight will have some interviews for you. Part of our triple treat today. More premierships than you can poke a stick at. the kick once they retrieve the football. Somewhere out there. Okay, this is Illabella Blaze, who got 11 votes, the most for Brighton in the league, best and fairest, and that's off the side of the boot. Never came into the field of play, and that's a let-off.
It sure is, because they've had the ascendancy, you would say, in the last 5 to 10 minutes. So let's see if Lockleys can...
I think they're all taking Professor Sperling's advice to say, if the ball comes over, don't touch it. Players only. Professor Spurrier's advice, my apologies.
So here's Rowe, right deep in that back pocket. She goes down the line, probably a safe option, and it's going to bobble over. Players happy to see it over for a throw in. We've had plenty of stoppages this quarter, Phil.
Yep, which does nothing to the time. It's a 17-minute flat quarter.
That's right. Here's Johnson again in the ruck. She's been dominant so far at ground level and in the ruck contest. She's been good. The bobbles forward, though, for Brighton. Running onto it here. Snap around the corner, but just about an impossible angle, you'd say. Blaze did well to even get on the boot there.
Yeah, well, the trick was, did it score at all? Because, well, what are we talking? We're talking a 1-point margin. It didn't, so it's 1 point in favour of the favourites, Lockleys, but it's down Brighton's end. I tell you what, if this was the final quarter, we'd be getting real nervous.
And you'd say in a low-scoring one like this, every point matters, doesn't it?
It does. Aussie rules one of those rare sports where often you cheer when the opponent scores when they miss a goal. Could be critical today. Spills out the back. Caitlin Sayers tried to have a kick, ended up with an airy. Umpire comes in to sort it out. Not sure if you're up to doing a count of how many players are actually inside 50. It's actually a Lockleys ball. There's found a free. All right, out to Harriet Rowe. She's got good skills. She takes a bounce. She can take two. She is dead set off to the races. The kick, though, left a bit to be desired. Brighton player playing in front picks it up. Chance to get them back towards 50. This is Cass Sayers. They have some numbers here. Running hard at it was Jib. No lack of a contest for that football. Umpires picked out a free. Will go the way of Rowe.
So Rowe had plenty of the ball this quarter. She's been fantastic, and she gives it a fair old heave into that wind. Down the line, and that one, no, it stayed in. Just stayed in. And Lockleys try and surge it an extra 20 metres forward. They do so, but now it's going to be a throw in on the far side.
2-minute warning. 2 minutes to go of the first half. Lockleys by one. And if you just saw the throw in by that boundary umpire, he has to compensate for
Absolutely.
that breeze. Set himself at about a 30-degree angle. That's better.
That's the way. So it comes out the back of the pack here. Chance for either team to go forward. And first to it was Gentle. She does well, breaking through the pack, going down the line, and a fantastic kick finding Stevenson. She wants to move it quick. She goes inside. Risky kick. Who's it going to work for? And instantly there's a swarm of players from both teams. Players throwing themselves around in. That looked like Levi there.
It was.
Going in. Just hell for leather. Raffinelli gets it out now for Lockleys. They build up again. Mark couldn't be taken by Brighton. And once again we're at ground level. And once again we'll have a stoppage with 1 minute to go in this second term.
1 minute. You can do a lot with 1 minute in a footy game. 1 point lead. Lockleys have it down their end of the ground. Here comes to Gentle. She gets the kick away towards that 50-metre arc. Been much more even game in terms of where the ball's been played. Both sides have had their chance with it. The kick forward by Raffinelli, though, only as far as Alice Bright. Now, can Brighton go the length of the St Mary's Park in 30 seconds? Not sure they can, especially now as it's picked up by Millicent Cordy. Her kick needs a mark. Got it. This is Levi. 20 seconds. I think they know there's not much time left. Got to get it to within scoring range and hope for a clunk.
Great mark.
There is a clunk, but it's Emily Burt. And that, Oh, I thought she was going to take a little bit of time. That should just about do it, Ned, for the first half.
So as the two players are running onto this one, you would assume it'll be all for nothing in the end of it, as we're probably going to have a ball up. No, the siren goes. So at half time, it's a tight contest, Phil. 1 goal each.
It's a great contest.
Fantastic contest.
It's a great contest. So it is 1 goal apiece. Goals to Coolscar for Lockleys and betting for Bryson. We sent Morgan Knight on assignment to do an interview. And let's go. We're waiting for the camera. Yeah, let's go to Morgan with some friends.
It's half time here at the Division 6 game, and I'm here with Edna from Edwardstown. Edna, could you tell me a little bit about who you are and what you're doing today?
My name's Edna, dear. We're here to look at the Division 6 grand final. No, actually the coach of Edwardstown, and we're here to support the Div 6 girls. Just have a bit of fun.
Now this is amazing to hear, because you actually lost to Brighton last week in the in a final, and this could have been you out here. So it's great to see you all getting around the team that you lost to. Tell me how it feels to be watching a game that you could have been playing in.
Yeah, I'll have to be careful what I say there, but yeah, pretty disappointing, obviously. We would love to have been out here today, and such a great crowd, great day, but yeah, we'll go back again next year and see if we can be here next year.
And can you tell me a little bit about next year? Have you started planning ahead already?
Certainly have. The girls behind me won't be too happy, but we'll start pre-season about the 5th of December.
Yep.
And get into some running, get our fitness up, and yeah, crack in.
So you'll be fit and ready to go come the beginning of the season?
Absolutely, absolutely.
And lastly, we're here to celebrate women's football. Tell me how important women's football is to you.
Oh, it's massive. I played a long time ago, back in the early 90s, and lucky enough to be back coaching the Edwardstown girls where I started playing. But it's just fantastic. Like, women's footy has just exploded, and we're really happy to be involved in the comp.
And you do know that we're celebrating 30 years of women's football this year?
Absolutely. I played not in the first year, but in '94. So I consider myself a pioneer, and when we all started it off. So, and look where we are now. It's fantastic.
And we see all these young girls coming through. Do you have any tips for any aspiring footballers?
Oh, look, they just got to, get to a good club like Edwardstown. Where they'll get terrific coaching, great bunch of girls, great culture, but just enjoy it, have fun. I think that's the big thing with women's footy. We really enjoy it.
Yeah, that's right. Well, great. Thank you, Edna. And I think we're throwing back to the commentary box.
The Simon Black Academy is a 3-pillared program that combines both education and Australian rules football. Available in 4 states throughout Australia, the program covers 3 key areas. The first is an education component through the Torrens University. The second is the development of the participants' AFL skills, helping the player to become the best player they can possibly be. And the third is a leadership and growth program. The Academy is a perfect opportunity for participants who like football. They get exposed to AFL coaches and mentoring opportunities as they do their university degree. The first 12 months allows participants to complete a diploma in Sports Management Elite, and if the students elect to stay on for a further 2 years, they can complete a Bachelor's in Business Management with a sports focus. Based down at Norwood Oval and the Arc at Campbelltown, it is a fantastic program for anyone interested in sports management who loves football and wants to extend their education with a Torrens University degree. Feel free to check out the website simonblack.com.au.
Celine has a love of singing and condiments, which is why she uses Catch to keep her spreads in high supply, like Celine's Dijon. Yes, however they like to shop, everyday Aussies, check out Catch. Brad here is a great all-rounder. He likes the Catch app to get anything he needs fast, like Brad's Pit, Brad's Mitt, Brad's Kit, and Brad's air freshener. Yes, for anything they need, everyday Aussies, check out Catch. Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Filming Footy. In the last 4 years, Filming Footy has become the single largest provider of vision for grassroots football in Australia.
Foster goes, oh, he sold the candy once, twice, if you don't mind, that is the nail!
With an average of 150 matches filmed every weekend, leagues, clubs, players, families and supporters are able to watch local footy, either live or on a replay network.
Lung after he's got rid of the ball, but the umpire has called that holding the ball.
There it is.
And we have the siren going at the end of the game, a great game of footy.
In 2022, it's our aim to have every league across South Australia filmed and have the match of the round live streamed.
Got a loose player in front of the little jockey, doesn't get it, Ty Jaffa, but that's a good kick to Breeden. Back to Matthew Stent. Could be a hero if he can kick this. It's good off the boot. Will it hold its line? It does!
Filming Footy, live stream and game day recording specialists.
And welcome back, everyone. The umpiring crew are back. Means the players are not too far away. This is Simmons Park, St Mary's, for today, home of Premiership football in the Adelaide Footy League. 3 women's titles to be decided. It's Div 6. It's Lockleys, who've only lost 1 game all season. They're 1-2-8. Brighton, who were 6-8 and then got busy in the finals, they're 1-1-7. Phil Herden with Ned Maguire. Ned, as the rain starts to fall, soften up the ground a little bit, some thoughts on best players?
Yeah, well, just fascinating with that rain. I didn't see that coming. It looks pretty light at the moment. But some best players for Lockleys, especially in that quarter, I thought Rowe was fantastic, providing them with plenty of bounce off that half-back flank. And similarly, Cordy, very busy, taking plenty of marks, and she looks a pretty good kick as well going forward. And Damasi's been pretty busy as well. But you could say Hutton and Trevina and Paps as well. I mean, it's been a pretty good team performance from Lockleys. In terms of Brighton, Leah down back has been fantastic. I'm not sure how many intercept marks she's taken now, but it's reminiscent of Tom Stewart at the moment, the way she's playing. Fantastic footy. Betting's been good as well, as has number 15, Blaise. And Jib, I thought, was pretty good as well. Had some good moments throughout that second term.
Yeah, just checking the Adelaide radar. It's not going to last too long. And it's not going to be... So it's a little bit heavy at the moment. Might dampen the party. I mean, how about those Edwardstown girls? Talk about getting into the spirit of the occasion. As Lockleys return, here comes the Bombers of Brighton. Well, it's the biggest half of football they probably played in their lives so far. Neither club has a women's premiership to its name. Last year, Lockleys' first year went 0-7 in Div 5. They're the favourites today. Brighton in January had 5 players. Here they are, grand final day, within a point at the main break. It is all set up for something special. The third quarter not too far away. And this is the first of 3 games. Peter Walsh will join us. Doyen of South Australian commentators will join Ned Maguire for the Div 1 reserves. And then I think it's Peter Walsh and Tony Neal will give you the big Div 1 game, Payneham Norwood Union. And for Brighton fans, a bit of a bonus. 2 o'clock, the men will be live streamed as well. Their Sip and Save Division 1 game against Rocks. We are set to rock and roll. Who wants to be a champion today? To get us underway, here's Ned Maguire.
Thank you, Phil. As we're waiting the siren, and there it goes. Up it goes now for the second half. Bit of drizzle here as Johnston with a strong tap forward. It's been fantastic in the ruck so far today. Let's see if they can get it out of the middle a bit more often off her hands. Brighton, we're going to take possession there, but it's just bobbling around a little bit. And Cordy's going to end up with it. Handball over the top to Stevenson. Tackled immediately. Crowd screaming ball. They're not going to get it. It's just near that boundary line. Plenty of players around the ball. Out it comes now. Brighton first to it, and they clear it, but it's in a pretty dangerous position here. Charging at it was Horton in the helmet. Players flying absolutely everywhere. Caitlin Sayers bumped off it. And we're going to have a ball up here on Lockley's centre half forward line. Strong tap again from Johnston. Free kick paid. And it's going Lockley's way. So what can they do here? Going inside 50, they go with the wind. It's going to go over the top of the leading player. Levi there. Can't get her hands on it. Raffinelli wrapped up immediately.
Well, if you had to give a best player, and we don't get to vote, but I would say Courtney Lear would be right there.
Absolutely.
She's been the rock of Gibraltar in defence, keeping the Bombers in it, despite a very one-sided inside 50 count, which is about 2-0 to Lockleys. Here's a chance for a soccer off the ground. Kick away. I think the save may be by Alice Bright. The shot by Jean-Louise Pups. Not to be. But another behind, it doubles the Demons' lead. They're 1-3-9, Brighton are 1-1-7. First score that Lockleys have made that didn't involve Emmy Kulchar. Chance for the Bombers here to escape. Get it out of defensive 50. They do so into a little bit of space. Will it sit? It does now. That's a pretty good pickup in the end by Jib. Across to Kane. Kane's kick with the breeze sort of favours Lockleys. Sets up for Cordy. Cordy back inside 50. Is there a loose Demon play if they can tap it out? Here's Kulskar, also dangerous. Back to Cordy. Eludes the defender. Gets the kick away and it misses. Thought for a sec she'd snuck it in. Another behind.
What a goal.
1-4-10. Brighton 1-1-7.
That would have been an absolute belter, Phil. She did everything absolutely perfectly except for the finish, and it wasn't too far off. But it's just a minor score. And they're going to get the ball back here, Lockleys. They go to the top of the square. No, they don't. The wind's going to push it out of bounds in the full. And we're over near the cars there, behind the goals. Bring it back in. Will be Bright. Let's see if she can do better than her previous attempt at clearing it out of defensive 50. So she goes wide again, and it looks like that wind might be pushing across a little bit because that's...
I hope the boundary umpires swapped at half time because if you're on the scoreboard outer side, the hillside here, you've been getting a fair bit of work. But it almost looks like let's have a shot. All the signs are we're going to have a shot here from the boundary, front of the scoreboard. In the end, though, the centering kick. The breeze might take it around, and in the end, that has registered a behind. That kicking it was Lily Stevenson, who hasn't kicked a goal all season. Played 15 of the Bombers, of the Demons 16 games. Indeed, there's only been one Demon who's played all games this year, and that's number 12, Ellen Bull.
So, here you go, Brighton. Can they push it forward? This is a bit reminiscent of the first quarter here, with Lockleys dominating the forward half-time with the wind in their advantage. Still a little bit of rain coming down.
It's about to dissipate, I reckon.
Don't think it will have too much of an effect on the game, if any at all. Johnston at the front. Tap down to the front of the pack. No one comes away with it clean. Cordy there, it's at her feet, and she's been tackled straight away. I tell you what, there's been fantastic tackling pressure all day from both teams.
Yep. As you would expect.
Absolutely. Hard to clear that contest with any sort of ease. Handball over the top there from Brighton, but it's only going to go to a Lockleys player. Goes past Raffinelli, and here go Brighton through the middle of the ground. There's a player down at the back of the pack. We'll have a look at that in a minute. As a whistle's been blown, Lockleys are going to get it back here.
That's a big one. That's Isabella Blaze for Brighton, who's down on her haunches.
She looks very sore
and not getting up. talking to the Lockleys defender who's there to provide some company whilst the medical staff. She's stuck her hand up. She wants some help. Unfortunately, she's on the wrong side of the ground to get it quickly, but the cover is arriving.
In some real discomfort there as well.
Yeah. You keep an eye on the game. It's being pointed out to the umpire who will stop the play. So not the stoppage you want, and of course the trick with this is the clock doesn't stop.
That's right.
The play does, but not the clock. And they're calling for a stretcher, I think. Lots of gesticulations to the bench for a trainer to come out.
They're going to try and get her up here, but she's in some serious pain, isn't she?
She's a key player for the Bombers, leading goal scorer with 11, and that's just from 10 games.
So the umpire wants to get it underway here. They're going to take her over to the other side.
Yep.
So we're underway again.
Well, very wise thing given you don't have time on as an option.
Absolutely. So doing well there was Burt. She gets it forward enough to create a bit of a stoppage here for Brighton. That's a win for them. It's still on the 50-metre arc for Lockleys, but similarly, as I mentioned before, in the first quarter, they did this for probably 90% of the time and didn't get much result out of it. So we're going to get another stoppage here. And we're already
actually, no, he's found a free. We'll go the way of Brighton. We'll go to Ellen Morey. It took a while for Brooke Trevina to work that out and hand the ball over. Now it's a kick, looking to spot up Werfel. Werfel has given away the free. We'll go back from whence it came. This is Diwa cutting, I think it is. Actually, no, it wasn't. It was Sandako. Inside 50. In the pocket. Running over the ball on that occasion was Stevenson. Alice Bright is depossessed of it. Again, who wants to get it first and who's prepared to put up with the tackle that's bound to follow? And the umpire says we'll take it. 7 minutes gone. Brighton have added 3 behinds thus far. Brighton haven't gone forward to 50. Of course, they only went forward to 50 twice in the first quarter and got a goal out of it.
Absolutely right.
And I'm looking around this park, Ned, and all I see is acreages of space.
Green grass everywhere, isn't there? You'd say
it's ovals and great nick as well.
Sure is. You get it over to this side, maybe even through a bit of an incidental kick over this side, it might really open it up, because get it over the top here. There is green grass everywhere, and all the players have been sucked into this contest, and that's why we've got another stoppage. But if someone can manage to get a bit of a kick out the back or a handball out the back, it really might open up either way here. Coming away with it, Lockleys. But swooping on that one was Burt. She's been good this quarter so far. She goes wide, but we're going to have the last touch rule in play here. It's going to be Lockleys' ball again.
And that really hurts. If your idea is let's just win a battle, kick it forward, get out of bounds, kick it. It doesn't work with the last disposal rule.
That's right. So Lockleys, they won't go inside 50 here, but maybe with another kick they will. Nope, it's going to be...
was ruled not to be touched. Brighton ball.
So we're working in between the centre square and the 50-metre arc here the last couple of minutes. Can someone break through that little area and have a chance on goal? Brighton trying to do so. Nearly at the back here. And here it is. Horton with a soccer. And there's only 2 players in front of her. She goes again. Kicks towards Johnson. But led to it by the Lockleys defender, who does pretty well there. And now players are starting to converge on the contest.
Very important for Lockleys that Aaron Bull won that one-on-one battle, because the cavalry got there pretty quick, but not quick enough to save Bull if she lost that battle. Brighton ball. Hard tackle by Johnston. Not sure the player still had the ball, but umpire says play on. Marked, I think, by Maggie Kay. No, it's Courtney Lear again, who's playing up the ground a little bit. So we might actually get to see a bit of in between the 50s play, which we haven't seen at all. It's been in one forward 50 or another bottled up. Last disposal rule. Lockley's ball. I think this is Raffinelli who has it. On the eastern wing, 10.5 minutes gone of a 17-minute quarter. Only black and gold in that vicinity. They send it forward for the Bombers. Betting tries to take it out of the pack. Now into a little bit of space. This is Houghton. Can't miss that helmet. She's got enough pace to get off her opponent. Pick up the ball. Send it inside 50. 3-on-1 Demons. Alicia Ford takes a critical mark.
Fantastic mark, but it's off the side of the boot and it's going to go back to Horton here. She's absolutely exhausted. She fantastic efforts.
She went to find some space to get a breather.
It's gone back in her lap. But she's got to go quick as she does. Goes right inside here, inside 50, middle of the ground. Who can win this one? Maury does well to get there first, but tackled straight away. Cordy is getting absolute leather poisoning since quarter time. Gets pushed off it straight away. Brighton come away with it. It's at the top of the square now. Who can get there first? Trevina does. Can't hold the mark. But she does well there to clean up that loose ball. Handball's out to space. In a 2-on-1. Should be happy with the throw in. And she gets tackled again, and that's exactly what she'll get. She'll be pretty stoked with that on the 50-metre arc.
Sports Interactive scoreboard. There are 5 minutes to go of the third quarter. The League Minor Premiers lead 4 points. But it's down Brighton's end of the ground. Tap spills out the back. Gentle tries to pick it up. Brighton instead will soccer it. Houghton, he's been good the last couple of minutes. Again, just when you need the ball to set up, it won't. Pack will descend. Umpire's found a free. It will go the way of Alicia Ford, who's been critical with a mark and a free in defence. She goes out to some space. Mark taken. Time to bring it down. The clubroom side here, the Kenilworth clubroom side. Good long kick. You can see the breeze there. Cool Scar. Battling with Bright. In fact, that was Dewa Cutting. My apologies. Throwing right in front of the interchange gates. Ned, 4 minutes to go on the third. It's Lockley's by 4.
Thank you, Phil. In it comes again. Doing the ruck work now is Coolshar. She gets it back out and coming away with it gentle. It's a nice long kick with that wind and it's going to go out of the back here. There's no one behind these two players. Who can win it? Lockley's do through Paps. She shrugs, 1 tackle, 2 tackles, handballs it off. And a fantastic tackle.
Alice Bright might have just saved the premiership. Although...
Plenty of time left, but absolutely, with a tackle like that, I mean, that was just about a certain goal.
Yep.
So she's done fantastically there. And she handballs off over to Leah. And why wouldn't you with the form she's in today? She goes down the line. A nice mark taken there. And it's going to come straight back in for Lockley's. Starting to build a bit of pressure here with the last couple of inside 50s. Who's there? Oh, she finds a player, but just through the hands. And out the back again is Leah. She clears it out to the near side, but leading to it is Paps. Gets it on the boot, but it's going to dribble out of bounds in the pocket. And the last disposal rule coming into play again.
It does. You keep on thinking they'll set for the throw in, and there's no throw in. Does save the boundary umpires a fair bit of work. Courtney Leah in the back pocket. Grits her teeth. Sends it forward right down the throat of Hutton now. Oh, this is going to test the range because the wind is right at her back. So northeasterly. That's a good pass. Should have been caught, wasn't, by Pap. Sees it over the boundary line. And Lockley's have 2 minutes left with the wind and a 4-point lead.
It's on a nice edge, isn't it, Phil? As the ball's about to come back in. Great tap by Coolshard. Stayed in somehow. And Leah clears it. down the line. It's out the back of the pack here, and there's Brighton players with the numbers, but now it's out 1-on-1 and a push in the back. That was a little bit too obvious, you would think.
Yeah.
And she's a bit sore here.
Not getting back up either, as you can see from our ground level camera.
Well, that might be Trevina.
I would suspect you are correct. Yep, spot on.
She's back up now.
As the Footy. Time still ticking here. 70 seconds left of the third quarter. Trevina, one of the key movers and shakers for the Demons. Kicked a goal, was fourth best last week, 12 goals, third most for the Demons during the season. Too far out to score, pops it up to the hot spot. There's a huge back. Good luck getting it out. Paps tries. Aerial ping pong heading towards that goal. 45 seconds left.
A free kick.
Touchdown is not an option.
So, just about the last play here, you'd think. Lockleys the only team that would be a chance to score from here. And here they go.
Hutton!
Oh, what a goal from Hutton around the corner. Out of nowhere, and what a goal late in the third term. That extends their lead. And wow, that is an absolutely massive goal, Phil, on the stroke of three-quarter time.
The siren will go before they bounce the ball. Courtney Hutton's kicked 2 goals in 13 games all season. Was front and square. Just found some space to the right. The kick was true. It's like she's won the grand final. And you know what, Ned? She just might have. Three-quarter time has gone. And Brighton have got some work to do. I think they have the breeze coming home. Who knows? It is Lockley's 2-5-17, Brighton 1-1-7. The goal scorer is Courtney Hutton with 1. Kulskar with 1 for Lockley's. Georgia betting the first for the Bombers. Quick thought, Ned, before we go to a break.
Well, obviously, the one is that goal. I mean, that widens it to a 2-goal margin, and Brighton still every chance kicking with that breeze, and anything's possible on grand final day.
Absolutely. The teams will take the huddles. We'll get some words from those shortly. Hope you're enjoying this triple treat Adelaide Footy League Women's Grand Final Day on Filming Footy.
Brad here is a great all-rounder. He likes the Catch app to get anything he needs fast, like Brad's Pit, Brad's Mitt, Brad's Kit, and Brad's air freshener. Yes, for anything they need, everyday Aussies, check out Catch. Celine has a love of singing and condiments, which is why she uses Catch to keep her spreads in high supply, like Celine's Dijon. Yes, however they like to shop, everyday Aussies, check out Catch.
Welcome back, folks. There is the Bombers huddle. In January, there was just 5 of them when they were trying to put this team together, and come together they did. Team that went 6-8-1, upset Edwardstown in the first semi, upset Pembroke in the prelim, kicked the first goal against Lockleys in the granny, but Ned Maguire, they've got some work to do. They've got to kick at least 2 goals, you would think, to win the flag from here.
That's right, but don't they look fired up on that footage? They were absolutely raring to go, and why wouldn't you with 1 quarter left in your season and all to play for? They've only kicked 1 goal for the game, and they're going to have to kick at least 2 this quarter. So it's not going to be easy, but you don't want it easy on grand final day. You want to win it the hard way, and they're going to have to do it now with the breeze. They've got the breeze, though, don't they? So let's see how they can use that.
Whatever it's been worth. The only time we saw it worth anything was Hutton Snap. But there is 17 minutes left. A premiership to be won. Lockleys in the box seat, but Brighton have the breeze and have shown plenty of fight. Here comes the final quarter with Ned Maguire.
So up she goes in the centre square. Johnston smashing in. She's done that all day. An absolute workhorse. And it's going to come out Brighton's way. So they push it forward. Bobbling forward with that breeze. And here comes Caitlin Sayers. She does likewise. Here's Blaze back on after a bit of an injury concern. Good to see that.
Great to see that.
She's been good today as well, so that's important. Free kick's been paid, though.
Well, the other thing was that she came off the ground, not at the interchange gates, and good to see everyone agreed it made sense that she's continuing.
Absolutely. So Rowe coming away with it here for Lockleys. She's provided a good rebound for them. It's on centre wing now, but it's going to come back through Betting, who's kicked their only goal. And we're going to have a throw in here or a last touch?
Just very quickly, the coaches' benches, Coach Dave Efford for the Lockleys, all at the ball. Forwards, be aware of the loose opposition player. Be accountable, be aware of their runners.
Beautiful. So up she goes again, and that throw-in is absolutely stopped dead. Looks like that wind, it's going across goal now more than anything towards that scoreboard. That throw-in was really affected by it. It almost went back over the boundary umpire's head. That one's a bit better. Bit of a 50-50 contest in the ruck. So pretty close all day in there.
Meanwhile, for Coach Trevor Ray of the Bombers, his messages were get drive out of the middle, which they've done there. Win some clearances, score early, give it all, leave nothing.
Absolutely. That's what they're going to have to do if they're any chance. But they're giving themselves a chance here. A bit of a fumble's cost them a chance at an inside 50, but they might get one here. It's bobbling forward, and they do get it. What can they do with it here? Rowe is going to be first to it. She does well to get a handball out. And she gets her own handball to avoid the last disposal rule. She's done well there.
We don't give the medal, but we do have the Archie sandals and the Dartfish beanie.
Of course.
So we'll have to have a chat about this in the... Not right now, just letting you know to start processing some names. So we have a ball up. Brighton have to get the next goal. It's that simple. If the Demons get it, it is all over. And they can prepare for premiership celebrations at the Palace. They're in the middle now, the Demons. Chance to go forward. Kulskar taps it down, working with Maveggio. They're working it well with numbers. Cordy. Raffanelli. Oh. She's tackled by Emily Burt. And the Bombers a chance to go forward. I would think for Brighton, really, it's a case of attack at all costs. There's possibly a little bit of rain coming again. Mark, 70 out. We're inside 50. Off the hands, Houghton was one of the players there. She was good in the third quarter. Equally good, the Lockleys' defence. Only as far, though, as the Bombers at the attacking edge. That's into the breeze. That's with the breeze, sorry. Good bouncer at the top of the square. They're a kick away from a goal here, the Bombers. They've got a loose player. This is Blaze with the shot. Has missed to the right. Oh, my goodness. Opportunities like that are rare. And on that occasion, the Bombers couldn't take it. They're 1-2-8. Lockleys are 2-5-17. It's a 9-point footy game.
Such a narrow margin there. Only just missed. and that hurts, doesn't it? But they are building well as Johnston for Lockleys brings it out of their defensive 50, paddling it towards the line of Lockleys. But Brighton are going to get it back here. They've got the numbers at the drop of the ball. Tackled well by Raffinelli and then Marveggio as well. It's been great pressure all throughout the day as a bit of rain comes down now.
It's back.
We'll see if that has any effect. Probably not at this sort of level, but if it gets any heavier, it might play a bit of a part.
It's a small little band, but it's going to go all the way through it, so this might last for the rest of the game. Advantage Lockleys, I'd say, Ned.
Absolutely. So Brighton, they're just scrubbing it forward any way possible. And now it's at ground level again. Massive pack converging. They do well to get it out. Umpire's called high tackle or a throw, maybe. Anyway, it's Lockley's ball. And they're going to try and slow it down by the looks on their back flank.
Everyone takes a breath. Resets as that goes out of bounds. Off hands will be a throw-in. True centre wing. Signage advertising the Kenilworth Girls Footy Club. It is quite amazing how women's footy has taken off. 30 years ago, as mentioned, the Thunderbirds and the Hectorville Hawks won by the Thunderbirds. That was the first ever SA Women's Premiership. Now there's competitions all over the state, including 8 competitions, 7 divisions, one of which has a reserves as well. All in women's footy. The Bombers are going to go forward here. The kick taken by Sayers, looking for Blaze. Lockleys will get the kick away under pressure, but there's some numbers here if they can use it quickly. Good attack on the ball, but lost it. Now Lockleys have a chance to clear in the space, and they've got the mark to Picken. Just the defensive side of centre. Picken winds up. Slippery ball now. This is why I'm saying advantage Lockleys. As Burt couldn't take the mark, and then Kulskar didn't have the ball when she was tackled. Usually she's the goal scorer, Ned, but she's going to send the Demons forward on this occasion.
She does that, and she finds Raffinelli. Just about one more kick, and if they can find a mark, they'd have a goal-scoring opportunity, but it finds the wrong colours.
Now, can I actually hold it in there and start to work on this clock a bit?
That's right. Well, Brighton have to go quickly, and it's a bit of a...
Oh!
She's gone the spiral.
She's got the barrel.
But it's ended up in the hands of Sandercock, and she's going to go towards the boundary line. If there can be a touch on it, it's probably going to be a fantastic result for Lockleys. They keep it in the end. Cordy evades one, goes inside 50. Who's there? A mark taken by Hutton, who kicked that spectacular goal at the end of the third.
Got to throw out Millie Gentle, who drew the defender, freed up the other player, got the hand pass under pressure, which has set up this kick and mark.
So here's Hutton. In she comes. Looks all right off the boot, but the wind might have taken that one. Oh, no. Marked just in front of the line is Kulshar. A tough angle, though. But she is a lefty, so let's see what she does here.
Well, she's definitely had some practice shots. 1 goal, 2 today.
She comes around now. Wheels around, and she's kicked it.
That's it.
She's kicked the goal, and that is a huge moment for Lockleys, making it seriously tough now for Brighton, you would think.
I reckon.
8 minutes nearly gone in this final term.
I reckon
the crowd
that's
loves
the
it.
sealer. Officially, as you can see, the Lockleys fans and bench. Let's have a look at this on the replay. See the little kid there with the door. Look, they're having a shot. Mum, look, there's a footy. Yeah, wheeled around. Made use of the fact, to be a left footer in that pocket. Not as much celebration there as there was for Hutton's goal, which I think is a good sign for Lockleys, that they're not going quite as over the top as I might do. But that scoreboard now is not looking great for the Bombers. 15 points.
Be doing a victory lap, wouldn't you, Phil? After kicking a goal
I'd be running around, taking my shirt off and doing all sorts of crazy stuff. 15-point lead. Ned, you better take over.
All right, we'll do, Phil, as it's gone up again in the middle of the ground. To say that Brighton need a quick goal is an understatement. Cordy's handball over the top will end up in Bert's hands, but she gets tackled immediately. Ball goes to ground level. Picking it up is Gentle. She's been good today. Had a solid 4-quarter performance so far. It's inside their forward 50. Coming away with it, Marveggio. Further afield to Picken now. And she goes wide, but it's a little too wide. Brighton are going to have to move it quick. And they have to take it on now, don't they? So let's see what they do out of this back pocket. Time still ticking with no time on. They go long. Fantastic mark from Cordy. She's been absolutely fantastic today.
She's going to be up there.
Absolutely.
I'm starting to think now, who do we pick from Lockleys for the sandals?
And it might be a good day to wear that beanie. It's getting a bit cold outside, so a little bit more on the line than just best on ground. You get to keep yourself warm as well. Brighton coming away with it. Inside now. Soccer off the boot. It's gone out the back. This might work now. Can they get another soccer? They do. And there's players, Lockley's players everywhere, but they're all chasing.
Yeah,
well done there, though, by Trevina with a little shepherd off the ball. And Lockley's going to come away with it. Only towards Brighton, though. Another little soccer. Chosen the wrong sport there, but it's not a bad option in these conditions. And a free kick's been paid.
Alrighty, so I reckon this might be Blaze who has it. She'll wind up, uses the breeze, comes out the back. Now, see someone to shepherd. Werfel will pick it up, or try to pick it up. Her number 9 counterpart, Levi, is there. Levy in hot pursuit. Put some big pressure on. Bit too much pressure. Bit too high. Just outside of 50.
They need one here, don't they?
6 minutes to go. The kick is found. No, couldn't find the target in Jib.
Oh,
beautifully kept in. The kick away. Only as far as Hutton, who kicks it across the goals. Not great with the breeze. It's going to be a stoppage now. Is he trying to get rid of the football here? Umpire says, I don't give holding the balls 10 metres out from goal. And we think back about 4 minutes ago when Brighton had the shot that missed from about not too far from there. Lockleys went down the other end and goaled, and that's pretty much your ball game.
12-point turnaround there is massive in a low-scoring game like this, isn't it?
It is.
All this time in between stoppages as well makes a big difference.
There's 7 Lockleys players between that Brighton player and the goal line. No space to even try and sneak one in. Ruck tap, and a well done by Gentle to ride the bump and get the kick away. So Brighton will have to get it and go back again, which they will with Cass Sayers. To the pocket. Is there a mark? It is! Maggie Kane has it. She knows time of the essence. Hand pass on. Think this is Blaze. Her kick to the top of the square. They'll concede the point.
Smart
and why not?
Trevina there. And she's just thrown the ball back, taking a little bit more time, and she knows as well. Have a look at that little.
Well, I don't have to rush and kick it out.
That's right. That's smart from them. So they bring it back in. They take it wide. But they've done well to keep it in play now, and they go further afield. Raffinelli first to it, but overruns it a little, and out the back, Paps by herself. And Lear will chop that one off. Got to go quick. She does. Out to the wing now. Can they keep it in play? Bobbling ball. And Hutton happy to see that one over. As we'll let another 15 to 20 seconds go off the clock here with no time on.
You can see the wind there. They look down the boundary, the members' side.
So right in front of us here in the commentary box. Only 4.5 minutes left in this game. Horton hard in there, as is Cordy as well, who's had a fantastic game. Johnson with another hit out to advantage. Rowe at the back there, and she handballs even further back. There's Ford. Rowe gets it back, and a great shepherd by Ford. That's great team play, and she goes to Torp. Out into the open. Who's going to get there first? It's going to be Brighton, and it's going to be Sayers. That's Cassidy Sayers. They go inside 50, and Rowe takes another good mark. She's been great as well.
She's right up there. Yeah. How are we thinking in terms of MVP, Ned?
I think
always good to discuss this on air, but that's sort of how it works today. As it's Sayers again rebounding for Brighton to Betting, who scored that first goal. I have a feeling that maybe they're going to give the medal for the MVP. Do we give the beanie and the sandals to Hutton with that sort of a play of the day kind of thing?
Well, that really
was.
With
that goal.
That's
an option unless...
I don't mind that at all, Phil. I like your thinking there. Like your style.
Brighton going forward, they need a goal. They're running out of time. That will spill out of bounds, I think. Should be Lockley's ball.
Well, I think best on for me is in between Rowe and Cordy.
Yeah.
From what I've seen.
Yeah, they both sort of linked up a fair bit today, haven't they?
But you're right there with that play that really...
All right, so we've narrowed it to 3 in the next 90 seconds. And that's all there is, folks. There's 90 seconds left in the season. Get you to call a bit here, Ned.
So it comes in now. Players probably realising now that the game is pretty much sealed, but they're going to keep cracking in. The last couple of plays of the season. Massive pack around the ball. Ball somehow comes out there to Gentle. She's been good as well today. Handball over the top, back into the pack. Someone's thrown it. Brighton's ball.
That was Cordy.
Just playing on straight away. Top of the square, doing well to get there was DeMarcy. And gets it on the boot straight away. Johnson with a punch over the back. And Lockley's going to come away with that little snap around the corner. Surely hasn't gone 15. The umpire says it has. So Brighton are going to get it on the 50-metre arc with about 30 seconds left.
So one last chance, one last shot. The game is done and dusted. We'll go to the top of the square. Lockleys can get just one more clearance or one more stoppage. That'll be it. Chance by Road Knight against Alicia Ford. So, for the Demons, women's footy started last year. They went to Div 5. They did not win a game. Their first win was against these Bombers to start the season. And today against the very same Bombers, it's a Demons delight. Lockleys have their first ever women's premiership in the 30th anniversary of women's footy here in South Australia. Congratulations to the Demons. They are 3-5-23. Brighton 1-3-9. The goal scorers, 2 to Kuchar, 1 to Courtney Hutton, that was the backbreaker, and Georgia Betting, the single goal scorer, as we see the Lockleys fans storm onto the field. The Brighton fans may be a little slower.
That's right, but it was a fantastic game of footy, and right up until probably that 5-minute mark in the last quarter, it was anyone's game. So it was a great game to watch, closely contested all the way through, and all players concerned throwing themselves in what was a fantastic grand final.
The presentations won't be too far away. We'll go to them, and after that, Ned will be yourself and Peter Walsh with Smosh West Lakes and Morphy Parks, the Div 1 reserves. It's a continuous day of footy today. And there's just joy. A few tears of joy and sadness. It's that kind of day. Congratulations to the coaches as well of both sides. For Brighton, Trevor Ray, Steve Lindquist and Les Buckley to get the Bombers to the grand final and making such a great game of it. And to Dave Afford and to Tim Ferguson from the Demons, well, they will go down in the history books as the first premiership coaches for Lockleys at women's level. Teams have said their congratulations to each other. They'll gather in some huddles and the presentation shouldn't be too far away. And I think we've decided, what have we decided to do? Because a little bit later, Tony Neal, once they've celebrated and got their medals and so forth, a little bit later in the Div 1, we're going to go with Courtney Hutton. If not the best on ground, Tony, for the play that mattered, the goal just before three-quarter time that broke open the game. Yep.
It really was the most important goal of the game, and it did swing the momentum, as we said earlier. It's hugely important late in that third premiership quarter, as they say, Phil.
And then it was Kulchar with the goal from the boundary in the final quarter to put it beyond all doubt. It's one of those times where the pictures tell you 1,000 words. Lockleys have got a big day today. In some sort of irony, they're here at Kenilworth's home ground. The men are playing Kenilworth at the Palace at Lockleys today. I've been told they've reserved a fair chunk of the balcony for this afternoon for what's going to be a premiership party.
Absolutely, there'll be great atmosphere down there, you'd think, today down at Lockleys.
And for Brighton, well, they'll head back and have some drinks. And for the Bombers fans, don't forget, 2 o'clock today, you'll get to see the men play Rocks in the Sip and Save Division 1 stream. I'm just about to sign off because we're not too far away from the presentations. Thanks to all involved. Good luck with the team the rest of the day. And Ned, thank you for your company.
Thank you, Phil.
And we'll just ask the Brighton coach, Trevor, to come up and say a few words.
Congratulations to Lockleys. Well bought You've been the team to beat all year. You've set a benchmark for the rest of the league to chase after. You've played exceptionally well. Every time we've come up against you, it's always been a hard-fought battle. So really enjoy the win. Really, really good. We're going to be chasing after you next year. So to our guys, couldn't be more proud of this bunch of women out here. We started off this as our first year playing senior women's footy. We've now got a pathway. We've got 8 junior girls teams coming through. You guys, as I said to you before, you're providing that leadership in that pathway for those girls to come through. We started off with small beginnings. We've got organic growth, and we're going to get better and better. So hold your heads high. Couldn't be more proud of you. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy the day.
Thanks, Trevor. I just called David up for the coach of the Lockleys Football Club to say a few words.
Cheers, thanks. Firstly, again, thanks to Kenilworth for hosting the game. It's a pretty big oval. It's lots of running. To Brighton, look, you guys, we played you the first game of the year. Your first year in, I think what you've done is absolutely amazing. You should be really proud of yourselves. You kept getting better and better, and these games kept getting closer and closer. But yeah, congratulations on today. Congratulations for making it. And you deserve a huge round of applause. Well done. To the let me try again. To the Lockleys girls. Again, I couldn't be more prouder as a coach. I think we said it before the start of the game. We walked out at October and went, oh my, what have we done? And but to see you grow and you've got better and better each week, you become part of a family and you're a team. It was amazing and it was fantastic to watch. To the club, whatever we've wanted, the club's really looked after us. So to the Lockleys board, player managers, the whole lot. Thank you very much. To Tim, the assistant coach, mate, you're a legend. Fantastic job. To Breno for running today, great work, mate. But to the girls, and Trevi, good work. And so to the girls, congratulations, enjoy it. They don't come around very often. Well done. Thank you.
And if I could just have the umpires up to award the best on ground medal.
Yeah, it was an absolute pleasure to umpire the game today. Thank you, and congratulations to both teams. We've selected number 42 from Lockleys. Well done. Thank you, mate.
Thanks very much. I'll just call up the Lockleys representative to present the premiership medallions.
Number 24, Mackenzie Burke. Number 12, Ellen Ball. '43, Millicent Cordy. Number 29, Kristen Dewar-Cadding. Number 27, Georgia Dimasi. Number 10, Alicia Ford. Number 30, Millie Gentle. '36, Toby Gettings. Number 15, Courtney Hutton. 26, Kate Johnston. Number 40, Emmy Kolska. Number 9, Emar Levy. (33) Lauren Marveggio. Number 25, Jeannie Paps. Number 6, Emma Perry. Number 13, Simone Picken. Number 1, Paige Raffanelli. Again, 42, Harriet Rowe. Has. (39) Tyra Sandercock. Number 3, Lily Stephenson. Number 17, Brooke Trevina. Number 7, Kayla Wilkie. Your vice captain, number 23, Paige Purdy. And your captain, number 16, Jessica Sell. Assistant coach, Tim Ferguson. Thanks, Phil. And your head coach, Dave Afford. The most important, the runner, Breno Lucas. Yeah, the girls.
And if I could just have the coach and the captain up, please. The Premiership Cup and pennant.
So that we can have a premiership photograph taken and we can get the other game.
Well, guys, here we are, the Lockleys Premiership team. And girls, how does it feel first of all? And there's a couple of hangers on, and they are partying hard as we speak. We're going to present our dartfish beanie, and the thongs actually go to Courtney Hutton because. First of all, Courtney. Now, Courtney, you scored what we thought was a game-changing goal late in the third quarter. What was going through your mind as the girls got the ball down and you lined them up?
Oh, I just got the ball spilled out to me and I just tried to kick in some kind of direction and it went through, so that was pretty good.
Oh, that is sensational. One thing, girls, you will be Premiership players for life. It's not just a game. Premiership players for life. That really hits home. I'll get a bit emotional about that now. Dave, the coach, can we get Dave over? So, Dave, we'll get into the rooms in a minute, mate. Three-quarter time, I snuck around, mate, and the message was you've had all of the ball. The forwards be aware of the opposition loose, which was a very good pick-up and tactic. Accountability, be aware of the runners. Are they a rowdy bunch, mate?
They are a rowdy bunch. They're a very rowdy bunch. Couldn't be more proud.
No, fantastic. And the assistant coaches as well, sharing the success, and the rest of the team. There was as many standing on the sidelines with you as well. So it's a club that wins.
It's a combined club. It's a family club, and again, the club is always there for every one of the players. Great job.
Well, Dave, it's fantastic. I'm sure you girls are all going to get down to the club and watch the seniors, I believe. There'll be a huge sing-song in the rooms, mate. You as well are a Premiership coach for life. Congratulations to the Lockleys football team. You are all superstars. Enjoy the day, the evening, the week, and what lies ahead.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Festival of Women's Footy we've got going here today. We've just had the Div 6 Grand Final, and now we have the Div 1 reserves between Smosh, West Lakes and Morpheville Park. I'm here with the famous Peter Walsh.
Nothing famous about me, mate. I'm cold, it's windy, everyone's making a noise, and the squealing coming from the girls who were successful in the earlier game. Some of the trees have actually been blown out of the ground. Weren't they happy, Ned?
Absolutely. It's good to see just in front of us here the best on ground from the last game, Courtney Hutton, with the Dartfish beanie and the Archie's footwear, of course. And looks like Morphy Park have got the banner going.
It's good to see, isn't it?
It's fantastic.
It's just you walk around and you get a real verve for the support staff. Forget about the players, but it's mums and dads, partners, grandchildren, nephews, nieces, all along for one reason, Ned, and that is to cheer their charges through. Some of these will never play in the grand final again, but on the banner it's yeah, 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 like the Beatles have arrived, have they?
They've come back, and it's great to see as they go through. I tell you what, I just love how we got 3 games on today. It's a triple header. It's almost like a cricket commentary box in here. We got commentators coming in and out, different sessions. We're in the second afternoon session here now after the first game.
We don't finish till midnight. I thought I'd let you know.
No, it must be a day-night game then. As we got the umpires coming out now as well, just waiting on Smosh. But what have you got for us, Peter, in terms of some recent form and some interesting stats for us?
Well, I can tell you that from Morford Park's point of view, they won't lose. Smosh have been about the place, and in the 3 games that they played throughout the season, the results have been tight. 40-33 by way of Smosh who are about the place, and then in round 6, 4 points the difference, and the last round was a 20-point victory. That was in round 11. Interesting, Ned, though, in that game we had 6-8-44 to 4 straight 24. No behinds. That won't happen today, Ned, because the wind is very, very strong, and I'd see you won't be able to convert regularly now because of the breeze.
That's right, and it is fascinating. It did play a bit of a part in that earlier game, but the first 3 or 4 goals were all down the other end, kicking into the wind. So such an open ground here at Kenilworth. If you can get it out into the open and out the back of the pack, then that's where we saw most of our goals last game. We'll see how
Morfordville
it
Park,
goes today.
a big day for them too. When you get a couple of
Absolutely.
teams in a grand final, you don't want to win one, you want to win two. And I know we saw Smosh West Lakes earlier on. They just got beaten. Greg Phillips, of course, their coach. And I was thinking perhaps they could hit back and they could jump into a grand final. But, when you get here, you just don't know. It might be one player, Ned, down. There might be a player who's just not on her game. And if that's the case, in a scoring game where I reckon maybe 5 goals might even win the game.
Absolutely.
Get an early start and you could be
Yeah.
home and hosed.
For sure. Now, we're going to have a look at the coin toss. What's going on?
There's a lot of tosses out there, Ned.
Over there.
If you can pick any of them through what we're looking at.
Smosh have won the toss. They're kicking to the right of screen with the wind. Obviously, you're going to choose that end unless you're Trent Cotchin about 5 years ago. I think everyone's decided to never do that again after that performance. But so Smosh are going to start kicking with the wind. We'll see if they can get off to a good start against the minor premiers of Morphy Park.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Ned. But when you think about, all right, let's check the results throughout the year and see what does happen. Does it really matter? Does it really matter if you didn't do all that well last week? If you get here today, you are ready, no excuses, and the two coaches are just hoping something out of the ordinary will happen. Bailey Miller from Morfordville Park and Ashley Bridge from West Lakes. And I reckon there would be more supporters for Morfordville Park because they've got the next game as well.
Absolutely. And on that note about the coaches, I spoke with Bailey midweek at their training, and they were absolutely fired up and ready to go. And the feeling, the buzz around the teams, having the A grade and the B grade both making grand finals, that shows the depth that they've got. And we might quickly have a look at the keys to the game today. Now, I think in terms of Smosh, they've got to play a real tough brand of footy. That's what they've done throughout the year. And they've got to continue that today, especially in a tough, hard-fought grand final game. That's always the way to go about it. Think back to their finals encounter 2 weeks prior. They've won the last time they played each other, so let's see if they can do that again. They're going to want to think back to that if they're in a bit of a rough patch today and make the most of their opportunities in front of goal. Every half chance, that can decide the game today, and we saw that in the last game.
Very true. And look, some of the stats as you continue to look at them. Casey Galbraith from Morfordville Park, leading goal kicker for their team with 24. And guess what? Tashara Wilson from Smosh, 24. Very, very even. And both coaches getting the message across that the minds are okay, the players are there. I walked into both rooms as you did. And you just looked at them, and I looked away. I was a bit scared because they were ready to go. They were ready to run out, get themselves organised, and now there's a little bit of let's just wait and see before the official part of the presentations are out of the way, and we're ready to go. And we see our crew zipping over and taking all the happy snaps and getting all of the vision that will be devoured by the winning team. And the losers won't want to know about it at all. That'll finish up in the rubbish bin.
Absolutely. And quickly, before we start with the Morfordville Park keys, as you mentioned, Casey Galbraith, leading goal scorer for the comp, absolutely vital that they get it in her hands. And she's proven that she can do it by herself. If you get it to her, she can kick a bag, and she could decide this game. Bring last week's form into today. They had a good win last week, and they're going to have to continue on with that form. Although, as you said, Peter, a grand final day, it doesn't really matter what's happened before. It's a grand final day. Anything's possible. And just take the game on. Have a red-hot crack, and that's what I'm expecting from both teams.
Yes, we saw in the earlier match, Lockleys 3-5-23 to Brighton 1-3-9, and just before three-quarter time, there was only a goal in the game,
Absolutely,
and that goal right on three-quarter time, and Lockleys didn't career away, but won by 14 points. And that, with conditions that we've got and what we're experiencing, Ned, that's a pretty good result, 14 points. So the start, it's like you've backed the red greyhound in number one box. It's got to jump, it's got to get on the lure, and I just have a feeling that it might be Morfordville Park who can get away strongly, grab the initiative, And this might be the start of a pretty spectacular afternoon of fun and games here, with the sky now breaking out, and we've got a bit of sunshine, thank goodness.
Beautiful. And Morpheville Park ready to go for the anthem, but Smosh just getting their photo taken. It's a good opportunity for these girls to play in front of a pretty good crowd.
Pretty noisy crowd too, I'll give you the tip.
They're just about ready. They're taking their time, making sure they get a good photo with everyone with their eyes open, smiling at the camera.
Well, one of the teams is clustered together, and that looks good. Looks $1 million Smosh, but the other, Morpheville Park, they've spread out by about 30 metres, so the cameraman's going to have fun.
Absolutely, going to be zooming out there, aren't they? But I think we're just about ready to swing over to the presentation.
League would like to acknowledge that the land we meet on today is the traditional lands for the Karuna people, and that we repeat their spiritual relationship with their country. We also acknowledge the Karuna people as the traditional custodians of the Adelaide region, and their cultural and heritage police are still as important to the living Karuna people today.
I've already had my highlight today, and it was completely by accident. I walked into the Morpheville Park rooms to see who was playing, etc., and this lady was standing there, and I said, "Excuse me, can you help me? I need to check the numbers, etc." She said, "Fine, just wait there." So she walked into the rooms and walked back out, and I said, "That's very kind of you." And she looked quite young, and I said, "Are you a player?" And she said, "I coached the team last year to a premiership, and I'm coaching the team now, Bailey Miller." And then she said, "I don't play football anymore." I said, "Why not?" 2 years ago, she broke her back playing football and wanted to get back because she enjoyed so much the camaraderie, and she's back now involved with the football team, coached them to a flag last year, and I thought, what an absolutely delightful person, so positive in everything about her body reactions to talking to the team. And that doesn't mean I'm barracking for Morpheville Park, but, you know, sometimes you meet someone like that and it makes you do a feel-good story.
That's right. Well, that is a fantastic story, and you love to see those sort of things in community footy. As we're about to get ready, as the siren is about to go for the Div 1 Reserves game between Smosh and Morpheville Park. Take it away, Peter.
Not a knock, but an attempted knock out of the middle. bounced away. Rushing in there was Jasmine Harrison. Couldn't knock it forward. Hacked in towards the half-forward line. Morfordville Park, chase hard. Hand pass comes over the top. Hand pass was good. Kick by Nicole Moran in towards the forward line off the ground. And it will bounce just wide of the behind post. And it will go over for a throw-in. Had a walk around earlier on, Ned, and I think the breeze might have dropped a fraction, but still going, I think, to the southern end of the ground in the opening seconds of this big clash. Smosh Westlakes, Morfordville Park.
As we're 40 seconds in, Smosh trying to clear it out of their defensive 50. Fall short of the pack, though. Who's going to get there first? Looked like Russell for Smosh. Tackled immediately, though, by a gang of Morfordville Park players. We've got a bit of something going on above us.
Someone fell off the van, I think.
Hanging on. That's a seriously tough free kick. I thought she let go pretty quickly. Hopefully that's not a sign of things to come in terms of the umpiring. Let's see them just let the game go, I think, in a game of finals footy. They did that well in the game before. I'd love to see them just let it go and let it flow. It's a bit of unintentional rhyming there, but we go down the line. Leading them there is Prokopek. Free kick's been paid again. It's going to be going her way. Now she's on centre wing. What's in front of her? 2 one-on-ones. She chooses a short option. Just over the top of Davey. It's a strong tackle, probably without the ball, laid by Russell. And now it's at the bottom of the pack. Harrison in there, and they're absolutely throwing themselves around, Peter.
No messing around. This is the GF. Only one that counts. Lose this one. Suck eggs. Win this one. Feel pretty chuffed about your business. Jared Jones, Justin House. They are the two umpires out there, with Alex Kimber and Brodie Simons, the boundaries, and Gary Bartlett and Linton Davies. They'll be doing their jobs as the goal umpires in this clash. They fought and they've gone harder right throughout the year. There's a kicking in danger go. And, well, I'm not close to the umpire, but the umpire's going to pay as long as there's some consistency. Kick is taken by Kelly Rourke in towards the half-forward line. Splendid defence there by Morfordville. The ball goes across towards Alexandra Nairn. She at half-back, bangs the ball back towards the centre wing position. No one can take it. Looking for the kick. Leanna Fraser for Smosh, throwing her head back and saying to the umpire, what about me? Umpire doesn't do anything except say play on. There's about 10 or a dozen out there. No one can pick it up, so it's hacked off the ground from half-back in towards the half-forward line. That's Carly Bachala. Played a 250th game earlier this year for Morfordville Park. She chases hard. Very scrambly. Whistle's gone out there. And the free kick goes out there for Morfordville Park to Carly Bachala, who will kick them into attack. No score yet. Only a few minutes have gone in this first quarter.
So the captain goes long down the line, but it's been intercepted well there in defence from Smosh. They've set up well so far, and they go long down the line. Can it get over the top? It's absolutely pinballing in between the 250s at the moment. So, what can Morfordville Park do at this time? A nice short kick to a lead-up player. Fantastic effort from Ormsby, spoiling over the top. And she's cleaned up as well. The ball's gone inside. It's bubbling around. Who can win it? Smosh do. And here's Davey, banging it on the boot as well. Just down to the feet of her teammate in Noble. And it's going to be wrapped up. We're going to have a stoppage on the far side. So 4 minutes gone in these 17-minute quarters. No time on, so plenty of stoppages will mean it's a pretty short quarter. Good mark taken there.
Plenty physicality out there too.
Absolutely.
Both sides having a little dip.
Love to see that on a grand final day. You'd absolutely expect it. Harrison comes charging through. Bangs it on the boot. Gets some distance in with that wind. And now Wilson chasing, but I think the ball is going to get to the boundary line first. And with the the last disposal rule in the women's football, that's going to be Morfordville Park's ball.
Yeah, good call, Ned. We want the ball in play as much as possible. And on days like today where the umpires have to make those adjudications when it is tight to do so because of the wind and the access to the ball being difficult, good on them for doing it. No score yet, won't be a high-scoring game. Kick towards half-back. Almost the grab out there was taken by Jasmine Harrison, who was a joint winner of the division that she plays in, their best and fairest. Close to the boundary line it goes. Push and a shove. Umpire still watching. And from a distance, the man who looks like the green merchant gets across quickly, will gather in the pill and bring it back into play. Peter Walsh, joined by Ned Maguire and the team. Plenty of us here, and we hope you're enjoying our coverage of this game, the reserves clash in the Grand Final Division 1. No score yet.
So it is just bobbling around at ground level. There is a massive pack of players. Good luck getting it out of there cleanly. It's going to go to Ormsby, and she's got a bit of space. She looks further afield. There's Wilson. Just eludes her. But Smosh are going to be first for the footy. It's been the story so far. Wilson just throwing her hands in the air. She probably could have gone and contested that. But the umpire has eventually paid one Smosh's way. It looks like it could be Ormsby again, who's getting busy early in this game. Wilson says, just put it on my head and I'll do the rest. She goes towards her, but just falls short. But they are inside 50 now. Can they get dangerous? It's going to be a ball up. We're about 30 metres away from Smosh's goal. Can we see the first goal on the board about halfway through this first term?
No score yet from either sides. Run from the Morfordville Park team out of defence, and they'll get a free kick. Umpire watching carefully, and the decision goes by way of Vivian Winkler. Her kick back towards centre wing. No one can take the grab. The effort was reasonably good by Amy Eckert from West Lakes, but she couldn't follow up with taking the ball. Now we've got a scramble. We've had a few of those so far, and this is a continuation as we tick to the 7.5 minute mark of the first quarter. Still no score, and repeating earlier today, in a game of substance, it was Lockley 3-5-23 defeating Brighton 1-3-9.
So here comes Smosh. Bit of a fumble there by Rourke. Had an opportunity to go inside 50. Just slipped through the hands. And now Morphettville Park take it away. They take it away through Christopher's. Long down the line. Over the back. Peacock there first for Smosh. But Morphettville Park are going to end up scrubbing it forward a little further. Beautifully done there by Galbraith, the leading goal scorer for them. And they get it inside 50 now. There's no one there. They keep to green grass. Will it go over the boundary line? It won't. O'Brien there for Smosh. Cleans up quite well. Now there's a one-on-one. Who's there first? Baldwin with some good leg speed, but it goes past her. Morphettville Park, beautiful little shrug of the tackle. Kicks inside 50. Players there at ground level. In there is Oranger. Can't get her hands on it though. And now we've got another little contest just outside the 50. Winkler there as well. Kicks it just about straight up to no one's advantage. Strong contest. Again, we're loving this physicality so far. Coming away with it for Smosh Williams. Tackled immediately. Back inside 50 for Morphettville Park. Through everyone except for Ormsby. How about that? She's just taken the game upon herself. Banged it about 50 metres out. And now they're just about a chance to counter-attack. But what a tackle. Chase down tackle on Davey. And that's holding the ball as the game's being stopped. We got someone down behind the play. See if we can get the binoculars out and have a look at that one.
Yes, it looks as if it's someone from West Lakes. Didn't see anything happening. You were calling the action as it was swept away from half back up towards centre wing. The ball will be retained by Morfettville Park, but the good news is, Ned, that the player there is up and about. There's nobody out there. Yes, there is a trainer, I'm sorry. And let's just see what's going to happen. This player might be brought from the ground, and if that's the case, well, obviously they won't start play until she's off the ground, and it appears like a right arm. Look, she's holding the arm as she now jogs off, and the umpire has said, okay, she's gone far enough now, so we'll continue with play. Ball kicked in towards full forward. Chance down there for Amelia Margie. Her kick didn't go too far. Scrambly play. Good defensive work there by Ormsby, who's been very, very quick as a flash. Bangs the ball back to the centre of the ground. Who can grab it? There's a good tackle. Umpire watches and says, you won't be rewarded. I'll let play go on. In goes Lucy Mitten. She can't knock it away for Westlakes. And there will be a free kick. And the free kick will go to Morphettville Park at the 10.5-minute mark of the term. And still no score in this Division 1 Reserves Grand Final.
No score, but it's been a fantastic contest so far. The ball goes forward for Morphy Park, but it's going to go over and beat the Chasers. So it's going to be a last touch rule going Smosh's way on their back flank. Now, Peacock was the player for Smosh that came off. Hopefully she's all right and can get herself back out there on what is a fantastic day for grand final footy. They go down the line to Harrison. Can't take it cleanly, though, and Morphettville rebound towards Galbraith, just forward of her. And a massive contest. There are players absolutely everywhere around these packs. Looks like we're going to have a ball up. And you can just see in the goal square setting up there is Ormsby.
She's been good, hasn't she?
It's been fantastic, and she's done that the last couple of times. Is Smosh going to get a free kick here? So they go. It's a risky sort of option, but it's gone out the back, and it might work for them. Chasing now for Morphettville Park is Nan. But opposing players are going to get there as well, and they've wrapped it up here. Good luck getting it out of a contest of about 14 or 15 players within a metre of each other. And we're going to have another ball up right in the centre square.
Interesting forward structure there for Westlakes. They have one player ahead of the centre down towards full forward. So a quick kick out of the pack, which isn't going to eventuate. It's well gathered there, Anika Cordner. Her kick for Morphettville Park back towards the centre wing. Scrambly play from both teams. Let's not be too critical, because the breeze, as we have a look across now, we can see that there's some fluttering going on at the southern end of the ground with the trees being buffeted around by this wind. So to kick accurately or to land it on a teammate's tummy or whatever is always going to be tough, as Harrison is up at centre wing. Couldn't quite knock it forward. There's a couple of bones that are crunched together. The opposing team's working hard to try and get the advantage. Almost breaking clear. Elizabeth Sinclair lost the ball. Kick towards half forward. Morphettville Park the chance. Good work there by Amelia Maggi. She kicks in towards centre half forward. It bounces. It wobbles. Good work in defence there by Ormsby, who's been fine. Kick the ball back towards the centre for Smosh Westlakes. Hits the turf, so too to half a dozen bodies. Hacked off the ground. It bounces in the direction of Bronwyn Davey. Davey on the left boot, kicks it forward. She wants Nicole Noble to become the fastest runner on the in the ground. She does the shepherding. She's still shepherding. Her teammate runs too far. Amy Eckert. She just got over exuberant. The work was all right, but the brain fade wasn't. And it's a free kick to Morphettville Park.
The eyes lit up a little bit there as Morphettville Park are bringing it out of their defensive 50. It was a nice little kick there. One more. Is Davey going to chop it off? She doesn't get there in time, but she does well to bring it to ground level. Morphettville Park now chaining a few handballs together. And they've got it up to centre wing now. Can they get it out the back and into their forward 50? Not with a tackle like that. And the umpire says holding the ball. That was a strong tackle, and it's going to be rewarded. That looked like Rourke who laid that tackle there. Now they're going to look to go back inside 50. They're peppering at the moment, Smosh. Who's there for them? No one that can mark it, but they've got players at ground level.
How good's our broadcast box, isn't it? People might think that we're being applauded for our commentary, but that's not so. We're having players from Morphettville Park who are being interchanged, and the massive gathering of supporters standing and applauding. And I'm thinking, gee, they must reckon we're going all right, but it's not us, it's the players.
I thought it was an all right call. Didn't think it was that good.
But what about the vantage point that we have where, like in a cafe or a coffee van, right on the boundary line, just wide of the centre wing. Perfect position, a perfect position to adjudicate now as the ball will be grabbed in defence there by Natasha Christophers. Close to being out on the full it is. So we might, at the 15-minute mark of this quarter, with Jocelyn Peacock off the ground, have a chance now for a ping from a fairway out from Annika Vodonaski. Too far out to score, just does the Max Gorn kick up in the air and expects one of her teammates will come out and grab it. That didn't happen. Snap out of the pack! Just offline and through for a behind. So I've won the raffle for which team kicked first a score, and that's a behind. There's one behind. Smosh to Morphettville Park yet to score. Ned Maguire and Peter Walsh here for the grand final in the reserves for the Div 1 in women's football, and we are loving it.
Absolutely, we are. And they come away now. Nice kick on the left boot. Just falls short of the pack, though. And they're going to be wrapped up again. The amount of stoppages we've had here, it really would have taken probably about at least 2 minutes off the clock, I would have thought. And speaking of the clock, 50 seconds left before we hit quarter time here. Now, one last chance. A free kick's been paid. And it's going the way of Smosh. So if they move it quick here, they've got a chance to get the first goal on the board. And it would probably be a big goal with the low-scoring nature of this game. And here's Harrison. She goes to the hot spot. Falls a little short, though. Ormsby just over the top of her. Bobbling around. Morphettville Park get it out. And it's an awkward bounce, though, for Moran. They do well, though. Here's Davey in the sleeves. Fends one off. On the left. It's bending back. Hasn't got the distance. And it's going to be a minor score as the siren goes for what is a captivating but low-scoring first quarter of footy. Smosh with the 2 points. Morphettville Park scoreless. How do you see that one quickly, Peter?
Well, I reckon if you were judging a boxing match and you were trying to work out the number of punches landed by both teams, we haven't got access to all of the specific stats, and I reckon the scoreboard sums up the game pretty well. In the last couple of minutes, Smosh with a real chance to kick a couple of goals that didn't work, but I'm reckoning 2 behinds to nothing in a game where we don't think there'll be some big scoring. That's a pretty reasonable way of how that first quarter went.
Absolutely, and we'll go to a quick break now, and we'll come back after the break with the coverage of the second quarter.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Filming Footy. In the last 4 years, Filming Footy has become the single largest provider of vision for grassroots football in Australia.
Foster goes, oh, he sold the candy once, twice, if you don't mind, that is the nail!
With an average of 150 matches filmed every weekend, leagues, clubs, players, families and supporters are able to watch local footy, either live or on a replay network.
Lung after he's got rid of the ball, but the umpire has called that holding the ball.
There it is.
And we have the siren going at the end of the game, a great game of footy.
In 2022, it's our aim to have every league across South Australia filmed and have the match of the round live streamed.
Got a loose player in front of the little jockey, doesn't get it, Ty Jaffa, but that's a good kick to Breeden. Back to Matthew Stent. Could be a hero if he can kick this. It's good off the boot. Will it hold its line? It does!
Filming Footy, live stream and game day recording specialists.
Get a quick and easy low-rate car loan from Police Credit Union today.
Brad here is a great all-rounder. He likes the Catch app to get anything he needs fast, like Brad's Pit, Brad's Mitt, Brad's Kit, and Brad's air freshener. Yes, for anything they need, everyday Aussies, check out Catch.
And we're back here at Kenilworth Oval, Simmons Park now they call it, at St Mary's, for the second quarter of the Div 1 Women's Reserves game between Smosh Westlakes and Morphettville Park. Goalless so far, but we're approaching the second quarter and Smosh are taking their time in the huddle.
Yes, they're just keeping us waiting.
That's
and
right.
I should mention too, we love being at the football, and we've got, for example, going around the ground at 1,000,000 miles an hour, Tony Neal grabbing interviews and bringing you the colour, and the colour is available, filming footy on YouTube. Filming footy on YouTube. If you're watching and you're enjoying it, well, let your mates know. Jump on the phone and tell them that community football is being broadcast, is being telecast, and it's live right now where we are, and it goes to where every week. What do you got, Tony?
Well, the Payneham Norwood Union team has just arrived, and have we got that on screen, Matt? So they've actually come in a bus ready for the big game, and they're just wandering in now, and they're just heading into the rooms now. So they'd be nice and toey and excited as we've got 3/4 of this game to go. Back to you guys.
Yes, they're only happy because the bus didn't get lost. That's all. Came to the right venue. Well, let's bounce into the second term. Smosh are 2 behinds. Morphettville yet to score. Ned Maguire and Peter Walsh. This is the grand final, Division 1 in the reserves, Ned. Not much action on the scoreboard, but a pretty good scrap so far.
Absolutely. It's been a fantastic contest. Very evenly poised as well on the scoreboard, and I would imagine stats-wise across inside 50s, clearances, that sort of gear. Baldwin was chasing after that one, as we've got a little scrimmage down there. It's hard work to get your clearances today, but a nice bounce, and that's worked out for Morphettville Park beautifully. Kicking with the wind this quarter, they go towards Maggie, who was busy in that first term. Can they get a hand out? They do, and it goes inside 50. A throw has been paid. It's hard to hear the whistle from in here.
You can hear everything else but the whistle. People are buying sausage rolls, hot dogs, coffee, those glucose snakes. Everyone's buying something and yelling it out from a distance, so it makes it a bit awkward for us to grab hold of.
So O'Brien now hands off, and Smosh are going forward again. They go out to the far side, but it only goes as far as Sargent there for Morphettville Park. She goes short and tackled by the shorts there. Play on. It's going to end up being a ball up in the end. Just quickly, while we've got a chance at this stoppage, the Morphettville Park coaching team did mention that kicking with the wind this quarter, let's kick long and strong and make the most of this wind. Try and get a couple of goals on the board here. Got another throw in.
Yeah, fair call.
But,
Round 1, Westlakes 5-3-33, Morphettville Park 6-4-40. Round 6, Westlakes 7-4 to Morphettville Park 7-8. And in round 11, it was Westlake 6-8 to Morphettville Park. 4 straight goals. Didn't kick it behind. I'll check the finals after we've gone the next passage of play. But these sides, Ned, obviously close and tight, as the ladder would indicate just how tight it's been right throughout the year. And that's good to see, in effect, that the two best sides in the competition and in terms of the ladder are the ones that are playing the grand final.
Absolutely. And now with Smosh again, they're trying to get it over that forward half, over that centre line, but it's coming back again. That's been the tale of the tape so far. Plenty of intercept marks as Morphettville Park, they go long. Coach would be happy with that, but there's no one at the fall of the ball. Turning around, slamming on the boot for Smosh. That looked like that might have been Williams there, and it's going to be last touch. Morphettville Park loading up again with another chance here to get it inside 50 into a dangerous position. Nice kick there. Might go over the back though, and it does. And again we'll have a last touch. So it's going to be Smosh's ball on the defensive 50.
I'm not sure about stats. I don't know whether it's fair because of given conditions and also who you're playing, but Morphettville Park finished with a percentage of 270 at the end of their home and away games. Payneham 185 and Smosh 160. And Morpheville Park just kept on kicking big scores. At the moment, they haven't kicked a score. Smosh have kicked 2 behinds. And the game is nice and tight, and that's what we love. Who's going to do what? It'll be grabbed in the centre by Claire Onga. And there's a free kick for being scragged. And she will take it eventually. In the middle of, I presume they play cricket here regularly. Out in the middle there, looks like be a good little spot for a cricket pitch. It's a good spot for a game of football, I'll tell you.
Absolutely.
And these two sides are having a real go. A real go, just 2 behinds to Smosh. And Morfordville yet to score. 4 minutes into the second quarter. And don't turn it off at half time because Tony Neal's been scaring people with the outfit he's wearing. And he'll have lots of entertainment as well as bringing to you some of the voices of those who will play a role in the next game.
Thank you, Peter. And he's got the. I'm not exactly sure what he's wearing, but it's something out there.
I reckon it's from the Blues Brothers.
You've always. It is a little bit Blues Brothers. You've always got the out there.
It took a while for you to decide what to say, then, didn't it?
Sweaters. No, I love it. No, it's fantastic. It's quite tame from you today, actually.
I know,
really.
I
So
know. I just wanted something warm because it's cold.
that's right. Anyway, back to a bit of footy. Probably is the way to go. And Smosh in and under, but no team can really come away with it here. It's been happening quite often in these big packs, but it's come out now. Now there's some space. Morpheville Park with the numbers. It's bobbling around. Who can get a clean possession? Doesn't look like anyone will be able to. It still hasn't come out. Davey at the bottom of the pack there. She just rolls it out and says it's someone else's problem now, and we're going to have a ball up finally after about 10 or 15 players converged on that pack and couldn't get it out. Harrison up against Wood in the ruck. Harrison ends up tapping it forward only as far as Sargent. And we're going to have another ball up here right in front of us in the commentary box. Up goes Harrison again with a double palm. And they've got it out towards their goal. Here goes Baldwin. But straight into about 3 Morpheville Park players. A whistle's been blown for high. And Sargent again. She's been busy the last few minutes.
Yes, there'll be some lactic acid build-up with these two sides going like cut cats. They're really running quickly. As we speak, look out. Here we go, Morfordville. It's Wade Dix-Manley. Gets to centre wing. Thumps the ball into half forward. Good kick. It seemed to hang in the air. It hung enough for a mark to be taken by a teammate down the ground. And the grab almost there by Bailey Pachala. She fell to the ground. The attempted kick off the ground unsuccessful from Kelly Rourke in defence. And there will be a scramble and a toss in the air. Looked to be very, very dangerous, that move forward. But didn't quite make the required distance. Ball in the air. Who can gather? It's going to be hand passed over the top there by Amelia Maggi. She'll get it back again. She lost it. She wants a kick for being held. That's not going to happen. And there's a head high, is there? I don't know. I think it might be. I think there might be a kick down there to Natasha Stevens. She put the head down and there was just a little contact, but it was certainly above the shoulders. And this is a shot which will register the first score and maybe put them in front. Kick is long and strong, offline. Through for a behind. Smosh Westlakes, 2 behinds. Morfordville, Ned, 1 behind their first score after 8.5 minutes of the second term.
We're working our way there in points. Every point could be absolutely vital in a game like this. Goalless so far, but that doesn't mean it hasn't been an absolutely phenomenal game. We've had a seriously captivating contest, and I'm sure it's going to continue that way as Sargent absolutely everywhere in the last few minutes at the bottom of that pack. Players starting to get a little bit frustrated with the constant stoppages. We're going to have a ball up here on Morpheville Park's forward 50 arc. Up they go. Wood with the jump over Harrison. It's fallen into the hands of a Morpheville Park player. Snap around the corner and marked by Bachalka, the captain. A beautiful little snap around the corner there, and it's worked well, just fallen into her lap there.
She was there. She could see it floating in her direction, and she was not going to drop that one, Ned.
Absolutely, and here is our best chance for the first goal of the game. Settling it down.
Okay, we heard that.
Let's see if she can put it through for the first goal of the game. And she does. And they get around her. She absolutely loves it. They're going crazy for the first goal. And after a quarter and a half of football, Peter, we have the first goal on the board. Morpheville Park, 1-1, leading Smosh 2 minor scores.
She was in the right spot. She stood there, and I reckon that there'd be some frustrations as we see her just take her time, nurturing the football, caressing the football, and watching it spinning over the goal umpire's noggin.
Bit of a Harry Taylor-esque sort of little stab at that one there.
It was a good result, and a result that was necessary, because for all the work that they have done, that's the first time that they've been able to actually kick a goal. Now, what can Westlakes do? Umpire tosses in the ball, and the centre will do it again. Here we are sitting here enjoying the game. I can't then say to myself, I can put myself in the spots where the footballers are. This is the grand final. I don't know whether you can enjoy that. These are going hard at it.
Yeah.
They are fiercely competitive, and it's such a tight game.
They really are throwing themselves in helter-skelter style. It's great to see, and it's what you'd expect on grand final day as Morpheville Park surging it forward again. Can they add another goal? A free kick's going to be paid for in the back there. It's going to go the way of Shah by the looks. Little clumsy over the top, and she's going to send it inside 50. She looks to move it quick. Who's there? There's a lead-up player, but it goes over the top of her. But Chiaka is there again. She's looking dangerous so far. Oh, my Lord. Absolutely massive contest. Umpires paid a free kick, and it's going to go Morpheville Park's way. And they got a chance here. Is Bachauka again? No, she's just telling her where to kick it. Natasha Stevens, she's going to have the ball. No? Yes. She hands it off to Bachauka, but telegraphed a little bit there, and chasing her down was Davey. Fantastic tackle, but I'm not sure about... She might not have thought she had the distance in her. But well read by Davey. And she's going to look to bring it over this side. She takes a bounce after about 2 steps. Puts herself under a bit of pressure. Goes over the top of everyone. Harrison's going to get there first. Wood chasing. Wood just absolutely jumps over the top of her. Davies ferocious. Fending off. But it's going to go off hands for a throw-in just to the right of our commentary box here, Peter.
Gerald Jones and Justin House, the 2 umpires. Congratulations, Colin Rouston and the troops, for another magnificent year as they look after the adjudicators, both in the middle and on the boundary, and as the goal umpires. And the adjudicators do a magnificent job. Let's see if there can be a result. There's a push out and another free kick on the forward line, going to the side now that is dominating everywhere but the scoreboard, and that's Amelia Mudgee, who chalks up 50th game. Another one in the side, Kali Bachalka, 250th last year. It's hard to tell where we are. The main reason I say that is because I can't see. I could just, if I fell out of the caravan off your chance. Here's the kick. It's not a bad kick, but it's not accurate. Across the face of the goal front. Off hands. Who can gather? Down there, Alan Williams. Umpire says, my ball. And we'll toss it in the air and gets in quickly. This is a very, very interesting situation now for Westlakes, because they have had trouble and they have got out of trouble now. The boot will clear. 1-1 to 2 behinds. Morpheville lead. 13 minutes gone in the second quarter.
Couple of players there for Morpheville Park, both raffling it between each other, and neither of them ended up going for it in the end. We're going to have a ball up here. About 60 from their goal, and they really have taken the ascendancy this quarter. They just haven't been able to put it on the scoreboard. Let's see if they can do that with about 5 minutes and 5 minutes left and ticking. Free kick, no. Umpire says play on. So it's down at ground level again. Once again, there's players everywhere around the ball. Let's see. It's going to take something special to get out of here. It's going to be a ball up. But
Very scrambly, isn't it?
That's right. You'd think maybe just a sort of quick handball out the back of the pack or something. It might be risky, but it could really be a risk-reward play ending up in a goal. I mean, if you kick a goal here in this game, especially if you're Morphettville Park, huge to kick a goal late in this second term.
Well, you know, what we have to remember is in the previous game, we had a goal just on the three-quarter time siren, and in the finish, Lockley's only kicked 3, Brighton only kicked 1. So there's 4. We've got 1 now, Ned. And as you said, we've got 7 minutes of play remaining before half-time. So if you buy a goal, it'll cost you a fortune.
Absolutely. So we're still going inside there. Davey, first out with the sleeves on. She goes down to a one-on-one contest, and there's nothing behind them. They equalise, and quite well done there by Morphettville Park's defence. They get it out of the area. Davies with another strong tackle. Play on. Smosh have the ball, and Rourke goes inside 50. Beautiful intercept mark, though. Reading the play well. That might have been Christopher's there. As she looks wide, and it's a nice long kick over the top of the pack. Falling in the hands of Shah, but it goes over her head as well. Ormsby cleaning up. Hasn't been as influential this quarter, but she's had a great game. And we're right over that centre wing. Can anyone get it out and get it down there into the ground? Doesn't look like that's going to be the case. So with about 2.5 minutes left in the quarter, it's 1-0.
Need to see something from the joint leading goal scorer in the competition, Tashara Wilson on 24, Casey Galbraith on 24, one playing with one team and one the other. There's got to be something from you up on that forward line. We need a lift there. We want you in business, and that's not happening. And when you come forward, you need your leading spearhead to come out with aggression, take a mark and put some pressure back on that scoreboard. Just 1 goal free so far for both sides, and we're heading up towards the half-time break where plenty of entertainment to be supplied by Tony Neal during that half-time break as he fills himself full of sweeteners and knows that we can't eat them because we're talking. Balls at half forward. In attack, Morphettville Park, who seem to have had a lot of the play this quarter, but have only been able to kick 1 goal, and they're going hard at it now. There could be a chance for another score in the forward pocket. The ball kicked in the air by Amelia Mudgee. She followed it up, and it's bounced over the boundary line for a throw-in. Morphettville Park, 1-1-7, Smosh, 2 behinds. In this second quarter, we've gone almost 17 minutes.
So this will be the last play. There's still time for Morphettville Park. If they can bang one on the boot and get a half chance, free kick's been paid. It's going to go Smosh's way, though, so that will be, you would imagine, the final score at half-time. As it's gone out on the full, though. Now, if someone wants to line up and give it a roost from 70, I don't think anyone... I don't know, the captain, Pachiaka, she's decided, well, there's no harm in trying.
No, it might be the big torp.
No, the umpires have told her that's not going to happen. So
someone rained on her parade, so I think she's getting a bit excited.
That's right. Well, if she somehow found a way to kick that, that would have been goal of the millennium, just about in a game like this. But we're 1-1 Morphettville Park to 0-2 Smosh at half-time. Tony about to get an interview with the Div 1 Morphettville Park coach, the A-grade coach Brad Farrell. As we wait on that, Peter, what do you think about that first half?
A large bag of mixed lollies. Most of the play, the possibilities for Morphettville Park, but they couldn't score. They didn't actually dominate, but inside 50s would swing their way. And there were occasions when Westlakes, Smosh Westlakes, up forward had the chance, but they weren't able to convert. So there's nothing in this game. It's 1-1-7 to 2 behinds. after half-time, and we see the Morphettville Park team getting dragged off the ground now, and they're very, very happy. Let's go to our boundary rider now in Tony Neal.
It's a really good achievement. It's the first time we've had both A's and B's in the grand final in the same year. We've certainly made grand finals across both grades, but never in the same year. So really good achievement, and hopefully a really good day for the club.
And fantastic, mate. We'll see if we can keep you focused, because we can see Payneham Norwood Union over in the background there running out as well. But the team settled and ready to go 1 hour prior to the game?
Yeah. We were pretty clear on our team. We didn't. We just named our 24 and certainly intended to roll with that. So we're pretty settled and ready to go. And I think everyone knows what's required of them and what they need to do to make sure we get the job done.
And Brad, having a look at the conditions of the ground, it's a massive ground out here at St Mary's Simmons Park, but the wind sort of across, maybe a little bit down to one end.
Yeah, I think it's almost blowing across the ground, probably if anything favouring the scoreboard in there, but yeah, it's certainly a factor to think about. Whether it dies off or not as the day goes on, we'll see. But yeah, you just got to be smart enough to know how to adapt to it and how to adapt to the conditions.
Yeah, it almost becomes in coaching two different games, doesn't it? You've got one way where we're kicking with the wind and one against, which the ball will travel 10, 15 metres differently. Whether you go out wide, we're not going to give too much away. So final message to the team before they come out on the ground?
Just about the intensity. I think Payneham certainly brought it more than we did 2 weeks ago, and we got back to playing the style of pressure footy we want to play last week and making sure we roll that into this week. And certainly we know our structures. I mean, this is our 18th game for the season, so if we don't know what we're supposed to be doing by now, we're probably in a bit of trouble. So it's just about our intensity and pressure and making sure that doesn't drop off at any stage.
Well, thanks very much for spending that time with us, Brad. It is a massive day for the club, and we wish you all the best today.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And back to you guys.
And he sounded pretty relaxed, didn't he? Just going quietly there. He was probably frightened by what Tony was wearing, but he just went through the motions. And I suppose what you've got to say then, Ned, is if the coach is showing nerves, that's not a good thing to show in front of your team. You want them to be nice and relaxed, particularly with the people that haven't had to do a lot today. They're the scoreboard attendants. Morphettville Park 117 to smosh 2 behinds after a half of football.
That's right, and it really has been a closely contested game. We might go to a quick break while we have the chance at half-time, and we'll come back with more coverage of the second half after this quick break.
Celine has a love of singing and condiments, which is why she uses Catch to keep her spreads in high supply, like Celine's Dijon. Yes, however they like to shop, everyday Aussies, check out Catch.
Well, here we are, guys, and I have the 3 wise men from the Payneham Norwood Union Football Club. First of all, Tyson Burrows, the president. Welcome, Tyson.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We have Roger Rashid, the football director, and also David Haynes, the vice president. Welcome, gentlemen.
Cheers, thank you.
Thanks very much.
Working as a team already, I'll tell you what, it's looking good for Payneham Norwood Union. Just very quickly, about an hour prior to the game, the coach is over there laughing away. How was the bus trip down? Was it a little bit hesitant? Was there a bit of music rocking and rolling? What was happening?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. Everyone was pretty relaxed, but definitely some music. The girls brought their speaker along and pumping out a bit of music. I think David had heard a few new songs he hadn't heard for a while, so no, it was a good trip.
Could have been dancing in the aisles, David. Roger, the women's program down at Payneham Norwood Union is fantastic. What can you tell us about it and some of the juniors?
Oh, mate, we got we got actually 4 junior sides that are going nice, and
They're going to play finals this year, and this is our third grand final in a row of our Division 1 A grade side, and Ben Hunt's done a great job in his team to bring us here.
Yeah, fantastic. The whole coaching staff and David, the club of choice for juniors and seniors, Payneham Norwood Union. Why would someone come to Payneham Norwood Union? We already know the growth is great. Why would they come there to play?
Oh, look, it's a great family club. We're all about fun, family and flags. Great junior program, excellent coaches, and a really supportive club. Great club to be around.
And of course, last year the under-13s, just on that, the great junior program didn't win a game. This year they're on top. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. Last year they didn't win a game, and under Billy Collius coaching them, he's brought them up and they finished top of the table. So they'll hit the finals next week. So good luck to those girls.
And really experienced team here because Division 2 premiers 3 years ago, Ben Hunt at the helm. Yep. Last year runners-up, a little bit of a hiccup, and you know, so much hard work goes in from a club point of view, doesn't it, to get back here, to give yourself an opportunity 12 months later, and you're out here at massive St Mary's, Simmons Park. So fantastic effort from the team. Just tell us, without that success, of course you have to have sponsors, don't you? So who are our major sponsors we've got?
Well, our major sponsor for the women's is actually Nutrog. Nutrog Fertiliser, who have been fantastic. Tips, which is Total Investment Property Services. Fred Rashid there, and he does a great job. And also CMI Hino, who couldn't be here today with us, but sends all their well wishes.
Yeah, and that's fantastic because, as you were mentioning off air there, the rest of the sponsorship group are actually here. So, you know, we're at a neutral ground. You've got your sponsors here. There's going to be a huge support. We've got the men's back at the ground. So I'll be interested to hear from you guys through the week how the bus trip home went. But we won't get too far ahead of ourselves. So thank you so much for coming out and having a chat on such an important day. You're doing a fantastic job down there at Payneham Norwood Union with the men's and women's programs, as we've heard, and we wish you all the best today in this big final coming up very shortly.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Tony. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Tony. Actually, Tony looks like a bookmaker who's
He
just
does.
drifting through the southern part of this magnificent state that we live in. He's just walking around, and you can just imagine him flicking out his wallet at any moment and looking for someone to put a bet on. You reckon that works?
Yeah, I'm still not convinced at all by those pants, but
No.
Tony, if anyone can pull it off, Tony can. He can try.
No, that's a good call. To mention as well about the YouTube coverage, if you jump onto YouTube, filming football, and follow the prompts, and you get to the YouTube coverage of all of our community football, particularly now we're heading into the finals. And this one, as we start the third term, Morphettville Park 117 Smosh, 2 behinds, Ned Maguire.
Here we go. Let's hope we can see a few more goals on the board in this second half. Let's hope the floodgates open. Another ball up here. Harrison winning the hit out. Goes towards Sinclair. She gets tackled though. Sargent laying a strong tackle, and it's play on. Advantage going the way of Bull Chucker. They go forward. And now it's at ground level. Who can get it out? Come on. Let's see who can get it out. Is there anyone that's able to? A push in the back is paid. Going towards Hartweg. She's got a chance to go inside 50. Who's there? Galbraith might be looking for her, but it's gone short of everyone. Does well, though, to equalise. Is that her down there again? It looks like that could be Hartwig again. So she's done well with a second effort there. It's all the way over in the far pocket, and the umpire says, give it to me. So we're about 35 out from Morphettville Park's goal. They've continued on with their strong form from the second term. They've come out dominant straight away. Umpire has played holding the ball. Quick on the whistle there, and going back with the ball, it looks like that could be Shah there, who looks pretty confident over this one. Lining up, maybe not. Let's see how she goes. Goes high into that wind. It won't carry all the way.
And the mark's been taken in that back pocket for Smosh.
It's hard to tell from where we are, Ned, but that ball appearing to hold up in the breeze, and we've talked about just how difficult it is. It's not going to get any easier in the second half. A couple of goals, one way or the other, could just about turn the game. And this grand final game, you don't walk off the ground and get yourself organised for next week. There's no next week. This is the grand final, and there's a kick in defence from Jasmine Harrison. So he takes control on the left boot, kicks it strongly, but unfortunately straight down the throat there of Emily Gray at centre wing. And Morphettville Park now, almost all players bar two are in their forward line, and they appear now to be just lifting their emotions. The chance now just outside the goal front. Good shepherding there in defence, and Smosh doing well. That was Cassie Ormsby who did well. Ball bang back towards the centre of the ground. Bounces badly there for Emily Gray. She'll wait for her teammate Tuesday Godfrey. Kick around towards centre wing. Who's going to gather? Chasing hard, Jasmine Harrison. She does the shepherding. The tackle is strong by Claire Unga, and she is rewarded for that free kick. Does well. The ball bang down towards centre half forward, close to the boundary line, and it trickles over. So 3 minutes into this term, and then all of the momentum going the way of Morphettville Park, but not the scores. 1-1-7 to Smosh. Westlakes just two behinds.
Yeah, spot on, Peter. It's a similar situation that we had in the second term. Morphettville Park really controlling the ball and not letting it get out of their forward half, but they just can't put it on the scoreboard at the moment. Smosh go down the line. Harrison ends up taking what's almost an uncontested mark in that pack there. She goes inside. It's a good option. Just misses the teammate. Here's Davey though. She cleans up well. Turns, kicks. Just can't hold the mark there. And we're going to have another ball up here. Willing contest. Players smashing in. Let's have a quick look at Smosh's forward line. And similarly in Morphettville Park, they've got one forward isolated with a defender in that forward line. So if you can get it in there quick, I'm assuming we're going to have some scores. But that's the problem, getting it in there quick. And let's see if Smosh can do it now. They're loading up on the far side. Wilson's there, over the top. The chase is on now. Two Smosh players. They can't get there first. Immediate tackle by, it looked like, Prokopi there. Another ball up on the 50-metre arc.
Chance now for Westlakes because they're in attack in front of the big scoreboard. Over the shoulder. It is an over-the-shoulder call. Free kick's going to go to Jasmine Harrison. Too far out to score. Pushing and shoving further afield. Amy Eckert calls for it. The ball falls forward. Didn't go anywhere. Now there's a scramble, and the umpire's picked a free kick out. Now, Westlake's player thinks she's got the kick, so she's heading for goals. No one's chasing her, and then she realises that not only has there been a free kick to Morphettville, no, there wasn't any extra penalty, so the ball cleared and marked out there by Winkler. And I've spotted someone I've been looking for most of this game, and I'm pleased to say that Rebecca McMahon, a former North player that's playing the game so well, and she was out injured for a period of time, and she's back playing, and she's in the back pocket now, number 38, so I'm glad I spotted her. She has been around the football circles for very much a long time indeed. Good on you, Beck. Good to see you there. 1-1-7, Morphettville to Smosh. Two behinds as the coach for Morphettville Park strolls past and says hello.
So it's in the centre of the ground. We'll stop and start again with another stoppage right on that centre circle. Harrison goes up. A free kick's been paid here. Going against her in a ruck contest. She just stood there. I have no idea what that's for. Anyway, it's a free kick, and I'm not sure if Harrison's going to have any idea what to do in the upcoming ruck contest, because she did pretty well to me. Morphettville Park, can they make the most of it though? just through the hands of the intercepting defender, and Galbraith nearly cleaned it up. But a high free kick now going towards West Lakes. There's a kick to the aforementioned McMahon. Davies providing a strong lead, and it's a good kick, finding her. Davies has been lively today, and leading up at her is Williams. Just falls short of her, and now there's Morphettville Park players everywhere. Bit of a shanked kick there though by Nan, but they get it inside 50 now. Oh, fantastic mark from McMahon. That was
See what
really,
happens when you mention it?
Absolutely. That was courageous, and she's hit a good kick there to O'Brien, who couldn't hold the mark, and under immediate pressure now by Chadwick. We're going to have a ball up here on the half-forward flank for Morphettville Park.
Just wondering about that scoreboard. Is it Arrol-dited to the ground, and can't you put any extra scores on? We just haven't had any. 1-1 to 2 behinds, and we are now at the 8-minute mark of the third quarter in the grand final. So obviously it's going to be a smallish winning score, but it won't be because of the rain, because we haven't had any, and the breeze is still about the place. But it's two sides desperate to try and snag a goal. And I'll tell you what, the next goal, when there is a goal scored eventually, there'll be a monumental roar from this ground which will shudder, and quite conservatively will move to another suburb, the ground, because it might shake and do something.
Well, there's every chance, and as you said, the next goal is so important. We say it a lot commentating, but in a game like this, it absolutely is. Every score even is so important, as there's some strong tackles being laid, that one being high. Smosh are going to come away with it now. They go down the line. The first to it there was Russell, couldn't hold the mark though. And Morphettville Park smash it back inside 50. Bachauka's there, it comes out the back and smashed on the boot. Morphettville Park nearly got a score there, but Ormsby playing that goalkeeper role. She's done it well all day today. And now we're absolutely, there's about 200 metres of green grass in front of her, but she's been chased down. Has Prokopi holding the ball. No. Hang on. Sling tackle?
Yeah, I'm like you. That's what I thought. But from where we are, I looked as to the gesture from the umpire to explain it.
Yeah.
And it's a free kick to West Lakes to Smosh on the half-back line. And if you look past the centre line, there's only one player further afield, and that is Amy Eckert. But they can't get it up there in defence. Claire Onga has it, lost it. Strong work there by Alice Prokopek. Over the shoulder call. Free kick to go to Morphettville Park. We have gone 10 minutes of this term. No appearance, Your Worship. No score. Morphettville Park 117. Smosh. 2 behinds in the grand final.
And a free kick, another one's being paid here. It's definitely not the same umpires as we had in the first game, because they didn't pay anything in the first one, and
Here's your mate.
They can't put the whistle away so far in this one. A mark's been taken here. That looked like mitten to me, and they're switching it now. Davies here, goes over the back. Smosh are going to get there first though. Leaving it behind was Prokopek, who's been lively this quarter. Morphettville Park go back inside 50, but there's a swarm of Smosh players. Double fist back out of the defensive 50. First there, Oranger. She's been good today as well. Now Smosh, can they get it out of that defensive 50? There's players flying in everywhere. A few sore players as well, pushing the back. Morphettville Park are going to have the ball, and 25 paid. Must have been a little bit of lip service there by one of the players, and something like that can be so costly in such a low scoring game. Who's got the ball here? Looks like Chadwick to me. And this is just about as good a chance as you'll get in a game as tight as this. 25 out, straight in front. Into the window. Looks all right off the boot. She's kicked it. And that's a 2-goal margin now, and they are going absolutely bananas in there. Chadwick's kicked the goal. from 25 out. And that takes it, as I said before, to a 2-goal margin. 2-1-13. Leading Smosh Westlake 0-2-2. 12 minutes in the third quarter on the Sports Interactive scoreboard.
And we don't know what happened. We're too far away, but something obviously did. And the umpire right onto it. No chin wagging, no mouthing off, and he was quick to make the adjudication. Equally as quick was Kelsey Chadwick to kick that goal, and we saw the coach run past Bailey Miller, making sure there were some changes made right in front of where our caravan is. That is a crucial goal at the 12.5-minute mark of this term, and a goal where I reckon they were on a fishing trip. They've been getting a few bites, and eventually they got a fish, and that's that goal. And now it's up to whether or not Smosh can find something. That's going to be difficult. They played so well, and yet they couldn't hurt the scoreboard. They're trying now to hurt with Rose Whitehead. She had it at half-back, lost it, trying to knock the ball forward. Good work out there by Vivian Winkler from Morfordville Park in towards the forward pocket. Here's one of our best players, Cassie Ormsey. She'll get a hand pass from McMahon. She'll have to turn. She'll have to run. She does both of those things. Kicks the ball out towards the light tower. Gave that a hoof and a half. It's going to come straight back to where she needs to be. Couldn't quite take the grab. She's getting support down there from Williams. Knocked away. Goal umpire makes some ground to his left. And it's through for a behind. But all of a sudden...
They're cheering the points.
Morfordville Park. 2-2-14. Smosh 2 behinds. That's a 2-goal lead. 6 minutes before three-quarter time.
McMahon taking it out now, going over to the far side. Nice long kick towards Harrison. Couldn't be held. But the Crummers have done their jobs there. And a free kick's going to be paid for hanging on. Smosh are going to have it on their half-back flank. 3 minutes left. Let's see what they can do here.
Ned keep thinking back to the penalty. Free kick. Costly. Come back here, you. Stand there. Yeah. Watch the ball go over your head for a goal, and that's what happened.
It is costly. As they go to centre wing now. First there was Sinclair for Smosh. But it's going to end up in the hands of Morfordville Park here. Just smashed on the boot there, down the line, around the corner. Harrison does well to equalise that one. And she gets down at ground level and gets a handball out. And for her troubles, she gets a push in the back. Well done there from Harrison. Good to see Ruckman getting down and getting busy at ground level. So they're in the centre of the ground now. Not many chances left in this quarter, you would imagine. She goes through the middle. Mark nearly taken there by Cordner there. Tackle might have slipped high, and it has. So now Morfordville Park have another chance to rebound as we have a look at the fantastic support there for Morphy Park. They go forward. Mark couldn't be held by Oranger. And now it's bubbling around again in the centre of the ground, and the umpire is trying to find an excuse to blow that whistle. And it's going to be a ball up in the end with 1.5 minutes left in this third term.
Excellent news being delivered to us by Tony Neal regarding the Paynham bus driven by Reg Varney, and got here safely, and they're ready for the next clash. Another ripper to end a trifecta of women's football talent on a day of football, on a day where at Panther Park it looks as if Morfordville will take a very, very handy lead into the final quarter as they will win the footy. Vivian Winkler in towards full forward. Some trouble. Good strong tackle there by Taylor Smith. Umpire watches. I watch the umpire. He finishes up with the leather, which is the football, and will toss it in the air in the last 40 seconds of this quarter. Can you smell a goal down there? Ball in the air. Knocked wide, rushing back to try and grab hold of it is Samantha Lewis from Westlakes. Hard to get the clearance out there. Very scrambly football picked up by McMahon. And the free kick has gone the way of Morfordville Park out there. I was watching McMahon, but it's gone to Morfordville Park. And let's just see what can happen. I'll leave it to you to call into three-quarter time, Ned, because a chance now for this lead to be extended from what it is now, and that's 12 points.
Well, there's 10 seconds left. She might not know that, but if she's taking this time, she's got to kick the goal unless there's a mark taken. She lines up. It's not going to make the distance. Will there be a mark? No, there won't be. It'll be a throw-in, and that'll be all she wrote for the third term. So in the Premiership quarter, Morphettville Park kick another goal to extend it to a 2-goal margin. Peter, do you think Smosh are in with a sniff?
No. They haven't kicked a goal. They have to kick at least 3 or 2 plus and behinds to resurrect their situation. And you don't in the change rooms talk about the bad things at the end of the day, but that penalty and that goal that was kicked absolutely very, very costly. And someone from the man from Snowy River has arrived. Morgan Knight, who's coming into the box a little later on. You think the man from Snowy River's reasonably apt or not? Who knows? Yeah. Who knows? Morphettville Park 2-2-14, Smosh 2 behinds. Earlier on today, in the finish, a goal just before three-quarter time, and that then meant that Lockleys kicked away 3-5-23 to Brighton 1-3-9. That was a good result. So, Ned, only 4 goals kicked in that game, and only 2 so far in this game. Morphettville Park by a margin of 2 goals, and of course they won the flag last year, so they're going for back-to-back.
That's right. Thank you, Peter. We're going to go to a quick break now and come back with the last quarter of this Div 1 Women's Reserves clash.
Get a quick and easy low-rate car loan from Police Credit Union today.
Brad here is a great all-rounder. He likes the Catch app to get anything he needs fast, like Brad's Pit, Brad's Mitt, Brad's Kit, and Brad's air freshener. Yes, for anything they need, everyday Aussies, check out Catch.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Filming Footy. In the last 4 years, Filming Footy has become the single largest provider of vision for grassroots football in Australia.
Sean Foster goes, he sold the candy once, twice, if you don't mind, that is the nail!
With an average of 150 matches filmed every weekend, leagues, clubs, players, families and supporters are able to watch local footy, either live or on a replay network.
Lung after he's got rid of the ball, but the umpire has called that holding the ball.
There it is.
And we have the siren going at the end of the game. A great game of footy.
In 2022, it's our aim to have every league across South Australia filmed and have the match of the round live streamed.
Got a loose player in front of the little jockey, doesn't get it, Ty Jaffa, but that's a good kick to Breeden. Back to Matthew Stent. Could be a hero if he can kick this. It's good off the boot. Will it hold its line? It does!
Filming Footy, live stream and game day recording specialists.
This district in Adelaide may have heard the three-quarter time address delivered to the Morphettville Park team of champs. They could be. They have been absolutely outstanding. They lead in the game 2-2-14 to Smosh, who are 2 behinds. Peter Walsh and Ned Maguire with you. Don't think that they can catch up on this one, Ned. I just think that the confidence is there. Only lead by a couple, but they really were carried away when they copped the serve at three-quarter time from Coach Bailey Miller.
Well, the thing is, I guess, if they do kick one quick one, there is only one more goal to kick and they're even. So when you think about it like that, there's every chance, but you really can't see it with the lack of scores so far. But anything is possible, and they are definitely still, I think, a slight chance. Let's see what they can do as Morpheville Park. They can't possibly miss from here, and that would confirm Smosh, Morpheville Park, sorry, to be the premiers. Let's see what Galbraith can do here. In she comes, straight in front. She puts it through. Oh, how about the celebration? She's gone the bow and arrow. Smosh defenders not happy, but Morpheville Park are absolutely over the moon, and they know now that it's almost all over, you'd have to say. We were saying that after the last goal, but now with a 4-goal margin, I can't imagine Smosh kicking 5 1/4 after.
Well done too to Casey Galbraith, leading goal scorer going into this final round. She snagged a couple, she's looked good, she took that mark, turned around and was able to put it through with authority. And this lead now has jumped out to a lead of 4-1-25, and they deserve this lead too. We saw West Lakes hanging in there in the last quarter, but they couldn't convert, and they have yet to kick a goal in this grand final, and Morpheville have kicked 4 and will go back into attack again. This time the free kick goes to Claire Unga. Claire will take the kick in towards the forward pocket. Good mark. Kelsey Chadwick takes the grab. And this is not going to be a true indication as to the domination of Morpheville Park, because the game has been so tight for so long. Short pass is on in towards full forward. And there's perhaps Smosh Westlake's best player, Cassie Ormsby, who marks in defence. Morpheville Park 4-3-27. Smosh 2 behinds. And guess what? Morpheville Park will go back into attack again. Short pass on from Claire Onga. This time the mark is missed by Cassie Ormsby. She goes in, works for the hard ball, kicks it over her head. Almost a grab there taken by Kelsey Chadwick. Gets through the pack, in bother, scruff, scramble. Players are leg weary, particularly those at West Lakes. Kick in defence taken by Bronwyn Davey.
Here comes Sargent. She takes the mark. Gets to this point in the game where we start to think about who's been best on. Peter, I'll leave that one to you for a couple of minutes to think about, as Harrison takes a mark. She's been pretty solid for Smosh. She smashes it into the middle. And let's see Sargent coming at it with it again. Over to Winkler. Harrison just eludes her, but a great tackle by O'Day. So we're going to have a ball up here. About 60 out from Morpheville Park's goal. And you'd have to say this one's probably done and dusted, but Smosh won't stop cracking in. There's no doubt about that, as we have another ball up in the same spot. So 7.5 minutes gone. Lachuka coming through with a soccer off the ground. Here's Chadwick. Can't take it clean. Sargent at ground level. Fantastic. On the boot. Oh, doesn't get a lucky bounce. First there, though, is Margie. Tackled straight away. Oh! Winkler just slammed it on the boot. That would have absolutely sealed it 110%, but she couldn't do it. I think time is definitely...
Yeah, she's all over this one.
Cost them.
I loved the three-quarter time address given by the super coach Bailey Miller. Bailey, of course, coaching the team to a premiership last year, but hurting her back, breaking her back a couple of years ago. And what a delightful person she is to have a chat before the game and to be pretty calm, but knowing that the team that she had at her disposal was going to be able to turn it on, and that's what they've done. 4-4-28 to Smosh, who unfortunately have picked a game where their forwards haven't fired a shot. 2 behinds, and every player now, Ned, except 2, is in the forward line now for Morphettville Park. Kick into the forward pocket is marked down there by Jacqueline Shah. She's going to play on. She will play on. She will kick. Go Jackie to the call. Jackie has kicked a goal. And this final quarter, a total domination by Morphettville Park. 5-4-34, Smosh, 2 behinds.
And they're starting to show their ascendancy on the scoreboard, which we were saying throughout the second and third quarters we weren't seeing. But they've kicked 3 goals in this quarter, and they really are dominating, especially since quarter time. They've definitely been the better team. Now, I gave you the task a couple of minutes ago.
No, I couldn't hear you.
All right, I'll give you another 2 minutes then.
Good. Give me another 2 days. But the game was so even.
It has been, absolutely. All played well sort of situation for Morphettville Park. Is a strong tackle, but never had the ball. Did Ormsby, who you would have to say has been best for Smosh. And she just takes it on straight away. Bit of a shank off the boot, though. It'll work. Going to Nan around the corner. And Sargent cleaning up, who's been a fantastic player today. But that's not her best work. McMahon there. And here's Davey. What a fend-off. Handball over the top. Can they get their first goal on the board? Not with a tackle like that, they won't. Nan in there as well. Kick around the corner. It's going to be a point. That was going to Eckert. So that's their 3rd behind. It's 5-4-34 to 0-3-3 in the last term on the Sports Interactive scoreboard.
Can you see the time clock over there, Ned, please?
We've got 10.5 minutes through, so we've got about 6.5 left.
And the celebrations, of course, Morphettville Park playing in the next game. And so they'll have some fun taking on Payneham, who have arrived by bus and safely. Can Morphettville Park make it a double banger, a double whammy? We wait and see to watch this space. I want a close one. Let's just see as we've got a scramble out of the middle and a run, catch me if you can, and then a holding the ball. Sorry, holding the... You know, when I say holding the man, I don't know whether I'm supposed to say holding the woman or what. You just do it by way of because you've always done it. Yeah.
Hanging on.
So it's a free kick. And Morphettville Park, who are rattling home, playing a superb last quarter of football with Amelia Maggi to take the kick in the middle. And a kick that's about 40 metres. Down the ground, what a kick. What a mark. She really went hoof. The ball whizzed through the air. And it was Jacqueline Shah. Goes the hand pass on the run. Long kick towards full forward there from Amelia Maggi. She kept on running. She wanted to be in the play. She was. Almost a teammate down there, Lisa Gascoigne. Couldn't gather. Going to be picked up close to the boundary line by Amelia Maggi. From the boundary line. Kicks to full forward. Oh, what a mark. What a mark. Vivian Winkler. Top of the square. Climbs to her feet. And she will not take too much time. And she will, with delight, slam through Morphettville Park's 6th goal. She does! 6-4-40. Smosh, 3 behind. Is this the same game that we saw for the first half, Ned?
Well, I think Morphettville Park have probably been just as dominant all the way through. Well, maybe not so in the first quarter, but the scoreboard is finally starting to reflect that dominance. And we can't have much long left. About 5 minutes, or 4 minutes even, as it's a 6-goal margin. And she's all over as 6-4-40, 0-3-3 on the Sports Interactive scoreboard.
I think that dog's running around the ground. You know, Red Rover. When it's all over Red Rover, someone will call. And this has been a magnificent display by Morphettville Park. And they will celebrate. We'll be out there. And through the middle, charging down the ground, Cassie Ormsby. Got the quick kick for the West Lakes team. Didn't travel too far. knock across towards teammate there, Bronwyn Davey. On the left boot, unfortunately, the kick wobbles into the forward pocket. No one there to take it. It's kicked back towards the attempted mark by Cassie Ormsby. Kept on running, flicked it towards full forward, bounces towards the boundary line. And we'll go over, I think, from where I'm sitting. It might be close to the white line. It is. And as soon as the siren sounds, we, of course, will go out there and pick up the after effects. The after effects for Morpheville Park will be celebrations, and the after effects for Smosh West Lakes will be significant disappointment.
Absolutely, and you are still taking a sweet time to pick out the Dartfish beanie.
Yeah, I'm going
and
as soon as this game's
footwear. Give us a name, Peter.
Yeah, I will. I'll pluck one for you.
We've got 3
very
minutes
shortly.
left. Times of the essence. As doing well there is McMahon, paddling it in front, smashing on the boot, but it's going to be last touch. And there's some desolate faces out there now. Players knowing.
I've narrowed it down to 12.
Oh, that's good.
Have we got 12 beanies?
As right in front of us here, smashing through, is Margie, who's been fantastic today. She finds Winkler, and the crowd next to us are going nuts.
Noisy lot, aren't they?
They sure are. Every reason to be knowing that a grand final is going their way. Kick inside 50. Couldn't be held. And we're going to have a ball up here. McMahon. No. Ball up. Yes.
Yeah, you got to help me with this, Ned. I just can't pluck.
Well, I think that Margie.
Yes, I've not put Margie. I've put.
Is one of your 12.
Yeah, I've put Winkler.
Yep.
I've put Kaylee Bachelka. I think she's been good.
Yep.
That's 3. And Jacqueline Shah.
Mm-hmm.
How many beanies have we got?
Well,
how many thongs have we got?
You've got to pick one. There's Bachelka, so maybe it might come down to the last minute and a half. Let's see who can do.
Well, I reckon it should be Bachelka, because then we could both sing that song. Boompa chalka, boompa chalka, boompa chalka. I can't get this feeling deep inside of me. Will that work for you?
Well, we might have to give it to to someone else so we don't have to relive that.
That was a moment.
That was a fantastic rendition.
Thank you very much.
I must say. As we've got 1 minute now, time ticking down. Everyone waiting for that final siren to go so the celebrations can begin for Morpheville Park.
I think we'll go with Pachalka because
yes, I think so as well.
250th game this year.
Yeah.
And just been a steady player, able to grab the marks and kick the necessaries where required. And she might have to share around the things. Yeah. Bangs the ball in towards full forward. McMahon at the back of the pack. Can't grab it. There's an over the shoulder. No, the umpire says, let's call it quits. There's the siren. There's the winner. Morpheville Park, 6-4-40. Beat Smosh West Lakes 3 behinds to win the big one by 37 points.
What a fantastic game it was, Peter. Morpheville Park slowly kicking away with it in that last quarter, but they really played three really fantastic quarters of footy, and their first quarter was pretty good as well. But yeah, they really found a way to keep in their forward half, and eventually the amount of inside 50s they got, there's no way they can't kick goals with those sort of numbers.
Well, Ned, you know, when we sat here at three-quarter time and we both thought if the first goal of the last quarter, Smosh West Lakes, who hadn't kicked one, if they could get one on the board, you never know whether or not the momentum would be theirs. But the momentum was taken out of the game when there was that penalty. The goal was scored. Instead of an arm wrestle for a quarter and no one scoring goals, that last quarter went in that third. Last goal came in that last quarter, and it was as if Morpheville Park smelled a kill, and they said, we're after it. And that last quarter was absolutely breathtaking. I haven't seen much of them throughout the year, but you would not have got, you would think, a better quarter, given circumstances in a grand final, than that last quarter.
That's right. They did pounce in that last quarter. They really took their opportunities, and it was great to see them do that. I think they did absolutely deserve to win this game. So it was good to see them get over the line. But you have decided that Dartfish player of the game, who's going to win the Dartfish beanie and the Archie's footwear as well.
It's a double whammy for the big Bo Derek, number 10, Kaylee Bachelka.
Beautiful. And
Come on, give us a bit of warmth. Do you believe that I'm spot on there?
I'm just waiting for you to sing the song again. That's
I've
all
been
I'm
there.
waiting for.
Do that once more and that's enough. That's enough.
She was dominant today. She kicked 2 goals in the end.
Yep.
2 out of the 6. And not only that, but she led from the front and probably set up or was involved in most of the others as well.
Just one quick one now. I know we're going to have the festivities with the presentation of trophies, etc., and the speeches, but it's a job well done by the side that dominated throughout the year, and they had their wobbles, but were able to present themselves, particularly after three-quarter time, and it's another way of women's football being so brilliantly promoted. The games so far today, and the one to follow, an indication as to not just the players and their affection, but the supporters, the mums and dads, and everybody now. We can see some of the players. There's some tears out there. All of the Morphe players, they're jumping on each other. It's just good stuff. And a comprehensive victory by the side that deserved at 6-4-40 to smosh 3 behinds.
And they're absolutely loving it, aren't they? We might go to a very quick ad break and come back with some more of the celebrations from Morpheville Park, who have won the Div 1 Women's Reserves Grand Final.
The Simon Black Academy is a 3-pillared program that combines both education and Australian rules football. Available in 4 states throughout Australia, the program covers 3 key areas. The first is an education component through the Torrens University. The second is the development of the participants' AFL skills, helping the player to become the best player they can possibly be. And the third is a leadership and growth program. The Academy is a perfect opportunity for participants who like football. They get exposed to AFL coaches and mentoring opportunities as they do their university degree. The first 12 months allows participants to complete a diploma in Sports Management Elite, and if the students elect to stay on for a further 2 years, they can complete a Bachelor's in Business Management with a sports focus. Based down at Norwood Oval and the Arc at Campbelltown, it is a fantastic program for anyone interested in sports management who loves football and wants to extend their education with a Torrens University degree. Feel free to check out the website simonblack.com.au.
Celine has a love of singing and condiments, which is why she uses Catch to keep her spreads in high supply, like Celine's Dijon. Yes, however they like to shop, everyday Aussies, check out Catch.
Get a quick and easy low-rate car loan from Police Credit Union today.
Brad here is a great all-rounder. He likes the Catch app to get anything he needs fast, like Brad's Pit, Brad's Mitt, Brad's Kit, and Brad's air freshener. Yes, for anything they need, everyday Aussies, check out Catch.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Filming Footy. In the last 4 years, Filming Footy has become the single largest provider of vision for grassroots football in Australia.
Foster goes, he sold the candy once, twice, if you don't mind, that is the nail!
With an average of 150 matches filmed every weekend, leagues, clubs, players, families and supporters are able to watch local footy, either live or on a replay network.
Lung after he's got rid of the ball, but the umpire has called that holding the ball.
There it is.
And we have the siren going at the end of the game. A great game of footy.
In 2022, it's our aim to have every league across South Australia filmed and have the match of the round live streamed.
Got a loose player in front of the little jockey, doesn't get it, Ty Jaffa, but that's a good kick to Breeden. Back to Matthew Stent. Could be a hero if he can kick this. It's good off the boot. Will it hold its line? It does!
Filming footy, live stream and game day recording specialists.
The Simon Black Academy is a three-pillared program that combines both education and Australian rules football. Available in 4 states throughout Australia, the program covers 3 key areas. The first is an education component through the Torrens University. The second is the development of the participants' AFL skills, helping the player to become the best player they can possibly be. And the third is a leadership and growth program. The Academy is a perfect opportunity for participants who like football. They get exposed to AFL coaches and mentoring opportunities as they do their university degree. The first 12 months allows participants to complete a diploma in Sports Management Elite, and if the students elect to stay on for a further 2 years, they can complete a Bachelor's in Business Management with a sports focus. Based down at Norwood Oval and the Arc at Campbelltown, it is a fantastic program for anyone interested in sports management who loves football and wants to extend their education with a Torrens University degree. Feel free to check out the website simonblack.com.au.
Coming closer.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get on with the awards. Congratulations on behalf of the Adelaide Footy Club to the Morphy Parks Footy Club on the Division 1 Reserves Premiership, and commiserations to Smosh West Lakes. If I could ask the Smosh West Lakes coach, Ash, to come up and say a few words, please.
Yeah, well, I didn't practice a speech for this. Firstly, congratulations, Morphies. You've been a top team for 3 years in a row now. And that doesn't come by mistake. You're a brilliant team, and your camaraderie and your experience really showed today, and you gave us a bit of a masterclass, so well done. To my girls, I know it hurts. It hurts because we wanted it so much and we worked so hard, but this game does not define the season that we had. We've got a brand new team. Half of you have never played football before, and throughout the season we played brilliant football, and I want us to focus on that. Learn from today so that we can come back next year harder, fitter, faster and better, and go one better.
Thanks, Ash. If Bailey could come up and speak on behalf of Morphy Parks, please.
Thank you. All right. We know we don't like doing this, so let's just get it done. To begin with, I'd like to thank Smosh for playing the way you did. I think we knew that it was likely to be you guys we'd come up against, and I think you gave it everything you've got, and you've been brilliant throughout the season, so that's a credit to you guys and your club. Well done. To my team, 3 in a row is pretty cool. I don't think we ever thought we'd be a part of something like this, so I think this one hits a little differently, and I think we've got a few people retiring as well, so it's pretty exciting. We battled all year, we've come together as a team, and we've overcome so many challenges along the way. I'm so incredibly proud of all of you, and yeah, well done. Just quickly, I want to take the time to thank the league for what they've put on for today, and the Kenilworth Football Club. We wouldn't be here without you guys, so thank you. And we know this year's been a bit tricky, so it's very thanked by everyone. Cheers.
And I'll just call up the umpires to award the medal, the best on ground.
Well done, congratulations once again. The best on ground today was number 7, Morphy Park.
And could I have Morphy Park's officials up to present the premiership medallions, please? Are you going to call them out?
I'll call them out, she'll give them.
Come over this side.
Louise, can I have a team sheet, please? That's hard to figure out number order. Yes, please. Sorry. All right, let's start. Number 1, Hayley Hartwig. Number 2, Kelsey Chadwick. Number 3, Claire Oranger. Number 4, Amelia Maggie. Oh, shit. Number 7, Vivian Winkler. Number 8, Lou Wood. Number 9, Lisa Gascoigne. Number 11, Neeks. Number 12, Tash Christophers. Number 14, Emily Gray. Number 15, Nicole Moran. Number 16, Jackie Shah. Number 18, Tuesday Godfrey. Number 19, Laura Franklin. Number 21, M. Blackwood. Number 22, Alex Nairn. Number 23, Caitlin Dunstan. Number 24, Chanel Braithwaite. Number 25, Tash Stevens. Number 28, Way Dix. Number 29, Casey Galbraith. Number 31, Taylor Smith. And number 44, Mel Pohl. And last but not least, the big number 10, Kaylee Bacholka.
And if I could just have the captain up. The Premiership Cup and pennant to the Morphy Parks Footy Club.
Captain Courageous, Beanie and Archie's thongs. Kaylee, congratulations on the premiership.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Yeah, it feels pretty good. Do I have to hold this? Nah. Yeah, no, it feels pretty good. The girls worked pretty hard this year to get it done, but the job's only half done now. We've got the A grade running out, so it's time to get around them, and hopefully they can get up and we can take the double back to the Morphy Park.
Absolutely, and you're going to hang around and watch, I'm sure.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we'll get around the girls, and then I think we'll spend the next couple of days together just celebrating the hard work that we've put in and continuing to put in years and years. Oh, it's unreal.
It was a fantastic team performance from everyone involved. Do you think that having both teams in there was that played a role?
Yeah, absolutely. Like our A grade's exceptional. We've got so many girls coming through the sample, and they're bringing back everything that they're learning out there and bringing it back and helping us to develop. We've got girls that well, Leah Cutting, for example, she's out here. She's going to St Kilda probably in the next couple of days, and she's out here being our runner. So it definitely is an advantage, and yeah, loved it. Loving the support from everyone who's out here.
And were you worried a little bit at three-quarter time about that margin not being bigger than probably could have been or should have been?
Oh, I think all year we've just played to our strengths, and we had the wind to come home with, so I think we had that riding going in. We didn't stop all game, which is something, we've had those couple of slumps throughout the year, but we didn't today, and I think that really showed how many goals we win by? 5? 6 goals? Yeah, that was pretty good.
Awesome. Well, thanks again, Kaylee. Congratulations on the player of the match, the Dartfish player of the match. Enjoy the celebrations.
Thank you. We will. Thank you. Go Roos!
And welcome everyone to the big Division 1 game now. Payneham Norwood Union versus Morphettville Park. And there they are, Payneham Norwood Union out there. I'm welcomed first of all my co-commentator, Peter Walsh. How are you, sir?
Hey, good. I had a good day so far. It's been a day where sometimes when you go to a sporting event, you're just not too sure as to what will unfold. But there was an infectious desire for those that were here particularly early. They wanted something to happen. They wanted to be here. And that's the part that I've loved. The football itself, let's be honest, the football hasn't been absolutely spectacular. It was a bit of a scratch match the first time round with hardly any goals. But the gathering of spectators involved, and they're just as crazy for this last game.
Thank you very much, Peter. That's a very elongated welcome. And of course our special comments co-commentator, Adelaide Uni captain and also broadcaster with us at Dartfish here for the entire season. Delighted to have you along, Morgan Knight. Fantastic to have you here. How have you seen the dress-ups around the ground? There's a bit of stuff going off the ground as well.
Oh, look, I've seen some ladies coming out of retirement, I think, to play this game. I've also seen some Olympians and plenty of other characters around the ground, so it's looking great out there.
So there's a lot of stuff going on the ground. We see Payneham Norwood Union already in their huddle. Morphettville Park, of course, they've had the reserves of 1, and then the seniors have run out to an enormous amount of noise and sound. There's still a lot of celebration, so they'll have a bit of fun and games getting the people off the oval, of course. Now, what we're going to do prior to this game starting, very quickly thanking our sponsors. Of course, we've got our boundary rider with Billy's, Taste the Difference, Interchanger, doing the interchange moves and team selections, the hands-on AFL team, rotation software experts, our replays, Simon Black Academy. So our players to watch, first of all. So let's have a look at Morgan, I believe, is going to go through our players to watch.
Yeah, look, I think both teams have an excellent lineup and they're both very solid. My 3 players to watch from Payneham, my first would definitely be Georgia Avery. She plays in the ruck and I think she's going to have some very solid competition from Morphies today. She's quite a versatile player as well. You might even see her run through the forward line. Kate Rashid, number 3 for Payneham. She has had an outstanding season. She's a real breakthrough player for me, and I think that she should kick a couple today. And also Isabella Wilson, number 8 for Payneham Norwood Union. She's got very strong hands overhead and a huge kick. So I think we'll see some action out of her. From Morphettville Park, we've got Celestina Donner playing through the midfield. She loves to play out the back, so I think she'll get her hands on the ball quite a bit. Cass Hartley, number 2, she's a dual Dutch Key medalist as well, and I think she'll be one to watch through defence. And then lastly, Natalie Hadji Costas from Morphies, their captain. I think she's going to lift today, and I think she'll be one to watch across the half-back line.
Yeah, so fantastic there. Thanks very much, Morgan. Your insight is going to be so valuable today. And, of course, keys to the game with finals. And the first one we look at is performing under pressure. You can read that there on the screen. How important a good start is. Yes, that's important, but you've got to play the whole game, siren to siren. We'll see a blend of consistency, but there might be some impact bursts, of course, coming throughout the game. I often talk about that 10% increase in finals. Adrenaline's up. You've got to control the adrenaline early and learn to, okay, I've controlled the adrenaline now, play the game, and be remembered as players in a team that performed in big finals.
You work a lot with athletes, and Morgan knows a lot about athletes. I just want to throw this at you. The nerves factor. Sitting around there and everybody's walking in and saying good luck, and fist pumping, doing all this, and there's a lot of noise. And I looked around when I was in the Morphettville Park game previous, Quite a few were just sitting there quietly, wanted their own space. How important is that?
I think that there's going to be a lot of pressure on Morphettville today. Now that the reserves have had the win, they're going to be feeling like they need to come through and get 2 from 2. Payneham also played in the grand final last year and they weren't successful. They went down to Smosh. So I think that they don't want to lose 2 years in a row. They want this really badly. So I think that nerves are going to be really high in both change rooms.
And exactly right, Morgan. You and I were talking. Smosh unfortunately got done in reserves, and your night before the game, you can tend to play the whole game in your mind. You don't sleep that well, but what you're visioning in your mind is, we're going to win and we're going to get out there and have a great day, and then it doesn't happen, and it can really turn pear-shaped quite quickly. As we're just looking at the toss of the coin now.
That was very good then. It sounded like someone was hitting the caravan with a hammer.
So let's have a listen to Ned.
So guys, they just did the toss and Payneham look like they've won it and they're kicking to the right of screen. Previously there's been a bit of a breeze going that way, but it looks like it's died off a little. But if anything, previously in the other games there's been maybe a 1-goal breeze to the right of screen.
You tipped to win, Ned?
I've got Morphettville getting over the line after watching their reserves do it. I think they're going to go the double.
And that, of course, is Ned Maguire, our boundary rider, who's out there catching up with everything happening on ground for us today, all the way around the ground. You can see the cars in the background. There's a couple over there on the hill. We'll just come back to those graphics, can we, Mr. Producer? There we are. So the control of the adrenaline we were talking about. Trust the process. It's what got you there in the first place. Play to your individual roles, but understand the team macros between backs, mids and forwards. Of course, flexibility. The discipline to stick to the game plan, that's one thing, but also adapt to the game tempo when required. We spoke with Brad Farrell. Morgan, that wind is really going to play havoc. You're almost going to have to play 2 different game styles in one game.
I really think that it's worth noting the size of the oval here as well. This is a really big ground, and Payneham have come from a really big oval at their home ground as well. So I think they might be used to be able to playing 2 games within one, but Morphe's, their home ground is quite small, so we'll see how they go on this larger oval.
Morgan, is there an expectation that one of the 2 coaches, or both of them, might say to their players, look, it's just a game. Don't think anything else other than go out and play the game you would normally play, focus on exactly what you have to do, and don't leave a bundle of nerves back in the change room. It is a game.
I would really like to think that that's what's happening in the rooms, but I think that they'll be saying, no, we need to win this one, and we've earned this, and we've come so far this season that we really need to take this.
So we see the players lining up now for the national anthem. Very emotional time in the game, this one. Morgan, just take us through this. You've been through it. This lining up, it's almost like you're hanging on, like really hanging on, isn't it, to your friends and your teammates. And what's going to, one team's lining up for their photo and the other team's already arm in arm, and everyone's looking at each other. What should we do? Do we sing the national anthem? Do we know the words to the national anthem? Take us through right now what these players are experiencing.
I think they are all incredibly nervous. They're incredibly excited. I think they're going to have butterflies in their stomach right until that first siren. And as soon as they take that first hit, that first tackle, from then they'll be ready to go. But up until then, they are probably going to be feeling very nervous and just looking forward to the game ahead. And
you're right. You are waiting for that first siren. It's here we are. We've still got 4 or 5 minutes till game time. You've already done the warm-up, you've had the kick around, we've seen 3 or 4 huddles, all cheering each other on, and this just looks fantastic. When you see the teams like this, doesn't matter the level of football, the standard of football, there's something special, firstly about seeing teams do this, but knowing also it's grand final day. We are very fortunate. We welcome all our listeners across in Victoria and the other states that haven't been able to get their football season completed, and just so grateful for this to be happening. A couple of girls there in line dancing for Payneham Norwood Union, a bit of line dancing. The cameraman trying to line up Morphy Park. The Payneham girls are screaming and carrying on, and they've got just down to the coach's box there, they've got the signs up. There's a little grandstand down there. I'll tell you what, there's a bit of buzz around as we wait in anticipation for this game. Unfortunately, between the 3 of us, I hinted to Morgan earlier today, Peter.
Oh, did you?
We didn't get invited to sing the national anthem. we couldn't be in two places at once. So.
If I had my way in sport, I would have the national anthem every time there is a game of any sport played. I just think it's a demonstration of how we love our country, and if you hear it and you sing it, there's nothing better than what we're just going to listen to in a moment.
And your experience, mate, you would have heard a lot of them over.
I just love it. You know, the national anthem has changed for me. It's "We're a Happy Team" at Hawthorn.
God save our gracious Queen when I went to school. Anyway, here we go.
We also acknowledge the Ghana people as Indigenous custodians of the Adelaide region, and that their cultural and heritage beliefs are still as important to the living Ghana people today.
And welcome back, and isn't that just absolutely resplendent? Just a quick one as we go to our tips. We see the form line across Morphy Park 2 weeks ago in the second semi. Well, they won the first quarter, 2 goals, 3 to 7 points. The rest of the game, they kicked 3, 6 to 7, 5. So they lost 3 quarters and won 1. They lost the game, of course, 9 shots to 12 there in the last 3 quarters. And then last week in the prelim, they kicked 5-1 to 1 point in the first quarter. For the remaining 3 quarters, 2-6-18 to 3-3-21. So once again, the first quarter, great start. 3 quarters, not so hot. So what are we going to see today from Morphy Park? Can they get that consistency happening? Because for me, that's the Achilles heel as players go into position.
I don't think it'll be a high-scoring game. I think the wind, well, I won't say play havoc, but it'll be awkward. It'll be tough if you take a grab and you're within 30 or 40. There's no guarantee that you'll kick a goal. But I think it'll be very, very hard to kick a bag today. And I'm reckoning that being the case, I think that Morphettville might celebrate and have 2 from today.
Well, all in readiness. I'm going Payneham Norwood Union. Morgan, who would you like to tip?
Look, I think I'm just hoping for a good game of footy today.
Oh, well, there we go.
Get
Sitting
off
on
the fence.
On the fence as the umpire holds the ball aloft. Grand final is upon us. Up it goes, and wow, that's a huge throw up. Georgie Avery gets it out. Ball just bobbling around there. Nice shepherding there by Payneham Norwood Union, kicking to the right of screen. There's a free kick downfield, and this will be number 13, which is Jade Soderstrom, with the ball just outside the 50. Players coming down the ground, so there is a press. There's only 4 players in the back half. It comes into the forward line. Taking this is Natalie Hadjikostas, the captain. Spreads out wide. This will be interesting. Keep it away from Georgia Avery, I would suggest, Peter.
She might get some stats. Let's just see. Kick towards full forward. Chance there for Marty Martino. Not quite. In they go. A push and a shove. Umpires are watching carefully. Whistle goes. The men that are in green, Luke Harrington, Chris Halbert. The boundaries, Emma Jones and Tyson Smith. And we've got on the goals Annette Greenshields and Samuel Turner. We are in our caravan. Kicked in towards the full forward position for Payneham. No chance of a grab there. Umpire very close to the action, as is his want, and that's exactly how we're going to pick out what's going on. Ball kicked back towards the half-back line for Morfordville, putting the body in there and doing well with Charlotte Dorr. Stolen away there quickly. Kicked by Sophie, and that is by Sophia Eligio in towards full forward. Kicked off the ground, and it trickles over the boundary line in front of that red rubbish bin. No score early days first quarter.
So Morphy Park, you see kicking square now. There's a free kick here in the women's football. Kate Rashid, gee, I tell you what, that's right on the boundary tight. She goes the check side across the ground. We'd call that a set play, not able to take the mark and just dribbles through. First score of the day to Payneham Norwood Union. Now in front on the scoreboard, and Morphy Park about to kick out. And just Morgan, a quick one. Morphy Park they've come square again. They've gone very wide, haven't they? Both times they've cleared.
Kick from half-back.
I really think that Morphys are hoping for a clearance here because they know that their run and carry is one of their strengths, and if you make a mistake, Morphys will punish you for it.
Balls at half forward. Dulcet Tones and Morgan Knight. A welcome addition to our coverage of football on a day in women's football where just about as good as it gets. Wonderful to be here. Hope you're enjoying our coverage. We're enjoying bringing it to you, and we'll be able to give you something up close and personal as the ball kicked around towards where we are, close to the boundary line and tickled over. And we're going to see now the boundary throwing to be taken by Emma Jones. No, it's the last touch, so it will be, I was going to say, the Western Australian ruckman Nick Natanui down in front of us with the braids, looking spectacular. Kick forward from Chloe Rose Samuel. Good kick marked there by Kate Rashid. Into the forward pocket, wide. Hand pass, now the kick back towards half-back, and Rashid comes in and takes another grab.
And they're setting up well back there, Peter. Rashid it is again with about a third touch now. Tries to pinpoint, but once again, Morphy Park, they've got a lot of congestion. She's going to come right down in front of us, and number 20, of course, is Chloe Rose Samuel. She's outside 50. Lead's coming. You can see the spare player just in back play there in the white boots. Up it goes, straight towards that player, and the pack forms. Geez, I'll tell you what, that's not a bad effort. Morphy Park now, they're going to spread out the other side. This is what I alluded to before. Tess Morgan, nice kick. Playing in front, Amelia Rusden, and the nerves are gone now. The game's on. We're a couple of minutes in, and those nerves would have been well and truly gone. But Morphy Park, they've only had it down half forward at one occasion so far. It's been all Payneham Norwood Union. But Morphy Park's backline's held up quite well, Morgan.
Yeah, Cass Hartley took a very nice intercept mark just then, and I think her coupled with Captain Hadji, they will be almost impossible to get through this afternoon.
So not the best kick out there, and free kick comes back to Payneham Norwood Union on that far side. Look at the fans over there. Up they go. Look at her. She's up and about. That lady. I'm on TV. Anyway, back in it goes towards Jade Soderstrom. Also starting well. Handball's inside. Touched over the line, and we'll have a throw in this time. Right in the forward line there for Payneham Norwood Union.
Kick to be taken after this boundary throw-in. Who's going to get there first? It's going to be Courtney Roberts. Left high, couldn't get a clean touch to the leather. Dives back in for the hard ball. And there will be a bounce. Looking at those mums over there, they've got enough red cordial to keep the kids going till about midnight tonight, I'd suggest. Settle them down so they can watch the football. No score yet. 5 minutes gone. And it's a bit like the first two games we've seen today. Early ascendancy was diddly squat. No one could get early ascendancy. Clearance there from Morfordville. Didn't go anywhere. Umpire watches. It's a push and a shove. No one can take control of it. Eventually the kick comes in there from Emily Moxham, and it's offline, and it bounces through for the first score of the game, and that is one behind.
And we'll go to our boundary rider. Ned, what have you got for us, mate?
Thanks, Tony. You can just see the dominance so far from Payneham. That's 7 inside 50s to none so far. They haven't been able to put on the scoreboard yet, but you'd imagine they would so soon.
So Morphy's quite stoic back there, and right in front of us here in that forward pocket there, a huge ground, very wide pockets. It's long, big, wide ground. These girls are really going to know they've played a game because you can't run water during the game. Nice handball out there. Number 32, Sophia Leggio, gets it across. Geez, nice shot on goal too. And they're peppering the goals down there, Morgan, and can't quite capitalise.
Yeah, I think that Payneham took quite a hit this year with an injury from Abby Shear, and so they're really looking for someone to step up at the moment, take a nice strong mark and have a set shot. But it's a shame that Abby Shear's out. She was a late out, I think, today.
And they persist in coming out this side, and that was Ella Murison taking the mark.
Ella Murison, there's meterage, something's happened. And Murison, from being at least 50 out, all of a sudden now is within range and will kick from about 40. What can she do? Lay boot to ball. Ali Murison on the way in. Thump. You heard the football flick off the leather and just offline and through for another behind. So 4 behinds. Payneham 4 behinds and Morfordville yet to score. What have you spotted there, Morgan?
Oh, I'm just looking for Isabella Wilson at the moment. She must be out there somewhere.
On the far wing.
She looks like she's playing on the other side and not in her usual forward position.
Okay, well spotted. Tony?
A little bit of ducks and drakes going on in
absolutely.
the grand final, and nice mark out there. Because our scores and our game clock brought to us by Sports Interactive, creating better players one coach at a time as it comes in. That's a nice strong mark at centre half back, Lindsay Bigg, and we have got the supporters next to us. That's a great pinpoint kick. Celeste Donor, around she comes, kicks into the player on the mark, just between the legs there, but it's got around to the helmeted one. We'll pick her up in a moment. Kicks forward. Battle of the big girls at centre half forward. Number 18 there, Ella Murison. Gee, she's everywhere. Then she's just having a shot a moment ago. Now she's on the wing. Kicks it right down forward. 2 on to 1 here. Jennifer Dew should do okay here. Can't quite grab it. Paddles it. 2 on to 1. And she's the recipient of the free kick here. So Jennifer Dew right in front of us on the wing. Goes forward. And a nice mark. The big girl, Georgia Avery, taking the grab.
Olivia Evans has done the right thing and turned around with a helmet on, so we know who she is. Thank you, Olivia. It's exactly what we needed. Ball's at centre wing. Wasteful Payneham. 4 behinds in this first quarter. Morfordville yet to score. We've ticked to the 9-minute mark. You don't want to do this in the first quarter of a grand final, Morgan. 4 behinds early.
No, I think either team were hoping to come out really fast and hard and strong, but it hasn't quite happened yet.
Boundary throw in, no. I just look around and I can see that the ball will be tossed in about 10 metres away from that boundary line. Let's just see who can take the ball away from that tap. It's picked up and kicked on the left boot by Morfordville in towards the half-forward line. Umpire says holding the ball. And the free kick goes with a good tackle there to Ella Murison.
Yeah, I tell you what, she's dominant early, isn't she? She's a bit of everywhere. That's a long, long kick. Can it get over the back? They're forward here. They're out. Payneham Norwood Union. The big ruck woman goes in, Georgia Avery, and she has put a sausage roll, the first goal of the Division 1 grand final on the board, and have a look at them celebrate. That's a great kick in. That was from the wing. Down it came. She hang out the back there. That's the advantage of knowing your teammates' strengths, to be able to get that over the back very quickly. Ned, what have you got for us, mate?
Thanks, Tony. Just showing the dominance now. It's 11 tackles to 6 as well for Payneham's way. They're dominating in every sense of the word at the moment. Inside 50s and tackles around the ball as well.
So that's interesting, Morgan. Poor old Morphy Park are doing a ton of work down there. They just couldn't stem the tide. When it came, and we're on again in the middle.
Not sure how much the breeze had to do with that one, but hopefully Morphies can get another one here.
So they've got a few kickers in their team that are quite... So number 8, Isabella Wilson, you say, is quite dominant, a very long kick as well.
She has an incredible kick, Isabella
Wow.
Wilson. Hopefully we get to see that today.
And it's, as I said, understanding. And they're staying in their positions. If you see around the ball, there's probably 8 or 10. But down the ground, this is the beauty of women's football over the last few years. It's not just, let's just all follow the ball around. It's stick to your positions. The tactics are great. The coaches, probably from what I can see at the moment, both coaches just quite sitting back in the boxes. Big Ben Hunt down there at Payneham Norwood, we can see just sitting back in the box. Up in the middle it goes, Peter.
What a start. 5 scoring shots to 0. And Payneham cementing that first 10-15 minutes into their corner. They lead 1-4-10 to Morfordville, yet to score. This has been just the start they would like to have achieved. A kick now to be taken by Amelia Rusden in towards half forward for Morfordville. It's a holding the ball call. Free kick, and the free kick will go down there to Melinda Speechley. Short pass, very good indeed. The lead out was from Sarah Wilton, and she didn't have to break stride. Is she too far out? What do you reckon?
No, Sarah Wilton has a very good set shot, so I'm surprised that she didn't take that herself.
Well, she went for the short pass, which turned out to be a little beauty because leading forward and taking the grab there is Lindsay Big. And this has to be a score, and for the side that's playing catch-up football at the 12-minute mark, a 6-pointer. Big in from 40. Going to be a long kick. It is a long kick. It is a long kick. Touched off the hands of player down there in the forward pocket in Neve Delaney, and it's tickled over the boundary line. So it's 1-4-10 Payneham. Morfordville yet to score in the first quarter of the grand final.
And there's our commentary box on there, and I was just going to say down that end, how many Payneham Norwood Union fans are down there? They've got the signs on the fence and so on. It is a festival. Anyway, out it comes. I'll play a bowled over off the ball. Goes back and gives one there, and a free kick has been given. I don't know whether it was the player that got the first one. No, it wasn't. So back it goes now. So right in that half-back flank position on the far side. Left footer here. And that is Isabella Wilson, is it? The left footer. Wow. Well, it's good to see they're using a left-footed football out there today. Morphy Park come back around. Goes towards Wilson and beaten over the line there. Tess Maple. And a throw-in on that far side. You can see the beautiful gums in the background. Toyota, Mitsubishi, Ford, they're all sponsored out there. Have a look at them getting around. Umpire throws it in. Nice throw. Is there a couple behind the ball? There are. Morphy Park can capitalise here. It's out the back. 1-2. They set that up well. Just a fumble there. Almost a throw out. Elisa Micken drives it in, and that is a strong mark by Danielle Stewart. Socks up too, Peter. How good's that?
She was a bit feisty too. She went back in for seconds down. Let's get into the second round. That was good stuff. She said, "Excuse me, you whack me and I'll whack you back." And she did, but the umpire was there and there was no issue. Played against Sam, and that's what you'd expect in the grand final. A bit of a old how do you do, push and a shove. That's all right. No dramas. And there is to be meterage from a free kick. So the umpire's waving their whistle and saying, "Don't do the wrong thing. Because if you do," now what's happened?
There's another one, Peter.
Another one. So on two occasions from where we are, it's pretty hard to make a judgment and be absolutely certain as to what happened. But it did appear as if there were two. And Elisa Micken kicks. It doesn't make the distance from 25 out. Ouch! That would burn big time. No chance of a goal now. It's being pushed and shoved. Payneham kick it off the ground, and they will do the clearing with a hurried hand pass, and then a holding the ball maybe? No. A push and a shove, and the umpire says there's another free kick, and this is going to go by way of the side that's desperate to get a score. That is Morfordville.
And Sarah Wilton too, very slow to get up, Peter, and this is Celeste Donor going into the teeth of goal. I tell you what, almost over the top. Goalkeeper almost for Payneham Norwood Union, and there's a score on the board for Morfordville. Ned, what have you got for us?
After struggling early in the game, Morfordville Park got the last 5 inside 50s, and they're starting to work their way back into this one, guys.
Gee, that's a telling stat too. That's a huge kick, as you've alluded to, Morgan. Thanks for that, Isabella Wilson. She's down to the middle, but Morfordville do this well. They tend to handball backwards at times. They're around the ball here, play a handball to herself. They come in to support Hannah Scholar because they've only lost the one game for the year in the home and away series, and then dropped that for second semi against Payneham Norwood Union. So we see the battle again 2 weeks later. Will they drop again? You'd probably think they've got a bit of go in them, but they also know Danielle Stewart. Nice kick out wide. Gives the runners a go. Just bobbles in front there. Shanae Walker. And a kick along the line there, Payneham Norwood Union. Oh, wrapped up in the tackle. She is a willing grand final. There's another one. Have a look at this. This is a very high standard grand final with strong tackling, Morgan.
Oh, yeah, of course. Energy is up, impact is up, and nobody wants to get caught holding the ball, but I think there might be a few of those today.
You just want to go out and belt someone. I can tell from you sitting here and
I wouldn't mind
maintaining your control.
I wouldn't mind being out there playing in a grand final today.
Have another glucose snake and settle down, will you? Nearly quarter time. In another game, the 3 in a row where nothing much has happened on the scoreboard in that first quarter. It's 1-4 Payneham. And their opponents, Morphettville Park, are one behind almost 17 minutes into a game where the total domination in about the first 6 or 8 minutes was for the side that can't kick straight.
Correct.
It is worth noting that Morphettville Park have the league's leading goal kicker as well. So Tess Maple kicked 39 goals in 15 games this year. She also kicked 6 goals in one game, which is a pretty astounding achievement.
Was that the game? I think they kicked 15 goals or something, was it? Was that them?
Look, I can't quite remember which game or who that may have been against, but yeah, she's done an incredible job this year.
Anyway, Payneham come inside their 50 now. Morphy Park, so they set up well, they got the numbers. Umpire says that's a throw. I'll tell you what, Payneham Norwood Union are going to get another shot on goal here from in front, and this is Kate Rashid. She in those first 6 to 8 minutes, Peter, you said, she was quite dominant as well. They get it down there. If they can get it down there, these players will do the job. It's getting it down there between wing and half forward. So Rashid it is. She'll kick from 35 out. Very deliberate. Gets under it a touch. That's got to tell you what. That's got to be close. It's touched on the line. Both ends, the defence is doing very well with those, we saw a goalkeeper at one end, if you like, and just there, that touch on the line to Rashid. As Morphy Park bring it back in.
I'd like to ask you at half-time, or my quarter time I should say, Morgan, because you did touch on Abby Shear and the fact that she can't play throughout the year. When there's a stoppage, and there will be in the set, going close to the boundary line now, what actually happened to her, do you know?
I'm not sure of the ins and outs with Abby Shear, but I think it was in a game, round 13 perhaps. Right. It may have been a knee, and she hasn't played a game since then, so she was actually listed to play today, so I'm not sure why she was a late omission, but it's a big loss for Payneham.
Yeah, thank you for that, because the sharing moment there of a quality player unable to play, the effort there to bust clear. Charlotte Dorr missed it. Back towards centre wing. Players are in a hurry to grab the pill, and first to grab it, the eager beaver, Lindsay Bigg. Around her body to half forward. Her kick was strong, but the mark was equally as strong, and it's taken by Isabella Wilson.
Wilson comes back with a 1.5 length kick. That is a long kick. Player with the ball in hand. Morphettville Park player in front of us too, screaming to come off as they go forward here. Can't quite get hold of it there, Natalie Ayasu. So around it comes 3 or 4 Payneham players in a row, and that's a very timely kick by Sarah Witten. Gets it out. Wilton, out towards the wing. Oh, look at him, stacks on the mill. Interesting because Payneham Norwood Union were there first. Morphy Park player came over the top. The umpie's confused. Gave it first of all to Morphy Park, but it was their own player who pushed all 3 ended up in a pile there. Their own player pushed their own. So down they come now. Payneham Norwood Union getting dangerous near their 50. Jade Soderstrom. Good target up forward too. A hack kick out. Jennifer Dew, we're calling her a fair bit as well. So obviously these midfielders are getting around a fair bit. Far side, you can see the cars up on the hill again. Umpire runs around and says, give it to me, I'll throw it in. Just very quickly too, we have league umpires out here for the boundary. And normally, has that been the case here, or the lower grade you have to supply your own umpires?
Yeah, the Division 1 would normally have the boundary field and goal umpires supplied, but I do know that in some of the lower divisions that the clubs have to provide their own boundary and goal umpires. So I think it would have been a nice treat for some of those reserves and Div 6 girls today.
Okay, so we'll go to a short break, and we see Payneham 1 goal 5-11 to Morphettville 1 point, 10 point in front at quarter time.
Celine has a love of singing and condiments, which is why she uses Catch to keep her spreads in high supply, like Celine's Dijon. Yes, however they like to shop, everyday Aussies, check out Catch.
look a little bit different than the last time I saw them. Can you tell me what you are wearing and what you're doing today?
Yeah, so we're doing the Olympic theme for our B Olympics to finish off the season.
Okay, and can you tell me about how your season went this year?
Our season probably, if you look at the... If you look at the table, it didn't go so well, but in terms of our development, we couldn't have gone any better. So we're really proud of the whole group.
And you had quite a few players this year that would play 2 games every weekend. How did that impact your game, and what did that do with the wider club?
Yeah, well, absolutely, yeah. I mean, if you're a company that sells magnesium, you're really in a really good position because pickle juice. Yeah, pickle juice magnesium went on the incline, but yeah, we doubled up. We didn't quite have the numbers for 2 teams, but obviously the league wouldn't allow our SANFL players to play, so we just had to go with that. Yeah.
And Carrie, you have such a huge impact out at Anglevale. What does women's football really mean to you?
Oh, look, we're here in an environment where we just want to be a community with female footballers in general. We're back in the Roos today. Yeah, we just love to be part of a community, so here we are.
Great, Carrie. Well, thank you so much for seeing me, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Morgan. And we'll just have a quick look at the stats here, Peter. And Payneham Norwood Union 12 times inside the 50 to 5. Tackles 22 to 15, hit out 6 all. So the rest of the stats there are leading Payneham Norwood Union. We're going to go now to Ned, our boundary rider.
Cheers, guys. Just went over to both of the huddles. And quickly over at Payneham's coaching staff, they were really assertive to their forwards to keep the ball inside their forward 50, and pressure and repeat entries are going to be what's going to get them over the line. Now for Morfettville Park, Brad Farrell, the coach, he was quite happy with their first quarter, albeit being 2 goals down. He was happy with the way they're controlling the game. He just wants them to put it on the scoreboard now, guys.
All right, thank you very much for that, Ned. And Peter, you've got some intel for us at this point?
Intel? It was a race at Caulfield today, race 3 horse 4.
Well, let's get back to the footy, mate.
Morgan.
Payneham.
Morgan talking about a game that we were at, Anglevale, early in the piece, and was so complimentary of the boss there, who played in the reserves for half a game, went off, and then got ready to come out and play in the seniors. That is a typical example, and you've captured it so well, Morgan, of the effusive nature of supporters. They're not playing in this game, but getting out to follow and support women's football.
And that's what we're all about.
And they looked like they were having a good time out there, I tell you what. And it is a celebration, as we said. It's a celebration of the game. It's a celebration of sport, the people, and life itself. As, Georgia Avery, she's towering in there, getting set for the ruck. You'd almost say, let her win the tap and we'll rove it. Up it goes, I tell you what. There you go. How wrong could I be? That's a fair jump by little Celeste Donor. Anyway, they're forward, Morphy Park, because of that, dropping the ball. Couldn't quite get it out there. It was 24, Cammy Williams. Over it comes now. They're running forward, Payneham Norwood Union. Player in front there. She's done very well, 2-on-1. That is a fantastic pickup. Cassandra Hartley, unfortunately, gives it back to the opposition ruckman. She's kicked it and gone and chased it herself there. Right out there on that half-forward flank. Player trying to flick it out. Morphy Park are very tight on their opponents here. And you'll see there, trying to get a tackle in was Emily Moxon. Payneham Norwood Union go forward again. This tackling, Peter, is strong. Look at that. Dragging 2 players around with the ball.
Outstanding. That's what's needed. And if the trend of this game follows the trend of the 2 earlier games, you'd have to say that Morfettville would have to be at least on a par with Payneham at half-time. They can't afford to drop back. 6 scoring shots to 1. Margin is just 10 points. But they'd need to be about the place, and I hope for the sake of those that are here, and of course for the sake of you, me, and you and me, that we're in the press box here, it's going to be a tight grand final. That's what we want. Boundary throw in. No one can get near it. Quick tick taken out of the back by Celestina Donor. Ball bang back into the centre. Here's where the speedsters are wanted. Who's going to get there first? Over the shoulder, Mr. Umpire. No. Holding the ball. It reminded me of just before quarter time, Tony standing there next to the caravan in the earlier game, and this chap yelled out, "Haven't you got any eyes, umpire? Come on, get up with the play." He sounded good.
Question I've often asked myself, Peter, but we've changed over time. Morgan, you've seen something there? No?
Oh, sorry, I was just watching Georgia Ava out there on the far wing. She's been everywhere so far today.
Yeah, she moves well, doesn't she? And look, no one really picking her up. She's reading. She's coming to take the smother of the mark there. And Morphy Park trying to get that Sarah Wilton around. She comes, drives that ball pretty much back square. Now this, you wouldn't believe it, that lady there in the orange boots is the ruckman for Morphy Park, and won a tap. Down it comes. Here's an opportunity. It's bumbling inside 50. Gee, the ball bounces fortuitously on the left foot. Oh, she's taken out after the kick. Umpires.
He's sporting. I think he's spotted it.
I think that might be down ground. Both players are injured on the ground. Is that? I believe it might have been. I couldn't really see the number there. So let's not jump to conclusions just yet. But she was taken out in a huge bump there. And he's giving the free kick. It was as the kick happened. Just trying to pick up who the player is now. Because
number 10's turned around.
No, it's
not her.
She
back
has,
from her.
Yeah, next player in line has the ball in hand. Anyway, she's a left footer. Let's just see if she does. No, she is a left footer. I'll tell you what, she's got hold of that. And what's happened on the line? That is a goal there, and they are celebrating. They are away. Can you see who it is, Peter?
Yes, she's being squashed by 5 teammates. She'll emerge. 2 of her teammates have red ribbons in their hair.
Yep.
And she will turn now as she walks towards the fence.
She won't still. She's got long hair.
She knows that we're waiting for her to turn. She's kicked a goal and she's pushing.
She's given us everything except the jumper number, but we'll come to that. That was a huge celebration. Morphy Park now, and they talk about self-belief, and that might be the one that gets on. I'm impressed with this ruck woman. She is just sensational. There she goes after it again. Can't quite get it up. They've got the numbers, though, Morphy Park, around on the left foot. Marie Martino goes forward. It's all Payton Norwood Jr. Just the bomb isn't going to help. You're kicking to a 50-50. Here's the ruck woman. Around she goes. She's done well there. That's Celeste Donor. And just going after it again now, Lucy Armitage kicks to true centre half forward. It's all Payton Norwood Jr. It beats them. Around it comes. Can Tess Maple get hold of it? In it comes. Oh, taken down after. It's a goal anyway. That was a massive goal there and taken down after play. The umpire's just coming in to have a look. Young lady getting herself up. We see the ball came in then from Lucy Armitage. It was pretty vacant, but it bounced well. And Tess Maple it was, got hold of it, bounced up, and that was a great goal. She was taken out afterwards. The runners celebrating. Jeez, I'll tell you what, she's done well to get up. Ned, you've got something for us?
Yeah, Tony, just the last 3 inside 50s going Morpheville Park's way after their ascendancy later in the first. Just quickly, these stats. Thank you, Cameron Howe, for bringing them to us. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much for that. And the other one is Neve Delaney, just coming off the ground for rest. Peter, you've picked up that kicked the goal.
She kicked the goal and looked okay. She ran across to the other forward pocket, looked fine. And as we speak, she just come off for a spell. But no, that was good stuff too, exactly what was required. And it tightens up these proceedings, 2-1-13 to 1-5-11. In a game where, Morgan Knight, there's a bit of spirit out there.
I think Morphies is one of those teams where if you give them an inch, they will take a mile. And so this could be very dangerous for Payneham at the moment. They really need to respond here.
Well, it's almost the opposite because, as I alluded to, the last 2 games, Morphy Park, good start and got done in the last 3 quarters. Now they're coming from behind and 2 quick goals, Peter.
That's what we want in terms of a spirited contest in grand final. Good work further down the ground there. Alana Gianni with brute strength got the kick into half forward. And now we're seeing matchups that are working for both teams. Clearance is strong and bold. The kick there from Hadjikostas, that's Natalie. Back towards the centre wing position. And away you go, the side that's lifting. That's the Morpheville Park to half forward. Good grab. Good grab at half forward. Tess Maple. She turns. She looks. Has a furtive glance. Who's moving for her? She goes for the short pass. delivered with distinction and delivered with accuracy, and this has been a turnaround of some degree. The ball kicked into the forward pocket, bounces towards going over the boundary line, doesn't, kicked into full forward, the ball bounces, saw did it go through? No, not quite. Looked for a moment as if it had crossed the white line, no. What's going on out there? 2-2-14 to 1-5-11. Morgan Knight, what's been the change?
I think, like I said before with Morphees, you give them an inch and they will take a mile. They just needed one to get them started, and I think we could be seeing a few more from them now.
Courtney Roberts with a long run and kick out there, but Morphy Park, this way, that way, ran herself into trouble, gone back and got her own ball. Great play there, and that's Amelia Rusden. Player down in back play here and in the goal square. Not looking too good, I think, is Tess Maple. Not quite sure what happened there, Ned.
Looked like a bit of a bump off the ball there. Her teammates were remonstrating with her defender, but she looks all right now.
Well, Peter, as we know, grand final, these little incidents can happen anyway. Long kick out. Morphettville Park doing everything they can here to try and clear the ball out. And Payneham Norwood Union pressing hard, so umpire says, I will ball up on the far side. In it comes, players contest, and trying to get the clearance out here, but it's Morphettville Park again, not gone very far. And have a look at them wrestle there. Could be a chicken wing, suplex, La Plata, bit of everything in that one.
I had no idea what you said then.
Yeah, chokehold, fireman's lift. It was all there. Anyway, out it comes. Player being held there was Cassandra Hartley. Picks up the free. Made sure the umpire knew about it. Comes forward now. Round the corner. Can't quite get it. Morphy Park are pressing there. 2 goals, 2-14. 1 goal, 5-11. It's still only 3 points, but geez, I'll tell you what, Payneham Norwood Union might want to get a wiggle on and get a score down the other end.
When you feel like something's happening, Morgan, out there like it is now, what goes through your mind? How can you stop it?
I think you just know that you need to give absolutely everything. You need to get around your teammates and make sure that you're getting to every single contest.
There's a chance, number 15 in and out. Delaney lost it, holding the ball.
Morphy Park have actually got 2 free players down in their forward line too, Peter. So obviously Payneham Norwood Union must be stocking up back here. Look at all the players now in this 1/3 of the ground.
Yes, there's lots of empty real estate there, which would be worth $1 or $2 if you put a flat there. Massive amount of open space. Never been down this way before, and I've only been in Adelaide 20 years.
Wow. Well, have a look at them dressed up. There's the Anglevale girls hanging over the fence there.
Mm-hmm. Trust you to see them.
Go on, Peter.
I mean, no one can get access to the pill. That's what they want. Oh, tight game. This is a tight game, all right. Just 3 points the difference. Ball at centre wing. Does the bouncing. Who's going to grab it? Over there chasing it is Amelia Rusden. Had it, but is well tackled. Umpires are there, and they spread in different directions, and there'll be a bounce. Tony.
Exactly right, like a skyrocket when it goes off at the top of its... when it reaches its height and it just explodes everywhere. They all took off there, which is good. You don't see ball watching. Kick into the middle of the ground. Great bounce here for Morphettville Park. Player couldn't take it and then bumped off. It was Sarah Wilton. Looks a real athlete too. And I'll tell you what, Morphy Park are doing a lot of changes. You see the players coming and going. Punch forward now to the advantage of number 9, which is Hannah Scholar, and she does very clever there. Gets it across to Cassandra Hartley. In it comes to the forward line again. Maple's there, but taking the ball was Neve Delaney, the goal kicker. She runs around, she kicks it long. These are the spare players I was talking about. Bounces fortuitously. Marie Martino has kicked her her first, and the third for Morphy Park. But if we see this on the replay, the ball came in. They have spares down, and look, she's outside 50. That's a great kick in. See the spares. They're here. They had 2 earlier on. Great trap too. That's not easy to do. Runs in on the left. Marie Martino. I told you they're using a left-footed football today. I'm sure of it.
That was a beautiful passage of play, and that started all the way back with Hannah Scholar with a nice clean handball to Cass Hartley. And absolutely wonderful from Morphees.
Neve Delaney, who kicked that goal earlier on, how good she been? Came off as we saw her run past us, but back there, she is like a fireball down there. And back into attack, guess who? Not on this occasion. Interception is strong and bold there from Daniela Stewart in towards half forward. Umpire lets proceedings go. Scramble from both teams at the 12-minute mark of this quarter. And we said at quarter time when it was 1-5 to a behind. Guess what? Payneham are 1-5 and Morfordville have moved from a behind to add 3 goals won in a very polished display, which sets up some excitement that is to be generated for the rest of this game. Substitutions taking place in front of where we are, which is good to see. We can see them wander past and work out what they look like. It makes us feel a bit more confident, as is the case there from Maria Martino. Kick long in towards full forward. Rushing back to defend there is Anna Batisic. Knocks it away. Payneham a chance to clear at half-back. Slow! Umpire lets it go. I thought for a minute Payneham might have been pinged for holding the ball. Not so. Ball at centre wing. Players falling over, jumping on each other. And the whistle goes for a bounce. 1-5 to 3-2. Good arm wrestle. A very good arm wrestle, Morgan.
Oh, yeah, this is way too exciting for me at the moment.
Also interesting, Payneham Norwood Union can't get that ball. They'll get it to here. They might go forward once or twice, but they can't get a good run on and get that ball forward. Morfordville Park just look like they've got the ascendancy now. They're hunting in packs. Here they are again. Now, that girl was the ruckman. Didn't go up this time. Celestina, I'll get that correct, Dona, is. Around the corner it comes. They're under pressure back here, and this is what pressure will do. Jess Meechan it is. We haven't called her much. Now they're out. Nice little handball over Chloe Rose Samuel. They go forward this time inside 50. Cannot capitalise. Morphy Park, pardon me, turning it over. And, player. Geez, she controlled that ball well to give them an advantage there. Payneham Norwood Union. Can they get the numbers? Just dropping it out. A soccer off the ground. That'll do. It's in space. Paddling it forward this way, that way. Can't get a foot to it. Caitlin Pullen just drives it and goes back again. Oh, she was going to kick it. She's been tackled. Umpire says take a free anyway. They are under pressure. She bobbled that ball around like a basketball and went back and got her own ball. Reward for effort. She's going to have a shot on goal, but she looks a little bit spent. Is she going to make the distance? Comes in, gets hold of it, over the top it goes, and that is a nice goal. Caitlin Pullen. They needed to get that goal, get them a little bit closer. They are now 3 points down as we close in on half time. 14 and a half minutes in, Peter.
Look, I look at it from all sorts of angles, but our expert is Morgan Knight. Was she lucky to get that free kick?
No.
Be strong.
No, and I think that was a very well-deserved goal.
Well, just the goal that was required by Payneham. Their first score in the quarter, and we've gone 20 minutes. Down below, Ned, speak to us.
Thank you, Walshy. That's their first inside 50 in a long time. They've broken a streak of 5 unanswered inside 50s, and they've managed to get a goal on the board from it.
Good to see that Ned's talking about streaking on such a beautiful day of weather. It's freezing down here, although there's a fair amount of hot air coming out of this commentary box. Ball tossed in the air. Goal that was required. Can they get 2 in a row? Effort there from Ella Murison. She couldn't clear it away. Nothing happening, or I should say lots happening, but let's do it again. Ball tossed in the air. Arms lock, tapped away by Natalie Asu. No, didn't go anywhere. Umpire watches. And there'll be another fresh start. 16 minutes gone. Toffee. I'll get Tony to have a chat when he's finished with his coughing attack. This has been a good game. A tight game. With it to 3-2-20 Morfordville, Payneham 2-5-17, and we've gone 16 minutes.
Yeah, ball held in there. Celestina Dona got the kick out, and so that player just took off straight away there. That's Katie Murdoch. So she's out here on the wing. She's standing, of course, Isabella Wilson. So that's a good match up there. Umpire comes in, throws it up again. Round the corner, we'll get another throw up here.
Just take your drink and drink it, will you, instead of doing all of these look. I get that all the time. I get stuck with a crook throat and I need to have a slurp. Get yourself organised, Tony, and we'll look after you. What a team ball will be. A free kick to Morfettville. 3-2-20 to 2-5-17. 3 points the difference. 17 minutes gone. There's an errant kick. Mark taken by Natalie Ayesu. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Kicking towards centre half forward. The umpire, no, I thought the whistle had gone. Not to be. Kick back to half back. And a good mark is taken by Celestina Donna. Kick back to centre wing. Push out, umpire spotted it. Free kick. Clap, clap, clap. That's the call. The clap, clap coming from Olivia Evans, who then runs back with the helmet on and waits for her teammate, the very busy Marie Martino, to half forward. Who can grab that one? Oh, there is number 5 down. That's Katie Murdoch, who fell heavily, gets to her feet. But she's okay. You okay, Tony?
Well, I'm all right, Peter. It's that glucose you gave me before, Isabella Wilson, that didn't go down. My body, the temple just rejects. Anyway, the girls are on, and that's a strong tackle given. I'll tell you what we are seeing is a lot more. We spoke about the strong tackling, a lot more ball ups. Umpire comes in again, puts it up. Away we go. Oh, player going to the knees there. Oh, it's caught between the knees of the next player. Interesting play there, Hannah Scholar. It comes out now, Morphy Park. Really good in defence there. It's right in the middle of the ground. Of course, no cricket pitch, so it'll be nice and smooth out there. Look at them. We spoke about this. The players that have got this ability to get free. Olivia Evans with the helmet on. Just steadies it down. Leads come. That's fantastic. The lead came from a long, long way out too. And that's a good mark. So a long way out now. The kick comes down into the forward pocket. They've got obviously some structures. Umpires in front of us on the boundary line calling, player taken out in play. Umpire says play on, and that's Katie Murdoch. Around the corner into the goals. Drop there, Morphy Park. Has she shinned it through? The goal umpire says yes, that is a goal, and there's a player in a lot of trouble down here in front of us, taken out, and she looks like she's not too well at the moment. So we'll just take our time, just see what's happening with the replay here, and through it came. Ned, what have you got for us?
She looks in really, really bad shape, guys. She's has not moved. They've tried to turn her around, and yeah, she's not looking good at all. I'm assuming a nasty
what we'll do is we'll wish that player all the best. Just taken out in play, and we'll maybe just get the camera off that bit of play as the game has stopped at the moment. Morphettville Park did go on and score a goal there for their 4th. So they are 4 goals 2, 26 to 2 goals 5, 17. So just a player in a little bit of strife here. Let's just have a bit of a chat about the game and let the trainers take care of what's happening to the right of us.
We should say, Tony, that where we are, it's impossible to see what's going on because we're in a position where we can only be visually attached to what we can see, and I certainly didn't see anything. There's the siren for half time. Could you spot anything, Morgan, from where you are with that incident there, or that 2 players or whatever? Hard to see.
No, I was too busy watching the goal that was happening further down the field.
Yep.
Look, as I said, Peter, we'll move off that for the moment. Half time here, and it is a 9-point lead to Morphettville Park after that big quarter where they kicked 4 goals 1 for the quarter to take a huge lead in, and players just coming together in the middle of the ground, and Morphy Park girls are celebrating quite well, and the Payneham girls are just meeting up in the middle of the ground. We will take a short break and be back with the halftime show very shortly.
Get a quick and easy low-rate car loan from Police Credit Union today.
Brad here is a great all-rounder. He likes the Catch app to get anything he needs fast, like Brad's Pit, Brad's Mitt, Brad's Kit, and Brad's air freshener. Yes, for anything they need, everyday Aussies, check out Catch.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Filming Footy. In the last 4 years, Filming Footy has become the single largest provider of vision for grassroots football in Australia.
Foster goes, oh, he sold the candy once, twice. If you don't mind, that is the nail.
With an average of 150 matches filmed every weekend, leagues, clubs, players, families and supporters are able to watch local footy, either live or on a replay network.
Lung after he's got rid of the ball, but the umpire has called that holding the ball.
There it is.
And we have the siren going at the end of the game. A great game of footy.
In 2022, it's our aim to have every league across South Australia filmed and have the match of the round live streamed.
Got a loose player in front of the little jockey, doesn't get it, Ty Jaffa, but that's a good kick to Breeden. Back to Matthew Stent. Could be a hero if he can kick this. It's good off the boot. Will it hold its line? It does!
Filming footy, live stream and game day recording specialists.
The Simon Black Academy is a three-pillared program that combines both education and Australian rules football. Available in 4 states throughout Australia, the program covers 3 key areas. The first is an education component through the Torrens University. The second is the development of the participants' AFL skills, helping the player to become the best player they can possibly be. And the third is a leadership and growth program. The Academy is a perfect opportunity for participants who like football. They get exposed to AFL coaches and mentoring opportunities as they do their university degree. The first 12 months allows participants to complete a diploma in Sports Management Elite, and if the students elect to stay on for a further 2 years, they can complete a Bachelor's in Business Management with a sports focus. Based down at Norwood Oval and the Arc at Campbelltown, it is a fantastic program for anyone interested in sports management who loves football and wants to extend their education with a Torrens University degree. Feel free to check out the website simonblack.com.au.
Celine has a love of singing and condiments, which is why she uses Catch to keep her spreads in high supply, like Celine's Dijon. Yes, however they like to shop, everyday Aussies, check out Catch.
And welcome back to half-time here at the big game where Morphy Park are 9 points in front of Payneham after that second quarter. Good news for those watching around Australia and worldwide. Isabella Wilson, number 8 it was that was injured in that bit of play, has actually got up to her feet and been able to walk off, assisted, but walked off the ground herself, and that
is from, but if you're close to the action and you can render assistance, you are on the spot. Now, you know, I'll get on the soapbox once. Everybody at school should have been taught first aid. I wasn't. I should be, and I'm telling you that young lady, Isabella Wilson, was looked after straight away.
Well, she's up and about, Peter. That's the great news, isn't it? And you're correct, first aid is so important. The Morphy Park girls here are lined up. Look at them chanting and singing. They've already won a grand final today, and they are roaring. But Morgan, you've got a little bit on their ruck set up, the tactics they're using at the moment.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that number 28, Celestina Donner, is starting in the ruck. She's been predominantly working in the ruck today, but that's unusual because she's very good behind the ball, and normally you have Alyssa Micken or Sarah Vanderwall actually doing the ruck work. So I wonder if Morphe's thought that Celestina was a much better matchup for Georgia Avery. I'm not sure, but she seems to be doing a pretty good job.
And
just adding to what Morgan said, and Tony, how you so superbly have embellished what you said with the players running out. You don't see that. You don't see that at any football game where the side that comes out to play the second half is greeted by a lineup of all of the fresh faces who all cheer them on. That is just so good.
And Peter, exactly right. You have a look on screen there. When they were running through that lineup, the smile. This is what I get, Morgan, with women's football, and I wish there was more of this in men's football, to be honest, when back in my day and currently. The smiling faces, the fun. Look at them running out there, all smiling and having fun. They clap each other on the ground, they pat each other on the back, they smile, they have fun. And I mentioned 2 weeks ago, Morphy Park, they're roaring at the moment. They had music on in the rooms afterwards. When we talk about serious things like mental health and enjoying your experience for the day, it's not just the 2 hours of game time, it's how you prepare for the game, you play the game, and then what happens afterwards. These players, win, lose or draw, go home happy. I know this is a grand final, go home happy, rather than down in the dumps and coaches tearing the paint off the walls. There's the statistics, Peter. Inside 50s, Morphy Park, well, they dominated, didn't they? 9-3. Tackles 19-18. So obviously the more you have the ball, the more tackles, Morgan, as well. And the hit-outs 11-12, which is interesting because they're not even using the ruckman that we thought they might have.
No, I do think that Celestina Donner's doing an excellent job. I'm not sure if she's got a background in volleyball, but she certainly looks like a volleyballer from where I'm sitting.
Springs, that's what she's got. Have a look at her. The size there, she looks like a midfielder. Look at the difference. And she's winning the taps, Peter.
She's a spiker.
What is happening?
Give her some sand at Glenelg. She won't kick sand in your face or spit some salty water on your scone. She'll just be about the place, and that's what she's doing today.
And she can jump. So we're in the second quarter. Of course, live filming and matchday specialist filming footy, pre- and post-game catch.com. Screaming good deals. Player of the day, Archie's Thongs, and you're with Morgan Knight for the first bounce.
What's going on out there? Now they're ready. What were they waiting for? Stop laughing, Morgan. Here we go. Who will win the game from here? Who are you barracking for?
Like I said, I'm still going for just a good game of footy.
Those answers are just so non-existent in the vocabulary that myself and Tony use.
I wanted to put her under pressure there, Peter, and just see how she performed. She did very well, didn't say much at all.
No.
So game is underway, Peter, and you're up, sir.
It's a beauty. It's a good one. Paynham 2-5-17, Morfettville 4-26. We've had some, well, I won't say disappointing results. That would be unfair. But the 2 games played earlier, I'll refresh your memories and tell you that it was Lockley 3-5-23 to Brighton 1-3-9, and the other result was, unfortunately, Smosh fell apart and Morfettville didn't. Morfettville Park, that was an easy win to the Ville, and now this is tight. After an unusual first quarter, the second quarter has belonged to Morfettville, who come forward. The kick to be taken into the forward line, almost a mark to Lindsay Bigg, not quite, puts the hands up. Who's going to flick it out? On the move, Lucy Armitage hooks it goal into its full forward. Mark and a play on, and a goal is scored. Give it to me, Mr. Umpire. You did. On the right boot, and it trickled through for a full pointer, and only seconds into the third quarter. How important's that? 5-2-32 to 2-5-17.
That pressure around the 50, wasn't it? Look at it, got it in. Tess Maple in great position. Couldn't quite break away from the tackle. Poor old number 55 there couldn't get hold of it, and out through it came for a goal there to Morphy Park. And geez, I tell you what, that's put the cat amongst the pigeons now. They go to 5-2 to 2 goals 5, so 7 scoring shots each, but Morphy Park away in the middle. Up she goes. There's Celestina Dona there, doing a great job in ruck. Oh, Morphettville Park, player streaming through off half-back or off the wing. Payneham Norwood Union are under a massive amount of pressure as we speak. They came good in the second semi. They came back. Can they do it here? It's all about self-belief. It's the mind games. Do you start seeing the fumbles? Do you start seeing a little, not only physical fatigue, but mental fatigue? They're on their players in the forward line. A couple of players, though, are done for height. So this will be interesting if Morphy Park go forward again. And another ball up in the middle. And number 45 there just getting off the ground. We've got a couple of different numbers, have we? So players going forward now. Held in there. Held tight and couldn't get through was Chloe Rose Samuel. Umpire throws it up. Oh, player crashing in there, Sarah Vanderwall. They've got a bit of feeling out here, Morphy Park. Look at them running. Player just backing up. She doesn't need the backup. There's the player I was talking about, taken out of it in play. It's all Morphy Park as we speak, Peter.
Lily of the Valley. She was involved in that scrap. So too was Isabella Wilson. They're jumping about. So too was Grace Smallacombe. Ball finishes up with a kick to be taken down the ground. Celestina O'Donnell got up, couldn't take it. In defence, Payneham under siege. Under siege, trying desperately to try and clear the ball away. They are, well, they've got the speed wobbles at the moment. Maybe the bus had the speed wobbles close to arriving here, because what's happening now is they desperately need a goal to stay in touch. They're fighting hard for the ball, centre wing. Good steal taken away there by, let's work out who was it. That's Ella Little. Back towards centre wing. Bobbles towards going over the boundary line, a long way from where we are. Hit me with the whistle, Mr. Boundary Umpire. No, it's still in play. Still in play. Now it's over. And there'll be a throw-in before a cluster of vehicles over there. All getting involved in the game of football. 5-2-32 to 2-5-17 Morphettville lead.
So far side, just left side of the wing. Umpire throws it in towards the centre of the ground as he should. Morphy Park, player taken down. The ball went up and down on the spot. Play on now, they go forward. That's a nice kick forward. Players congesting there. Sarah Wilton having a real battle on her hands. Payneham Norwood Union come out. Nice teamwork there. Ball on that far side. First to the ball, the captain, Hadja Costas now. Around the corner. Is that a mark? Umpire says yes. Nice pack mark taken over there, and I reckon that's number 10 it is, Amelia Rusden. Comes in, player just put the jukes up. She's kept it in front, no one near her, so Payneham Norwood Junior, bowled over big time in the middle of the ground now. Kate Rashid having a bit of a battle on there. When you're second of the ball, the umpires just stop the play. There's going to be a yellow card given, and I reckon that might be for verbalising, is it? As the player was taken out of play and hit after the ball. Now, a yellow card, tell us that one is a send-off, Morgan? Do you know? 10 minutes by the looks of it?
Yes, I believe so. I haven't seen many yellow cards in my time.
Well, you've probably had some given to you.
I have never received a yellow card.
The game, they think the game's got to go. You have to wait till the player comes off, and she's in no hurry. She's just walking off, which will give everyone now she starts the jog, this will give everyone a little bit of a rest. Players moving around the forward line. Number 13, Jade Soderstrom is coming on.
Is it to do with you have to verbal? Is that the way it works?
No.
There has to be something
You've
verbal?
done something. You've done something, and the umpire sends you off, and she's not happy. She's up in front of the crowd there remonstrating as well. So it could be a collision, Peter. It could be a verbal, whatever, but it's a send-off. I believe it's only 10 minutes, so we'll see what happens. So obviously now, number 27, Georgia Avery. She needs to perhaps get into the game a little bit more, I'd suggest. Started well. Long kick down the wing. Geez, good set of jukes. Morphy Park, they've got winners all over the ground, and this is Amelia Rusden with the ball. So players coming off for Morphy Park as well. We spoke about their interchange a lot, and Elisa Micken pretty handy to come on. Ball in the middle of the ground. Payneham Norwood Union outdone by numbers. Over it comes. Morphettville Park, they're running in numbers. 2, 3, 4 players picked up, and a free kick to Payneham Norwood Union. Player still down. Very slow to get up, and I reckon that's Shay Moss, number 1, by the looks of it. So player just to the right of her doesn't give it to her. Having a look now. A lot of congestion. Morphy Park were very good. Their back line was very good. There is Wow, the migrating wildebeest. Have a look at them all down in this area. It's over the top. Can it get through? Payneham Norwood Union player trying to paddle it. 2, 3, 4 players. A lot of players now, Peter, congesting around the ball.
Strange game of football. The embellishment will come from Morgan Knight in just a sec. Quarter time, it was 6 scoring shots to 1. Payneham led 1-5 to a behind. And in that second term, a complete turnaround. Half time, 2-5-17 to 4-2-26. And there has been a goal in this third quarter. I'll get to you in 1 second, Morgan, as the kick for Payneham into half forward. Steering it away. Here's Morfordville. Here's some space. Here's the run provided by Melinda Speechley. In towards half forward. Shut the gate, mark to Payneham. What do you think's happening?
Well, Payneham have actually had quite a few loose players in their forward line, so I'm not sure if Morphies are just trusting their midfield to not let it get down there, but I think if Payneham get a really quick ball into their 50 here, they might be in luck.
Well, they were in luck for a sec, but there was a push in the back and a free kick. Some pearls of wisdom being spat out on the boundary line there with Sammy Allen not very happy. She'll get back into business because while she is having a chat, there's some heavy artillery from both teams, and we'll do it again. Now we've got
a couple of jumper numbers as well.
Okay.
So we've got a couple of. We've worked out who it is. Ball goes up on the wing. Gee, under pressure, almost handballed to herself. Couldn't get a boot to it. Little Jennifer Do, battling her heart out there. Payneham Norwood Union player ran around to try and get a kick as the Morpheville Park player ran across her mark. Number 2 is Cassandra Hartley, right in front of us. Put the Jets on, couldn't get away, was Chloe Rose Samuel, took them on. Nice little kick into the forward line around the corner. Sophia Leggio, it's down, and number 25 is Emily Moxon. She's probably 45 out. Really acute angle. Wow, puts the Jets on, gets in for a pass, runs on to follow it up. Look at her running in. She's going to try and get this back here. Oh, geez, good play because that's those extra numbers. Very good to see. They're putting up a good fight here, Payneham Norwood Union. They're 7 shots to 7 on the scoreboard, but they need a goal here. Good shepherd in the back play there. Right close to the boundary. Left footer comes down in front of us here. Players contest. Up and down on the spot. Into a dangerous position now. Can Payneham Norwood Union capitalise? Gee, that's very clever play. Melinda Speechley just took her time. They get a clearance outside 50 again. 2 on to 1. They're after it here. Payneham Norwood Union player just sits back and waits. And Morpheville Park first to the ball. Over backwards there. And our boundary rider Ned.
Thanks, Tony. Got another stat for you. I know you love your stats. That's 3 inside 50s in a row for Payneham, and you can see they're slowly starting to work their way back into this one.
Sensational, Ned. We do love the stats. Give it to me, baby. Anyway, back on. What are you lot laughing at?
Just have some more red cordial, will you, please?
Grand final, the coffee's hit. Not quite inside 50. Jeez, it's stoic. It's a battle on out there, Morgan. It's got everything, this grand final.
It's very congested around the footy on the other side of the ground there. I really think that Payneham are going to capitalise on this. I think that they've got plenty of space in their forward line to run into.
Bit like the first quarter, isn't it? They got it in there, couldn't quite get the score on the board, and they're doing it the same here. Like they're just down this end, and they just can't get it. They're trying to push it forward. Great to see Brad Farrell, of course, walking along in front of us. He goes up to most of the players as they come off, and he walks 20 or 30 metres and has a chat with them all the way back to the coach's box. Peter.
Last 2 who went off did exactly that. Charlotte Dorr and Tess Maple, and the boss went down and made sure that he gave them words of encouragement. He wasn't yelling or screaming or shouting, but he was there, and that's what happened. Now there's to be a shot at goal for Payneham. They had a kick a long way out, and the umpire has said, no, you infringed over the mark. And for all the work that they've done so far in this quarter, they haven't been able to reduce this deficit. We've gone 12 minutes, and this game will have yet another turn. Kicking towards full forward. That kick came from number 25. That was knocked away from Emily Moxham. And it's Morfordville who do well and will clear. Hand pass on. Could go another way. It will. How good's that from half back to half forward? Ball belted down the ground by Amelia Rusden. She did well. Catch me if you can. Katie Murdoch. Katie Murdoch. Not quite. Oh, that football. It's not a round football. It's an Aussie rules football, and it bounces away for a 1 point result. That was exciting stuff. 2-5-17 to 5-3-33. Don't you just love that ball bouncing towards goal?
I would have loved to have seen her take a bounce or two and get a little bit closer, but still good to watch her run.
And I think she saw the two big posts come up and no one in front of her, Morgan. And as you and I described earlier in the day with the Lockleys game, they tend to get smaller, those posts, the closer you get. Up it goes. Now they've got Elisa Micken in the ruck there, putting in a contest. Free kick given. Payneham Norwood Junior screaming for the ball. The player rushes back. They're quick to get into position. They're sticking to their game plan. Out it comes towards the wing here. Payneham Norwood Junior got the numbers around the corner. Just a handball out the back. Might have been better getting it on the boot. Players are in trouble. The umpire's on the sideline call out holding the ball, but it's not. Umpire, so game goes on now. Chloe Rose Samuel is getting a few possessions. She's a little bit injured there and slow to get up off the ground. So umpire is going to ball up in front of us here. She is still down on her hands and knees there, and I think she took that on the medial, on the inside of the knee, and in a little bit of strife. This once again will give the players time to catch their breath. You can see 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 maybe players around. So she went down there and didn't look too bad, but just stayed down. That's the trouble. So let's just wait and see. Bit of strife there. I think it might be the knee or the thigh, taking her time and just coming off. So helping her off the ground now. Two different coloured shoelaces. That's an interesting look, Morgan. I bet she's got another pair at home exactly the same colour. Anyway, round player taken down, just scragged off the ball. Olivia Evans goes back. Been in the play a fair bit as well, and on that left foot, there's a lot of left footers. Gee, they use that ball well. That is a great kick down the boundary line. Women's football's going ahead in leaps and bounds. You see that kind of skill going. Melinda Speechley gets it in. Player in front. Look at the back up there. Fantastic work. Marie Martino couldn't quite get it out, and a little bit of a pack forming. The rolling maul, I reckon I say that every week, and you're with Peter Welsh.
Right game here. Hard to know where the next twist or turn will come, Morgan Knight. What do you think?
I am really hoping that Payneham can at least get another goal on the board here. If they could get it this quarter, that would be great, because I think they're going to really struggle going into the last quarter, being a few goals behind.
It's been catch-up football for a period of time. The kick from Celestina Donna in towards full forward. Picked up. She followed it through and almost throws the boot onto the ball on a second occasion. Clearance comes. Waiting to see who's going to take the pill. Jennifer Dew. Jennifer Dew does all right. And there is to be a free kick for holding on for too long, and the free kick will go by way of Alana Gianni. 16 minutes gone. Kick to half-back. Superb grab. Well done, Tess Morgan, who will play on. 5-3-33, Morfettville. Payneham 2-5-17. And the only one that matters, and that's the grand final.
And I tell you what, this is what you see, Peter, the tactics, women's football. We shouldn't just keep saying women's football, just say football. There's AFL, SANFL, men's, women's, junior, but football is football. The switch of play, the tactics that they're using now in the game, look at that sort of skill level that you've got out there. Sarah Wilton just on the 50, beautiful ball use. Morphettville Park set that up diagonally from this side of the ground, across. They come in, players probably fresh out that side, almost a mark there, back onto it. Gee, good play there. And there's that Maria Martino, who's been quite lively in the forward line, and they're pushing now. Payneham Norwood Union. Good to see good body language too. There's not much hands on hips or heads down or anything, so just a good dour game of football at the moment, almost 17 minutes into the third quarter. And close enough on the scoreboard, 16 points, 3 kicks in it. Up it goes now, getting her hands to the ball again, Georgia Avery. And a free kick here to Payneham Norwood Union. Can we see them go coast to coast almost like Morphy Park did? couldn't get the goal. Around it comes. Well, player just pushed sideways off. Umpire says we'll throw that in. So that wasn't allowed to push that because it was sideways. So umpire comes over, says throw it in. Look at the structures around. The two ruckmen are in. The players just come in behind them now. As I said, number 28 in picture, Celestina Dion, sometimes is the ruck person, at other times she's an on-baller, donor I should say. Umpire says, I'll have another ball up, Peter, and seems to be when I commentate, we always get the 2 or 3 ball-ups in a row.
Tony, this is one of those stirring struggles. The lead is a very handy 16 points. That's 3 goals, and we have 18 minutes of time has ticked by. Another goal to Morfordville Park, who go into attack from the outer wing, makes this very tough for Payneham. Kicking towards the half-forward line. No one can take the grab. There's a push and a shove, and number 19 tries to bust clear. Caitlin Pullen. Didn't go tall. Crunch. Umpire watches as it's taken by Lucy Armitage. In towards the forward pocket. No good. Will be cleared. Right boot to ball by right back towards centre wing. And a good strong grab is taken. That is Ella Little as the banana cake appears. Now, I'm not sure what you can do with it, Morgan, seeing we're broadcasting, but it's appeared. Have your cake and eat it if you want to. Morfordville, will they get a free kick for being held? No.
Almost Kevin Bartlett like there, Peter. She handballed to herself. Got it back.
Over the shoulder. Free kick. Tess Morgan too far out to score. Kicks a wobbler into the forward pocket. Overcooked it. Would have been dangerous. Didn't quite get there. Number 28. That's Celestino to fall forward. Play on's the call after the mark is taken. And the goal is missed. That was Neve Delaney who was off. She took the mark 20 out from goal and she kept on keeping on and missed the lot.
It actually feels like Morphees have more players on the ground at this point. Payneham are there, but Morphees are presenting a lot better. They're intercepting and they're doing everything they need to be doing.
Poor old Payneham, 4 points for the quarter. They can't get the goal thereafter. And Morphy Park 1 goal 1, so they've only had 2 shots. Well, of course, that one hit the post, but 2 shots to 4. So they've been outscored in scoring shots, but they're winning the quarter because, of course, they kicked the goal. So in it comes. Will we see this in the last quarter from Morphy Park as well, as we alluded to? But players coming off just this smiling and having fun in a grand final. I saw a couple of players pick each other up out there as well as it comes in. Payneham Norwood Junior. This is what we like to see. Play on. Nice long kick down the ground. That's a beauty. Over the top. Couldn't quite take it. Danielle Stewart wrapped up in a strong tackle there. Jessica Williams put the arms around and held up. And there's the Morphy Park coaches bench. Quite calm as we speak. As the siren goes right now, there is 16 points the difference, and we are in for an absolute ding-dong battle in the last quarter, ladies and gentlemen, as we will go to a break and we'll come back with a little bit of a wrap-up on the game.
Get a quick and easy low-rate car loan from Police Credit Union today.
Brad here is a great all-rounder. He likes the Catch app to get anything he needs fast, like Brad's Pit, Brad's Mitt, Brad's Kit, and Brad's air freshener. Yes, for anything they need, everyday Aussies, check out Catch.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Filming Footy. In the last 4 years, Filming Footy has become the single largest provider of vision for grassroots football in Australia.
Sean Foster goes, he sold the candy once, twice, if you don't mind, that is the nail!
With an average of 150 matches filmed every weekend, leagues, clubs, players, families and supporters are able to watch local footy, either live or on a replay network.
Lung after he's got rid of the ball, but the umpire has called that holding the ball.
There it is.
And we have the siren going at the end of the game. A great game of footy.
In 2022, it's our aim to have every league across South Australia filmed and have the match of the round live streamed.
Got a loose player in front of the little jockey, doesn't get it, Ty Jaffa, but that's a good kick to Breeden. Back to Matthew Stent. Could be a hero if he can kick this. It's good off the boot. Will it hold its line? It does!
Filming Footy, live stream and game day recording specialists.
And welcome back once again, and mouthful of banana bread. We've got new producers out there, Morgan. They friends of yours, all dressed up in the safari gear.
Yeah, we've just had a visit from the zoo by the looks of it.
It was the Morgan Knight fan club
What are
that
we wearing?
emerged out of nowhere in numbers.
We've got Safari Silly Saturday hanging around our neck.
You do.
We've got a little break there. What's the theme there? The safari and the zoo?
Yeah, we're on safari. We've got a mix of tourists and animals and you name it.
Well, we're seeing Morphy Park now in front on the scoreboard. We can see the huddle there. A lot of people just around 8. They'd, of course, all be officials there. And then back off that, of course, are the spectators. Our illustrious leader from the league is out there as well. And we're going to cross to Ned for a bit of a wrap-up of the huddles.
Thank you, Tony. I've just been over to both of the huddles. Now, Payneham, the coach, was implying that they have to just go straight away, take it on at every opportunity, go through the middle, and once they score their first goal, keep going, and hopefully the floodgates will open. In terms of Morphettville Park, the coach Brad Feller was telling them that they've worked so hard all the way throughout the year that they have to just put one more quarter in, and then that's it for the rest of the year. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much for that, Ned. Great intel there from both camps, and we did see Morphy Park 14-1 for the 14-1 for the season. Very quickly, Peter, we've got to go to the stats, mate. Inside 50s, Morphy Park 12, Payneham Norwood Union 4, so they're a really strong quarter. Tackles 19-17 because obviously Morphy Park got more of the ball. Hit outs, Morphy Park again 11-5.
The telling stat for me is Payneham after quarter time have kicked 1 goal. After quarter time, Morphettville have kicked 5 goals, 2. I don't think the side that has had an off 3 quarters can turn it around. And I just reckon Morphettville have got their toes and tails in the air and can smell another flag.
They've got a sniff, Peter, and the wind is just coming diagonally across the ground. Umpire holds the ball up. The last quarter for women's football, 2021 Division 1. And it's Morphettville Park streaming forward. Payneham Norwood Union chicken wing there, we call that player. Taken by the arm. There's arms, legs, heads, ears, anything you can to apply the tackle. Umpire says I'll ball it up again, so we have a restart. A little bit Morphy Park's way. Number 7 is Elisa Micken. Big, tall player. They're going backwards to go forwards here. Player keeping that ball in front. Payneham Norwood Union, there was a big roar from their huddle as they broke free. They did win the game 2 weeks ago. They can come back. Let's just wait and see as the ball goes up. They need to get an early one. That would really put the cat amongst the pigeons. A lot of congestion. We've seen the ball go probably 30 metres to the right. It's now back in the middle of the ground. We're almost a minute in, Peter.
The start from the side that is playing catch-up football is absolutely essential. That's stating the obvious. They've got to do something they haven't been able to do for the last 3 quarters. And that's kick goals. Morgan Knight, can you see a turnaround? Can you see anybody, or if so, who could be someone in the middle that could start a fire in the engine room?
I'm actually looking in the Payneham forward line. I'm hoping that Kate Rashid can step up here and take a couple of marks in front of goals. She's a very handy player and she's been pretty quiet today, so I'm hoping that she steps up.
There's the hope. What will happen? An early goal to the Morphettville Park side, and that could be, thank you mother for the rabbits. We'll wait and see. Good strong tackle on that half forward line. Lindsay Big again working hard at it. No one can grab it. Kicked out of the pack. Goes back to Big again, who's kicked to half forwards all right. Hand pass in towards half forward. The kick down the ground was strong. Armitage, it bounces. Sarah Wilton rushes back. She's not going to get there in time, although the errant kick comes back. Here's a chance. The run from Big. She's had 4 possessions in about 20 seconds, and this time she was pinged for holding the ball.
And just play her down in back play too, Peter. Number 28, Celestina Donor, as we speak. So umpires call play on. It's outside 50 for Morphy Park. Almost a dead ball there. Paden Norwood Union a try, but that pressure from Morpheville Park I've been very impressed with. And this, just their use of the ball, their skill, their knowledge of each other in tight clinches like this. And you'll see a switch of play. Player, almost a rugby tackle there, couldn't get off the ground with the ball. And that player in the middle of the ground is getting helped up, is Donor, Celestina Donor. So that's sad to see. She's limping off 1 foot up in the air. Anyway, ball comes out. Payneham Norwood Union 2-on-1. Player goes down again. Tangle up of players. Oh, a bit of, you'd say manhandling, woman handling there. Is dragged off the ball as they ran past. Now she's put weight on that ankle, which is good to see. Umpire throws it up. Big Avery it is. Couldn't quite. She's got the tap, but Morpheville player going down. I think that's just cramp, so that's a good sign if there is such a thing. Nice taken. Geez, Cops running around the chops there, Daniel Stewart. Don't come along to these games thinking you're just going to see a little bit of powder puff stuff. Have a look at what's going on. That is Morgan Knight, that is just an absolutely sensational mark by Ella Little there.
You don't see many better contested marks than that, really. That was excellent from her.
That's a huge pack mark. And look at the player out on her own, Sarah Wilton. I talk up the game because this is what you see. You see tactics, you see great marks, switch of play, and she's been good up forward too. The player there that got that forward, which was Tess Maple, gets that out. As she put that through, Madeline Smith, I reckon she has. They're all hugging. Madeline Smith, you are a superstar. You've put your team a little bit further ahead now. That's going to be hard to peg back for Payneham Norwood Union now. 6 goals, 3, 39 to 2 goals, 5, 17. And you're correct, Peter. Payneham Norwood Union really haven't done much since half time. They kicked all these points. That goal.
That typified the spirit that exists with this side now, who have already, their nostrils are flared because that first goal and makes it almost impossible.
You saw a great mark there too, fantastic mark. Then Wilton it was who got it forward, and Tess Maple, huge contest down there to get that ball forward. That is quality football of any standard, and it's team play. And teams win. Champions don't win, teams win.
Our expert Morgan Knight just shakes her head in disbelief. This is as emphatic and as authoritative a performance since the quarter time break that you'd expect, considering, remember, Payneham kicked 1 goal 5 in that first quarter. Ouch.
Morphe's just look like a really united front here at the moment, and you can tell that this team has played together nearly all season. Not many changes that have come in and out, and it's really paying off now.
She's getting
Daniel Stewart.
Sorry.
No, Daniel Stewart now. That's an example of what's going on, because she took the mark at centre half forward and kicked the ball between half forward and forward pocket. Nothing but kicking the ball away from the goal front, and it finishes up going out of bounds. It's a big street light over there, looking magnificent. It'd be a beautiful spot down here to play any sort of sport I'd expect during the night. And it's quite possible that the Morpheville Park teams might still be here during the night, because after winning earlier on, this looks like being a double whammy. 6-3, 39 to 2-5, 17. Doesn't matter what's happened throughout the year. It happens on this particular day, one day in August. Doesn't normally work like that, but it works like that now. Payneham a chance at half forward. Push and a shove, knocked away. Alana Gianni. Good tackle there on Lucy Armitage. What's the umpire going to do? I'm watching him, and he's got the ball, so he's going to toss it in the air. 6-3, 39 to 2-5, 17. And we've gone, Tony, nearly 7 minutes of this final quarter.
And Van der Waal it was who got the tap out. Payneham Norwood Union trying to get forward. Just a drop of the ball there, Alana Giannini. And another pack forms. We've seen a fair bit of this. Once again, you can see the players around the ball there, but there's players off the ball here. There's a little bit of nudge going on between two players down the ground. Payneham Norwood Union, they sort of go forward, but a good mark there, Morphy Park. Not 10 play on and not 15. I call that a 40-metre kick, 20 up, 20 down. And Payneham Norwood Union players there, you see a bit of the patting of hands and different things going on. So they've got a bit of teamwork and feeling. The wind's really come up down that end too. It's blowing into their face. Dark clouds. So Morphy Park might have this wrapped up already. We are 7 minutes into the quarter. There's a free kick to Payneham. We'll just see that wind. You can see in the trees in the background is quite strong now as Caitlin Pullen, who has one goal on the board, we'll just see whether this ball holds up in the wind. Birds are still seem to be flying all right, but they probably know a little bit more about the wind than what we do. So let's just have a look at Caitlin here as she comes in. Good run up, strong run up, gives it plenty of height. That's enough, but it's a point, a little bit offline, and they have kicked 6 points now since half time. So Morpheville Park, full back now, just having a look. See, they won't go down the middle. Left or right side. She goes out that far side. And no one touches that. So we see a free kick. The number 45 is Alicia Nye. Right on the 50. So there's the ball holding up. It's a high ball in. Payneham Norwood Junior, they've done a power of work today trying to get the ball into their forward line. They just can't seem to capitalise, Morgan, on these inside 50s.
No, I think they might be missing a few of their strong key forwards here. They haven't really got a target that they're looking to. So really, I think this is a really good opportunity for Rashid to step up, and she needs to get in there and get this game going.
So ball comes in on the far side there. Nice tap down by Sarah Vanderwall. She's doing a good job in the ruck. And, of course, we're going to have to vote on our Archie's thongs and dartfish beanie, which the players cherish so much. And there's probably 10 players, Peter, that we can pick from.
Don't look at me. Ask Morgan.
I'm still waiting for my own pair of thongs, actually.
Oh, good.
Well, we'll do a special presentation for you. You've done a good job for us today.
Just the sort of attire you need for your feet when it's -5 or whatever. But to me, the one, you look for words sitting behind a microphone all day and you look to sort of pick out a word that might be appropriate. For me, this performance by Morfordville has been disciplined.
Poor old Cassandra Hartley there. She's blonde, but looked a bit ginger when she got up. But what happened, she stepped out the side of that pack and the ball got hit to her. The last thing you need when you've got a little injury is the ball coming to you. That's her pointing over there now, so obviously she's recovered. Umpire throws that up on the far side. A lot of congestion. That'll suit Morphy Park. Geez, I'll tell you what, she's done a good job. Danielle Stewart, she's quite stoic there. Now you see the Morphy Park player just coming out. See, they spread, talking to each other. They're trying to get number 28, Celestina Donor, one of the better players on the day, is trying to get back on as well. She's recovered from the cramp. Oh, crashing in there was Georgia Avery. Through she came, and Morpheville Park pick up the free kick. I think that was Micken, is it? Anyway, it comes out that far side. Gee, she puts in a good contest. Marie Martino. Ball comes back for Payneham Norwood Union. They're just doing a mighty amount of work on that far side. It is quite windy out there, folks, watching from home. Once again, we say hello to all our friends over in country Victoria, regional areas all around Australia, doing it tough. New South Wales, all hopefully are enjoying this game as number 14, Olivia Evans, comes back on. And poor old Celestina Donor's been waiting 5 minutes there and can't get on, Morgan.
Yeah, sometimes that's how it goes, I suppose.
Coach is very happy here down Brad Verrill. He's given the two big high fives up there to the players coming off as well. And they've got a sniff there. They've got a half a hand on the trophy as we speak with 11 minutes gone. And ball on the far side. It's been over there for a long time, Peter. A long time.
Well, it's been time enough for them to open up their trophy cabinet, stick the grand final, the Premierships Cup, in their trophy cabinet and throw the key away.
Second for the day.
Oh, they have locked it up beautifully, and I reckon we'll get a stage in this last quarter, Morgan, where, I won't say now because they're professional players, but they can start to enjoy. They can start to think about, this game's won, it's ours. Let's not take the foot off the accelerator, but let's think. We're 12 minutes into the last quarter of the grand final. We're going to win you can have a furtive glance and see one of your mates down the ground or kick to one of your mates. That feeling is oh so good.
I think those smiles are about to get a lot bigger, and I think they're about to start high-fiving and hugging and carrying on a little bit more out there.
There's a lot going on. Alicia Micken just coming on now. She's a tall woman as well, so she's going to go into the ruck. A product of this also would have to be Morphettville Park have been very well known for their junior program over the years. They became a destination club as well, along with Payneham Norwood Union. I had an individual player a couple of years ago from the under-18s I was helping out, and they deliberately went to this club because of the coaching and the junior program there. And as we said, Payneham have got that as well. So Morphettville Park, and this is going to strengthen them. The reserves and the seniors both winning on one day just shows how good that program's been, as the player goes out of bounds now on the far side, the far wing, with 12 minutes in. And
is that the Morphettville Park team that won the premiership?
Down behind the goals.
Yeah, they've all gone down there, all of the players, waiting to hope that their best mates from another team, of course the same club, might be able to snag one before this is over, and there'd be quite a roar, would there not? They're all down there now.
And of course, ball on the far side, up it goes. I've got something else to mention in a moment. Out it comes Morphy Park. You don't stop trying, and that's great work by the Payneham Norwood Union team out there. A lot of congestion this quarter. Forward it goes, Olivia Evans. Can we see a bit of run? Oh, taking them on, the Payneham Norwood Union player. One handball, two handball. Back this way. You don't go back where it came from because there's congestion. Jess Meechan puts it out there. Cassandra Hartley off after that ball. Geez, that's just a timely smother there. You remember this game for the rest of your life. You're a premiership player for life. Ball just bobbling around out there, and Payneham Norwood Union, the last three grand finals they've been in, they've won one. If they get defeated today, lost two. Ben Hunt, their coach, is actually going on to coach in the Sample next year, the women's, down at Central District. So we wish him all the best. Top two, nothing to be ashamed of there. Fantastic effort, and you still celebrate to get this far. Playing on a day like this, there's only two teams, Morgan, that can do it, isn't there? And the rest of us sit around and envy it.
We do, although there's nothing quite like heartbreak in losing a grand final.
A couple of Payneham Norwood Union, number 9 there, Amy Cure, and number 20 is Lindsay Bigg, having a little bit of a ding-dong battle out there. There might be a bit chatty going on, as the ball's going to come inside the 50 now. Lead goes on. Payneham Norwood Union players are there. Go the player first, ball second. Gets caught, and a free kick. Strong down there. I reckon that's Courtney Roberts. That's Elisa Nye. Kicks outside 50. Morphettville Park could load up again now. Outside the 50. They will play this game. One of the things we mentioned in the keys, play the game from siren to siren. And just been a bit quiet in this last quarter. 1 goal only to Morphy Park, and 1 point only to Payneham Norwood Union. A player taken without the ball has to get the free kick there, and I reckon that's Cassandra Hartley. It will be when the ball comes back. So on the left boot, we don't call that an inside 50. Didn't quite make it. Charging out, Jess Meekin. That's a long kick. Now the cavalry comes. Wow, that took courage there. 3 or 4 players. They've done this very well. Set up the spare. Tess Morgan. She has one here if she wants. She comes out, gives that ball plenty of height. That's a great kick. They play on now right in front of us. 2, 3 passages of play. Madeline Smith, that was a great kick. There's a little bit going on. And Lindsay Bigg it is. 25. Now they want to remonstrate more. Don't get carried away with it, girls. So 25 given. Just a little bit of excitement amongst the place. Poor old 16 there. Courtney Roberts wants to take them all on. There's a runner with her. There's players clapping. There's all kinds of stuff. You can see in back play. There'll be a free kick. This will be a turnover here. I guarantee it. There'll be a Payneham Norwood.
Still going.
Yeah, there'll be a Payneham Norwood Union. The runner's in it. She better get out. And it was, because that player was dragged down without the ball. Now it's play on. There's a smother. Bowls another one over. Lindsay Bigg. Don't tell me around the corner. You can't do that. In a grand final, you just cannot do that. So what happened there? I'll take you through it. Number 17, Marie Martino dragged the player from Payneham Norwood Union down. Threw it to the ground. Payneham got the free. Here it is. Handballed off. Didn't have to. 2-on-1. Lindsay Bigg. Have a look at this. That is just sensational play by Lindsay Bigg. And it goes to show, keep your head in the game. Morphy Park had it, went against them, got it back, kicked. What a miraculous goal. How'd you like that? Reminds me of your one out at Anglevale there, Morgan.
I'm really struggling with words for that. That was just spectacular. And it's
Grand
not the first
final.
time I've actually seen Lindsay Bigg smother and then kick a goal from it. So she's done very well there.
Free kick in the middle. Payneham Norwood Union. Can they get one back here late in the game? Around it comes, just bobbling around. Morphettville Park are just inspired at the moment, and coming off to a huge cheer, of course, is Lindsay Bigg. Anyway, around it comes. She looks like she's done a fingernail, has she? She's looking for a bit of claret there. Payneham Norwood Union can't quite capitalise that. It's right down in their forward line. As you can see there we are in the van there, and all the supporters are getting ready to celebrate huge before the rain comes. So just slowing it down, Peter. We're 18 minutes in. Morphy Park coming out of defence. She's played very well. Danielle Stewart from... Oh, look at the rain down there in the background too. Oh, players diving on there, Morphy Park. Stewart's got it. She has played a ripper of a game. Hold your head up high, young lady. Kicks it in. Nice kick into that forward area. They can't get it out. Just bobbling around there. That'll suit Morphettville Park. And we see a ball up, Peter. Look at them there on the sidelines there. They're all set to go.
Well, we talked about this 10 minutes ago, and we said you can start to enjoy the moments at the end of the only game that really matters. And they'd be doing that right now. We've gone almost 19 minutes, and this has been a bold performance. Run if you can. Grace Smallcombe. Keep on going, Gracie girl. To half forward. It's a 2-on-1 battle. Chase me if you can catch me. Tess Maple goes across. Amelia Rusden once, twice, goal! And look out, they'll jump all over each other again, and behind the goals, that's what you call camaraderie. The team that won earlier, they were down there for waiting, and talk about working that ball so beautifully. And in the finish, Amelia Rusden said, I'll whack it down as far as I can. It'll fly through the air. It did. And they get another goal.
A couple of things there, Peter, with not much time to go. That is fantastic teamwork. If ever you want an advertisement for women's football and how to play the game and how to work as a team, pieces of play like that are just sensational. You're grateful to be here and witness this sort of stuff. Division 1 football, super high standard. They're playing a great game as well, Morphy Park. You're right about enjoying the moment, because there it is, the siren goes and they run out comprehensive winners. 8 goals, 3, 51, Morphettville Park. They are the premiers for 2021 to 2 goals, 6, 18 for Payneham Norwood Union. So just have a look here at the celebrations. The coach will be coming out onto the ground, I'm sure. The B grade are out there, the reserves, they've all gone out because they also have a flag. We feel for Payneham Norwood Union in the middle, but they're good sportsmanship over there in the middle of the ground as well. Players are still struggling to get in here, and I tell you what a mighty effort. Let's just take in these celebrations for a moment. And of course 3 goals they scored in that last quarter. 3 goals, 3 was it? So comprehensive 6 scoring shots in the last quarter, and 2 goals, 6 to Payneham Norwood Union. So they scored 1 point in the last quarter. And this is that special time, those couple of minutes, as we see them. Good sportsmanship there, which you'd expect. So what are we looking at, 33 points?
Considering they were down by 10 at quarter time, 6 scoring shots to 1. That's a massive, massive turnaround.
So we're just getting an inquiry about the club song, but we'll get that organised because enjoying the celebrations, there's we're going to say every man, every woman and their dog and all the zoo animals, we're all here today, and what a spectacle it was. And of course the rain's coming in just to the left of us. We might get through the medal presentations before the rain comes, and let's just go through the goal scorers on the day, because just the two for Payneham Norwood Union: Caitlin Pullen with one, Georgia Avery with one. And we thought they started off all right, Payneham Norwood Union, that first 6 minutes of the day. But Morphy Park, they showed just signs early on. Their backline were quite stoic, and you don't want self-doubt. You just believe in your systems. You believe in what's worked to get you here. They got done in the second semi. Well, Redemption, they've won and won well. Ironically, it was 33 points at 33 points in the end, which is quite a good win. 8 goals, 3. Goal scorers for Morpheville Park were Sarah Wilton with 1, Amelia Rusden, number 10, with 1, Neve Delaney with 1, Marie Martino with 1, Madeline Smith 1, Lindsay Bigg. That would have to be goal of the day that we saw just late in that last quarter. Look at the coach in the middle of it all there. They're just singing the song as we speak. I think this won't be the first or last time we hear it, so let's have a listen to this.
Oh, peace, where the mighty fighting rules. Love, and we play to win. Riding the bumps with a grin and more peace. Come, what do you find to striving? Teamwork is a thing that talks. One for all and all for one, some way we play and more peace. We are the mighty fighting bulls.
Well, there we have it. Amazing how deep their voices were there, and I failed to see the band. There was a flute player out there as well somewhere in the middle of all of that, Peter, and I tell you what, they kept a great tune, didn't they, singing that song? But no, one of the committee men wandered over to our man with the microphone to get that on. So you see all the celebrations. This time, this 10 or 15 minutes after that final siren is, Morgan, you've been there, it's like a dream, isn't it? There's the song again. They'll be singing this all night. There'll be horse tonight.
I think there'll be a big party down at Kellett Reserve tonight.
Oh, can you imagine? I'm going to type it into my Google Maps as we leave here and get hold of one of those jumpers. Yellow and red never looked so good, did it? Have a look at them. How'd you go, Matt? That song, mate. Did you see the flute player out there? That was sensational out there. So have a look at them milling around. Coming back to her goal scorers, because Lindsay Bigg, Tess Maple with 2. She was really good up forward, and look, we have to have a bit of a look at who we might give the best player to as well, because there's a real spread. Wilton was a great player there. Of course, the captain, Hadjikostas, Delaney, Martino, Lindsay Bigg, Maple, Williams. As we come across now to our statistics, inside 50s last quarter, 5 all. Tackles 17 to 19, hit outs 10 to 12, so fairly close there. But of course, Morphy Park kicking the 3 goals, 3 to 1 solitary point, really got them going. And our esteemed leader there, John Kernahan, over there, just waiting with the trophy and also the medallions for the premierships. There he is on camera as we speak. The pendant, that'll go up in the club rooms. They have to make room for 2 pendants. Two cups, and wow, 42, well, more actually, probably 50 odd players with medals, and of course the ones that miss out, that's the ones you feel for as well. But the club wins, not just the individual team, the club wins at the end of the day.
You know, if you were a supporter of Payneham and a player, you would be shell-shocked after the start that they got and the amount of times they had the ball in that first quarter, and the first quarter scores weren't a true indication as to how the game was going. But after then, nothing happened. And that's not being too critical, but really we all sat here and we watched and we called on your expertise. The further the game went, the more impressive Morfordville was, and they won the game in fine fashion. And I just don't know, just a quick question to you, Morgan. How do you then assess the performance of Payneham after that sort of a game in the grand final?
I think Payneham, they really did try and play 4 quarters of football. They didn't drop their heads too much. I think they got quite physical towards the end of the match, which is never really a good sign. But I think they've got a lot to work with, and I think they'll be sitting in good stead for the 2022 season.
I'm feeling like I'm in a bit of shock here about how the game unfolded and what the final score was.
I did think that it was going to be a little bit closer than what it has been, especially after the first quarter. Payneham came out really hard and fast and strong, but Morphees were just the better team today.
And that shows on the scoreboard.
Yep.
It's just amazing. And we saw some spectacular stuff towards the end of the game. We saw that goal from the boundary line, and then followed by a running goal down the ground when Rusden got a nice little hand pass from Maple, and it was like showtime.
Yeah.
And good showtime.
Well, it was almost at the point where Morphees could have taken their foot off the pedal, but they didn't. They decided they wanted to finish with another couple of goals.
So Brad Farrell comes out with the premiership. They had a great year, didn't they? Fittingly, you know, they only lost the one game.
Adelaide Footy League, I'd like to
CEO John
congratulate firstly all participants of the Adelaide Footy League women, but relative to the event that we've just seen unfold, congratulate both the Payneham Football Club and the Morpheville Park Women's Football Club for their efforts in today's grand final. Thanks very much. As a matter of protocol, I'll ask Payneham coach Ben Hunt if he'd like to come forward and just say a few words.
Firstly, thanks to the Adelaide Footy League for putting on another great season. Morpheville Park, you've been the benchmark for women's footy for 30 years. And today you were far too good for us, and probably why you finished top and we finished second. So, my girls, though, I'm just super proud of you. Today was my last game, and not the last game for a few of you girls, and together. Today might not be the greatest, but we're a family and we'll always be family, and no matter what, we'll stick together. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ben. And on behalf of the winning team, I'll ask their coach Brad to come forward and acknowledge.
Yeah, first of all, thanks a lot for putting on the day. I mean, with COVID and everything, it looked questionable whether we get through the season, and thanks for all the hard work to make sure we got through it. To Payneham, we played you 2 weeks ago and you made us get better. You guys were brilliant 2 weeks ago and certainly made us step it up, so thank you for that. And you guys gave it everything and really pushed us again today, so congratulations on a great season. To the Morpheville Park Football Club and the committee and everyone that puts in ridiculous amounts of work to make us be able to do what we do on a Saturday. Thank you so much for all your hard work. It certainly doesn't go unnoticed. To our B grade who won the premiership today in the game before ours, full credit to Bailey and the team. You guys were outstanding, and back-to-back for Bailey and 3 in a row for the B grade, so well done. And to Cass, Chuck, Ali and Swanee for their help coaching this year and giving up their time. Thank you so much for your help. And last of all, to the playing group. you guys are the reason I coach football. I love being around you guys so much. Such a great bunch of people, and got what you guys deserve as footballers and people today. So congratulations and well done. Couple of last thanks to someone who played the whole season for us and missed through injury. To Chloe, you're as much a part of this as everyone else is. And the last thanks goes to the person who makes us organised and is possibly the most organised person I've ever met in my life. Bonnie, you've been outstanding this year and you've made us be able to do what we can do, and we truly appreciate it. I think I've spoken for long enough, so thank you, and let's have a good night, hey?
Thanks very much, Brad. Before we get into presenting the medals to the Premiership players, on behalf of the umpires, the player judged best of field today was for Morpheville Park Footy Club, number 41, Ella Little. Well done, Ella. Bonnie, if I could have Bonnie, the most organised person, if I could have you.
Okay, so number 1, Sarah Wilton. 2, Cass Hartley. 3, Dex, Lucy Armitage. 4, Jennifer Boo. 5, Katie Murdoch. 6, Alyssa McKinnon. 7, Sarah Vanderwall. 8, Grace Smallcombe. 9, Hannah Scholar. Number 10, Amelia Rusden. 11, our captain, Natalie Hadjikostas. 12, Charlotte Dorr. 14, Olivia Evans. 15, Neve Delaney. 17, Marie Martino. 18, Melinda Speechley. 19, Maddie Smith. 20, Lindsay Bigg. 21, Tess Maple. 23, Sammy Allen. 24, Cammy Williams. 28, Sel Donna. Number 41, Ella Little. And number 44, Tess Morecambe. Coach Brad Farrell. Can I do Number 16, Chloe. And our 2 runners, Ali and Swanee.
And certainly last but not least to Bonnie Wells, the most organised person in the world.
If I could have the captain and the coach. Ladies and gentlemen, the premiers of the Adelaide Footy League Women Morville Park Footy Club.
Okay, we're coming back now as we can see the celebrations. We'll try and get our intrepid boundary rider to get the person for the beanie and thongs, because we picked Celestina Dona, who started out in the ruck. Not only did she play well in the ruck, here they come now. So we've got Ned and Celestina available. Just going to get the microphone first. So there's Celestina. Now she's under the brolly and the rest are out in the rain. And the pennant goes past as well. And here comes Ned, the boundary rider, because a worthy winner. Not only did she play well in the ruck, she also did plenty around the ground. So we'll just come to the interview now.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with the best on ground from the commentators. So congratulations. You win the Archie's footwear and the Dartfish beanie as well. How good was the performance from the team today?
The team was great. Honestly, I'm a bit lost for words coming out of injury for 6 weeks and not being able to play. It was pretty rough. Coming back was a bit difficult for me, but coming out today, especially after the 2-week game last time where we had a loss, but we really picked it up at training, went hard. Props to the coach, Brad. Honestly, biggest idol, and our captain, Hadji, and all the other girls. We've been working really hard for this. I haven't played a grand final since 2018, so I feel good today. Bit lost for words, but it's great.
And you pinched it in the ruck a bit today. Is that something you've been doing all year, or is that something just today?
I have been rucking all year. My secret talent, I'm an ex-volleyball player, so I've got a bit of hop in me, but don't underestimate the short. We got some legs too, but yeah.
Awesome. Well, I'll let you get out of this rain and enjoy the celebrations. Congratulations again. Cheers.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Wow, that was a fantastic little interview, because interesting being out 6 weeks, come back and play like that. You're remembered for life when you play good in the big games. You're remembered and well known as a sports player when you can play well, and premiership player for life, all of these Morphy Park team.
Yeah, that's right. I think she's going to treasure that medal hanging around her neck for a very long time.
You know what I think about that? It's a gutsy decision by the club, starting from the top and saying, look, out for 6 weeks, we're going to have to take a bit of a risk. This is the grand final. All the negatives fly at you, but enough confidence to say, we think she can take the step forward, and she did. Good on her.
So just wrapping up the day, you saw the premiers now in Division 1 there. Oh, look at those people. Oh, how embarrassing is that. Dress up, they said, and dress up we did, and didn't we? Look at our little thing here. Talk about the zoo in here, but Morphy Park winners.
About a zoo.
Yeah, winners for Division 1, Division 1 reserves, and Lockleys in Division 6. Remember to go to the Facebook page, the Adelaide Footy TV, Adelaide Footy League page, Facebook page, for all your game day results. Next week's community stream, well, we're waiting on other results and knowing where the finals will be and who will be playing and what grounds, because I believe they need to be gated grounds. We'd like to thank all our sponsors. You want them very quickly. This is going to be fun, isn't it, Morgan? So, Villies, Interchange, Simon Black Academy, Sports Interactive, Dartfish, Filming Footy, Catch.com.au, screaming good deals. So we thank all of our game day sponsors. Morgan, thank you so much for coming along and giving us great insight throughout the day. Peter Welsh, always a pleasure. 2 games, mate. How are you handling it?
Oh, bottle of green ginger wine tonight. I'll be okay.
Oh, hey. And also all of our production team. We had a cast of thousands out here to make it all possible. We thank them. We thank the teams for being so accommodating. The people down here at Simmons Park were fantastic with getting us all set up and so on. This has been just a sensational day all around for women's football, for football in general, for sport. As we said, it's about the sport, it's about the community, it's about the people. Yeah. I think everyone here can hold themselves a very high esteem, hold their head up proud. We thank you so much for joining the commentary. Hope you've enjoyed the day, and we will see you very shortly for the next round of games coming up.
Goodbye.